Hello, check 1 2 3 4 5 6 7 8 9 10. Hello, check.
Check. Hello. All right, ladies and gentlemen, Honorable Minister Sir has arrived, and may I now request all the dignitaries to please take your seats. I request everyone to please take your seats. And also, I would like to request everyone to please switch off your phones. I would request all the participants to please switch off their phones. Now I request Mr. Michel Leno, President, International Commission of Large Dams, and Mr. Michel De Vivo, Secretary General, International Commission of Large Dams, to please come on the dais. I would again request everyone to please switch off their phones or please keep their phones on silent, please. Namaskar and a very good morning, distinguished guests, resource speakers, esteemed participants from abroad and India. Ladies and gentlemen, I am Priya, your host anchor to this conference. On behalf of Committee for International Commission on Large Dams, India in court, we extend a hearty welcome and sincere gratitude to Shri Gajendra Singh Shekhawat, Honorable Minister for Jal Shakti, Government of India. Shri Pankaj Kumar, Secretary to Government of India, Department of Water Resources, River Development and Ganga Rejuvenation, Ministry of Jal Shakti. Mr. Michel Leno, President, International Commission of Large Dams, Shri D.K. Sharma, Chairman, Organizing Committee and Vice President, ICOL, Dr. R.K. Gupta, Chairman, Central Water Commission, Mr. Michel De Vivo, Secretary General, International Commission of Large Dams, Shri Anand Kumar, Principal Secretary to Water Resources Department, Government of Rajasthan, Shri J. Chandrasekhar Iyer, Chairman, Technical Committee and Member, DNR Central Water Commission, Shri R.K. Vishnoi, President, INCORD and CMD PHDC India Limited, and our esteemed guests from Central and State Government Water Resources Department, Central Public Sector Undertakings, PSUs from State Government and other distinguished participants from dam industry. Let me give a brief about the significance of the Pink City Jaipur, which is worldwide famous for its unique architectures, forts, monuments, places, art and craft, heritage culture, and last but not the least, for unique food. So, as you all know, India ranks third globally with 5,334 large dams in operation and 411 large dams under construction. Central Water Commission CWC is coordinating and implementing the ongoing dam rehabilitation and improvement project, DRIP, with the support of World Bank. As part of the institutional strengthening component of DRIP, CWC has been organizing the Dam Safety Conference on an annual basis. The conference brings together dam professionals and experts in the various interrelated disciplines from within India and around the world to discuss, reflect, and share knowledge, technology, and experience in addressing dam safety issues. This International Dam Safety Conference is sixth in the series of dam safety conferences organized earlier in Chennai in 2015, in Bengaluru 2016, Roorkee 2017, Thiruvananthapuram in 2018, and Bhubaneswar in 2019. All these conferences received an overwhelming response in terms of participation by Indian and overseas professionals and organizations. We could not organize the Dam Safety Conference in the 2020 due to COVID-19 pandemic, which affected not only India, but throughout the globe, and we have lost many of our colleagues too. So ladies and gentlemen, this conference is being organized by INCOL in collaboration with CWC, DRIP, and CBIP under the aegis of International Commission of Large Dams, whose President, Vice President, and Secretary General are here in the conference, which shows the seriousness of international dam community to deliberate on the aspects of dam safety. The conference will have one plenary session, 9 technical sessions, which includes Dam Safety Act 2021, INCOL Young Engineers Forum, and one session dedicated to industry. There will be valuable presentations during the plenary session by eminent dam safety professionals. Several oral presentations are planned during the technical sessions, which will cover various facts of dam safety. National and overseas organizations will showcase contemporary developments in technologies, construction, materials, products, instruments, and services of the exhibition currently being organized during this conference. Dam professionals from different ICOL member countries are joining us online to view the proceedings of this conference so that the latest state of the art could be disseminated at appropriate level to all concerned. Ladies and gentlemen, with these words, may I now invite Mr. D.K. Sharma, Organizing Committee, to formally welcome the dignitaries on the dais by presenting a bouquet to Shri Gajendra Singh Shekhawat, Honorable Minister for Jal Shakti, Government of India. Shri Pankaj Kumar, Secretary to Government of India, Department of Water, Resources, River Development and Ganga Rejuvenation, Ministry of Jal Shakti. Thank you so much, sir. May I now invite Mr. Anand Kumar, Principal Secretary, Water Resources Department, Government of Rajasthan, to formally welcome the dignitaries on the dais by presenting a bouquet to Mr. Michel Lino, President, International Commission of Large Dams. Shri D.K. Sharma, Chairman, Organizing Committee and Vice President, ICOL. I request Mr. Anand Kumar sir, to please give the bouquet to Mr. Shri D.K. Sharma, Chairman, Organizing Committee and Vice President, ICOL. Bouquet to Mr. Michel De Vivo, Secretary General, International Commission of Large Dams. Ladies and gentlemen, we have few more important guests to whom we have to welcome in this conference. Are by presenting a bouquet to Mr. Enrique Cifers, Vice President ICOL, who has come all the way from Spain to be the part of the deliberation of this conference and also sharing his experiences during the day by making a presentation in the plenary session. I would request, sir, to please come on the dais and would request Shri Anand Kumar, sir, to please welcome dignitaries by presenting bouquet. Also, sir, I request to please present the bouquet to Mr. Enrique Cifers. We have done. Now, Dr. Martin Wieland, Chairman of ICOL Committee on Seismic Aspects of Dams Designs from Switzerland. Sir, we have two more. We have two more. Two more. मेरा बैग हाँ ठीक है सर से बोलना दो और देने सकते बोलते हो Bouquet to Dr. R.K. Gupta, Chairman, Central Water Commission. Dr. R.K. Gupta, Chairman, Central Water Commission. Shri J. Chandrasekhar Iyer. Shri J. Chandrasekhar Iyer, Chairman, Technical Committee Member, Design and Research, Central Water Commission, and Chairman, National Dam Safety Authority. May I now invite Mr. A.K. Dinkar, Mr. A.K. Dinkar, to please welcome the dignitary on the dais by presenting bouquet to Shri Anand Kumar, Principal, Secretary, Water Resources Department, Government of Rajasthan. Yeah, bouquet please. जी जी उनको भी एलान जिनकर को मैं देखो बुला लीजिए ये ले हाँ ठीक है मैं प्रेजेंट Okay, I will request. Yeah. All right, I will request Mr. D.K. Sharma, sir, to please welcome our guest, President of Malaysia, to please come on the dais and present bouquet to him.
President Mike Old. President Mike Old. President of Malaysia. President Mike Old Malaysia.
Okay,
Vice
okay.
ULD.
चलो, ठीक है. हाँ, शॉल पे ये बोलना है या नहीं? या बाद में बोल? All right. In Hindi mythology, starting at any auspicious occasion, we have to remember the Ma Saraswati for her blessings. Let us all stand for the Saraswati Vandana. I request the dignitaries on the dais and participants in the audience.
आरोग्यं धनसम्पदा शत्रुबुद्धिविनाशाय दीपज्योति नमोऽस्तु ते दिव्यादिव्यारे दीपत्कार काने कुण्डलमोतिहार दिव्याला पाहुन नमस्कार दिव्याचे ते कापसाची वार दिवाळी उजेड पडे विष्णूपाशी माझा नमस्कार सर्व देव देवतांपाशी ये ग लक्ष्मी बैसवादे माझं घर तुला साजे घरातली इडापिडा बाहेर जाऊ दे बाहेरची लक्ष्मी घरात येऊ दे घरच्या सर्वांना उदंड आयुष्य सुख समाधान शांती लाभू दे.
Now I may request all the dignitaries for the lamp lighting. Please come forward and light the lamp. Okay, may I now invite Shri D.K. Sharma sir to please welcome the Honorable Minister sir to present the shawl. Also, I have a request, sir, to please present the bouquet to Shri D.K. Vishnoi, sir. Shri R.K. Vishnoi, President INCOLD and CMD TSTC India Limited. Thank you all. Now may I invite Shri D.K. Sharma, Chairman, Organizing Committee and Vice President ICOL to deliver the welcome address.
परम आदरणीय श्री गजेंद्र सिंह शेखावत जी, माननीय मंत्री जल शक्ति भारत सरकार, श्री पंकज कुमार जी, सेक्रेटरी डिपार्टमेंट ऑफ वाटर रिसोर्सेज, श्री आर.के. गुप्ता जी, चेयरमैन सेंट्रल वाटर कमीशन, मिस्टर मिशेल लीनो, प्रेसिडेंट हाईकोर्ट, मिस्टर मिशेल डिविवो, सेक्रेटरी जनरल हाईकोर्ट, Enrique Cifres, Vice President High Court, additional secretaries from state governments, additional chief secretaries from state governments, Shri Anand Kumar ji, Principal Secretary, Government of Rajasthan, distinguished CMDs of CPSUs, Shri Nandlal Sharma ji, CMD THDC and President in Court, Shri Rajiv Bishnoi ji, CMD NHPC, YK Chaube ji, Secretaries of the state governments, Dr. Martin Wieland, President Mycold, delegates from Malaysia, participants from central and state governments, CPSUs, PSUs, ladies and gentlemen. On behalf of the organizing committee of this International Dam Safety Conference, INCOLD, and International Commission on Large Dams, ICOLD, it is my proud privilege to welcome you all here in the pink city of Jaipur. This is city of Swai Jasing, who established it in the year 1727. You may be aware that Jaipur has been declared as World Heritage City in the year 2013. This conference is a special moment for all of us here in India, as it is being viewed online in 103 countries of ICOLD. 103 देशों में इसका सीधा प्रसारण किया जा रहा है और 103 देशों से लोग जुड़े हैं। और इस चीज के लिए मैं ऑर्गेनाइजिंग कमेटी का बहुत-बहुत धन्यवाद करना चाहता हूं। I would like to start this address by extending my sincere thanks to Honorable Minister Shri Gajendra Singh Shekhawat ji for agreeing to inaugurate this conference and also for giving India the Dam Safety Act 2024. Let's clap for this, because we have taken a lead in this region, especially the Asian region, to enact the Dam Safety Act. It is due to his untiring efforts that the bill on dam safety was passed by both houses of Indian Parliament. This act provides for surveillance, inspection, operation and maintenance of dams, for prevention of dam failure related to disasters, and for the institutional mechanism to ensure their safe functioning. As per provisions of the Act, Government of India has notified constitution of a National Committee on Dam Safety, NCDS, to evolve dam safety policies, protocols, and procedures, and also notified the establishment of National Dam Safety Authority to function as a regulating body for ensuring the nationwide implementation of dam safety policies and standards. Ladies and gentlemen, here I have something serious to share with you. Thalavannur Dam, check dam in Tamil Nadu collapsed in the morning hours of November 9, 2021. This was the second time that this check dam faced significant damages within a year of its construction. Before this, the same check dam broke in January 2021 as well. Breach occurred in 590-meter wide, 52-meter high Karam Dam on 12th August 2022 in Dhar district of Madhya Pradesh, which is under construction for the last 4 years. Portion of a dam in Lateri block of Vidisha district of Madhya Pradesh collapsed in the morning hours of August 22, 2022 amidst heavy rain. Ardhan Dam is located in Islam Nagar near Murwas in Lateri block of Vidisha district. Again, on the morning of November 19, 2021, in Annamaya Dam in Andhra Pradesh breached, causing massive inundation in the villages downstream, including Manadapalli. According to the state government, 44 persons were killed in the flood. All the above 4 incidents spell out how urgently Dam Safety Act was needed in this country. These failures are wake-up call for the entire community working in the field of dam engineering. They clearly bring out urgent need for capacity building in the field of dam engineering, operation and maintenance of dams, scientific investigations, instrumentation, quality control during construction. See, unfortunately, at the moment, what is happening is most of the time people want to work in cities, and the dam community having expertise in construction, operation and maintenance of these structures is diminishing at a very fast pace. We need to pay adequate attention to work on capacity building in this field. At the same time, let's not get bogged down that these small incidents here and there. I wish to add here that with proper engineering and good maintenance, dams designed and built today can continue to serve society for many generations. These dam structures can have life expectancy of hundreds to thousands of years. Prosperina Dam in Spain was constructed in 1st century AD. We in India are also at par with the rest of the world. Our own Kalanai Masonry Dam, 18 feet high, 1079 feet long, built across Kaveri River by Chola king in Tamil Nadu, was constructed in 2nd century AD. This is also one of the oldest irrigation systems in the world for irrigation of the fertile Thanjavur Delta region by canals. I want to tell everybody present here, we recently conducted a study on climate change in India, which depicts a very difficult picture for all of us, and it depicts that a warmer temperature by 1.5 to 3 degree in near future in the year 2060 and 2.5 to 4 degree rise in far future by the year 2100. This study also depicts increased precipitation up to 7% in near future and 29% in far future. The extreme events are likely to increase, and these extreme events are the one which pose major problem for the dam operation. Spatial and temporal distribution of rainfall would, however, undergo significant change. We will have less number of rainfall days, but the extreme events, more and more extreme events would be there. Effect of global warming and climate change risk can be mitigated with corrective measures such as reducing dependency on fossil fuel power generation, storing water in dams to meet irrigation, drinking water, and industrial water needs, and also to generate hydropower. This means for providing water and energy security in India, construction of more and more dams are required. Construction of more and more dams is required. While designing new dams, we have to incorporate risk factor due to climate change. ICORD has come out with World Declaration of Dam Safety in the year 2019 to restate the fundamentals of dam safety that have been learned by generation of engineers over the time. Further, all involved institutions are reminded to ensure through the fulfillment of their responsibilities that the basic principles in order to minimize risks to humankind associated with dams and reservoirs be respected. This common effort will contribute to the overarching ICORD vision of better dams for a better world. International Dam Safety Conference, which will be held in coming 3 days, will see convergence of renowned dam experts from academia, industry, utilities, and research institutions, and in other related disciplines from across the world. These experts and participants will brainstorm and deliberate on various aspects of sustainable development of dams and river basins. In addition to plenary session, we will hold 7 technical sessions and also 1 INCOLD Young Professional Forum session, 1 industry session, and poster sessions as well. I'm happy to share that Young Professional Forum in India is headed by the chair, Mr. Amit Gautam, and it is one of the most active forums amongst 103 ICORD countries. Total 95 technical papers will be discussed during this conference. Let me share with you, during the International Commission on Large Dams General Assembly held in Johannesburg in June 2016, New Delhi was allotted to host ICORD annual general body meeting and symposium in the year 2020. In view of COVID-19 situation, this meeting could not be held physically. I am happy to inform that International Symposium on the topic Dams for People, Water, Environment and Development will now be held from 18th to 24th October at 2024 at New Delhi. In view of our challenge to further develop dams and reservoirs worldwide and combating the effects of climate change, I invite the dam professionals from all over the globe to join us in New Delhi for the ICORD 2024 annual meeting and symposium. I promise to our Indian and international delegates that during ICORD 24 event to be held physically, Indian National Committee will organize an excellent memorable program and study tours to our dams and other tourist attractions in India. In the end, I would like to thank Indian National Committee for their untiring efforts to organize this event. I would also like to thank ICORD for their continuous support and guidance. I would also like to thank the exhibitors and sponsors for supporting this event. To our international friends in ICORD, we are looking forward to meeting ICORD members, friends, their accompanying persons in New Delhi in person in 2024. Before that, the ICORD professionals, let's meet in Gothenburg in Sweden in June next year. Thank you for your kind attention. Jai Hind.
Thank you very much, sir, for welcoming our dignitaries and the participants. With all your welcome it is. May I now invite Shri Anand Kumar Principal Secretary, Water Resources Department, Government of Rajasthan, for his address, please.
Shri Gajendra Singh Ji Shekhawat, Honorable Minister for Jal Shakti, Government of India. Shri Pankaj Kumar Ji, Secretary, Department of Water Resources, River Development and Ganga Rejuvenation, Government of India. Shri Michel Lino, President in ICOL. Shri Michel D. Vivo, Secretary General ICOL. Shri R.K. Vishnoi, President INCOL. Shri D.K. Sharma, Chairman, Organizing Committee. Senior officers of INCOL, ICOL, Government of India, and various state governments and PSUs. I'm really happy and feel delighted and also proud that INCOL is organizing this workshop on dam safety in Pink City of Jaipur. As you are aware that Rajasthan is a semi-arid state, I will be discussing few things about Rajasthan. And having the largest geographical area in the country, the average rainfall over the state is 531 mm against the national average of 1182 mm. Rainfall variation is pretty high over the state from west to south and also from west to east. Rajasthan, with more than 10.4% of country's geographical area, supporting more than 5.5% of population, has only 1.16% of the total surface water available in the country. The groundwater condition is quite alarming. Thus, the status of water in the state is critical and needs very special attention. And since there is shortage of water and excess water is available only during the rainy season, and hence dams are required to tap the surplus water which we receive during the monsoon season. Water conservation is a tradition in Rajasthan. Traditional water sources in Rajasthan includes nadis. They are known by various names: Johad, Sarovar, Bawdi, lakes, etc. Few of the lakes in Rajasthan are world famous, like Jaisamand, Fateh Sagar, Uday Sagar, and Pichola in Udaipur, Ana Sagar and Pushkar Lake in Ajmer, Kailana, Takat Sagar in Jodhpur, and Man Sagar in Jaipur. Since independence, Water Resource Department is putting its sincere effort for water management. Our first Prime Minister, Pandit Jawaharlal Nehru, proudly proclaimed that dams are temples of modern India, and our present Prime Minister, Shri Narendra Modi ji, enacted dam safety, which shows his concern about the safety of dams. As we know, that International Commission on Large Dams provides a platform for exchange of knowledge and experience in dam engineering. The organization ensures that dams are built safely, efficiently, economically, and without destroying the environment. INCOLD is Indian committee interacting with ICOLD and helps in dissemination of information about new development in dam engineering in India. INCOLD focuses on dam safety, risk assessment, and management and rehabilitation of dams, and innovations, rehabilitation policies to enhance dam safety, modernization, optimization, and rehabilitation of aging dams. Dams, being a major infrastructure component of water resources, play a vital role in providing significant benefits to humankind and also overall water security to the country. Dams and reservoirs contribute significantly in fulfilling the drinking water needs, irrigation, industrial need, flood control, hydropower generation, inland navigation, and recreation, etc. In Rajasthan, total availability of surface water is about 25 BCM, out of which 16 BCM is economically usable. State has created storage of about 14.55 BCM water. State is highly dependent on interstate share of water, about 17.88 BCM, that is about 53% of the available economically usable surface water. For the modernization and rehabilitation of dams, Government of India, with the assistance of World Bank and AIIB has started a project, Dam Rehabilitation and Improvement Project, DRIP, Phase 2 and 3. In the state of Rajasthan, we have a total of 212 large dams, out of which 189 dams have been selected in DRIP Phase 2 and 3, with an initial amount of 965.65 crore approved by Central Water Commission. The key objective of the project is to improve safety and operational performance of selected dams and institutional strengthening of the system. Under DRIP 2, 36 large dams, mainly with gated operation, have been selected, out of which work in 7 dams has already started. Remaining PST have been prepared and submitted to CWC and World Bank. State has implemented Dam Safety Act 2021 and constituted Dam Safety Organization and Committee for effective monitoring and inspection of dams. We are facing increasing pressure on water resources from climate change, population growth, and the need to protect the environment. This workshop will provide a platform for further dissemination of technical knowledge for safety of dams and will address the issue of planning and policy makers. Planning of water resources is quite complex as availability of water is limited and demand is growing day by day due to increased demands of food production, improved standard of living, as well as environmental aspects, etc. Dam experts have vast experience of several years are participating in this workshop. I am hopeful that current and future issues of water management, such as safety of dams, climate change, increasing vulnerability to severe weather events, growing urban demand, unrestricted extractions, land use change, environmental requirements, etc., will be discussed in this workshop and will be addressed, and all participants, they will be benefited out of this. My best wishes for this conference, and in the end, thank you so much, and Jai Hind.
Thank you very much, sir. May I now invite Mr. Michel de Vivo, Secretary General, International Commission of Large Dams, for his presentation to highlight the role of International Commission on Large Dams for the development of dam engineering in all over the globe by organizing Congress, triennial annual meetings with symposium, workshops, and bring out the ICOL bulletins, which referred by the dam professionals, policy and decision makers globally.
Yes, thank you. Thank you for the mic. First, dear Minister, dear Secretary, dear Presidents, dear Chairmen, I thank you very much for inviting me to be present here at this conference in India. It's always a great honor for me and a great pleasure, and to participate and to help Indian friends to develop dams and dam safety in India. I thank also more precisely my friends, Mr. Devendra Sharma, Mr. Vishnoy, Mr. Gupta, Mr. Dinker, Mr. Sanil Sharma, and all these active persons who contribute to the success of these conferences from ICOLD in India. So I will start with the first image, please. It's coming. And so I will make a very short presentation of what is ICOLD. And I will not speak about dam safety because my president will do it very well just after me. So dam safety, just one word, is very crucial for ICOLD, of course, since the first beginning 1 century ago. And more precisely, these last years, because we met some accident and incident on dams. So we decided in 2019 to make a world declaration on dam safety for promoting the idea to the developers of dams. But President Michel will speak about that very well later. I will only focus on ICOLD. What is ICOLD? ICOLD is not a touristic organization, even if sometimes we have very nice dinners and very nice tours. But it's an organization, an old organization who worked for a long time. For about 1 century, we were created in Paris in 1928, and we gather now about 100 countries, which represent about 20,000 individual members in the world. What we do, but globally, we lead the profession and setting guidelines to ensure that dams are built safely, economically, and respecting environment and social aspects. It's our main focus. So as I said, ICOLD is a world forum with experts who work. We work a lot in ICOLD. We have 27 technical committees, which represent about 700 experts in the world who works in different subjects important for ICOLD. And after, we produce bulletins, which are the reference on the state of the art of the profession. We also have 4 questions every 3 years, which are asked to our 100 committees. And we debate on this question on our Congress. So as you see, ICOLD work and produce knowledge and science. We also have our forums. We have every year one for international forums, international conference, annual meeting on Congress, with a lot of activities, with a lot of events during 1 week. As you can see, we have technical committees day, we have regional club, we have gathering 1,000 to 2,000 experts. We have also Young Engineer Forum, we have innovation awards, and so on during this week. We have main focus. The main focus of ICOLD are, of course, dam safety, but not only, of course. We have social environmental impacts, we have water management, we have cost analysis, and so on, sedimentation, seismicity, of course, climate change, and other important subjects. All the subjects are treated in ICOLD forums, in ICOLD meetings. We published a lot of books, like bulletins, like Congress symposium, but also we have a large world register on dams, of all the dams of the world, and also world declaration. We have regional clubs, very active. They work on the specificities of their regions, like the Asia-Pacific group, which is a very active group of ICOLD. Last Congress was in June in Marseille. It was a great success, despite all the diseases, despite the pandemic, despite the war in Ukraine, despite everything. We gather about 1,500 people and coming from about 70 countries. I need to notice that thanks to India, who had a very large participation to this Marseille conference. They were the third after France and USA. So thank you to India for this large participation. Thank you for Mr. Devendra Sharma, who pushed very much, and to all the decision makers of India who decided to send people, send engineers to this conference. Thanks again. So at this conference, we elected our new board, but first we elected our new president, Michel Lino from France, who is with us today. We also elected four new vice presidents, who are Mr. Quinten Shaw from South Africa, Dean Durkee from USA, Mr. Laurent Mouvet from Switzerland, and Mr. Joaquim Pimenta from Brazil. Of course, it remains in this board, Mr. Devendra Sharma from India and Mr. Enrique Cifres from Spain. So a new board and a new president. Next event will be Gothenburg. Just some word, Gothenburg in Sweden. It will be in June next year. It's a very easy to go, international airport, easy to reach. Gothenburg is a very nice city with an old city by the sea, but also a new city where will be gather the conference in this nice tower with a very nice conference center, as you can see, and a lot of possibility of hotel and of cultural event all around. A nice program, of course, as usual, during 1 week, and the symposium with interesting subjects and thema to be seen, of course, dam safety, but also surveillance of dams, analysis and modeling, rehabilitation, and of course, climate and environmental adaptation. Workshops and short course and training, as usual. Engineers will have the possibility to come and be trained during this week. And a general program, as usual, for the accompanying person. Tours in Sweden, but also in Norway and in Iceland. So you see a lot of possibility to discover the region of this nice country of Sweden. Technical tour will be organized in 3 places of the country also. So welcome to Sweden in 2023. We hope you will be numerous in number to come there. Also, and of course, India, New Delhi, 2024, in November 2024. It will be a great event. It will be a great opportunity for India to show its knowledge, its experience, its engineers, and the DRIP experience in dam safety and dam rehabilitation. So India, New Delhi 2024, you can see the advertising with a nice symposium with a lot of very interesting subjects. You can see dam and people, all the program, integrated reservoir management, dams and climate change adaptation, dams and renewable energy, dams engineering and construction, dam safety management and engineering, dam rehabilitation improvement, environmental and social aspect, evolving with modern technology for dam construction. So you have all these subjects which will be discussed and debated during this New Delhi 2024. Of course, workshop and training. Of course, a nice program for a week, as usual. And the new International Convention Center in New Delhi, which will be completely finished before the starting of the event. So it will be a very great event with a nice tours in Terry Dance, very interesting place. I visited. It is very, very important to see this place. It can be done in a post tours, but not only. You will have several technical visits organized in the country, in a so nice large countries. Of course, touristic visit in Taj Mahal and Agra forts and by sea on the beaches of India, of Goa. Of course, in Jaipur and on all over this very nice place of India, which will attract a lot of international delegates, engineers, and experts from all over the world. So I say again, it will be a great opportunity for India to show the world its knowledge and experience in dam engineering, but also, and more precisely, dam safety with your large experience in the DRIP program. So come to India. Of course, you are in India, and we will ask and promote India all over the world to come in this incredible country. Thank you. And better them for the better world. Thank you again.
Thank you very much, sir. May I now invite Mr. Michel Nino, President, International Commission of Large Dams, for his address to share with the Indian dam professionals the main objective of mandate as President of ICOL, namely continue to advocate in favor of dam safety and promoting the role of dams in the energy transition and adaptation to climate change.
Thank you very much. Excellency Gajendra Singh Shekhawat, Honorable Minister for Jal Shakti, Government of India. Mr. Punjak Kumar, Secretary, Department of Water Resource, Government of India. Mr. Chairman of the Central Commission, Water Commission of India. Mr. Vice President of ICOL, Mr. Secretary General of ICOL, CMDs of Central Public Sector Undertakings, additional Chief Secretaries of different states governments, Mr. Principal Secretary, Government of Rajasthan, Secretaries of State Governments, distinguished delegates, ladies and gentlemen. It's a great honor for me to say some words to this very distinguished audience in introduction to your dam safety conference. I thank very much INCOLD and ICOLD Vice President Davendra Sharma for inviting me as new elected ICOLD President to deliver my address and to convey my best wishes to this, your important conference on dam safety. In 2019, ICOL issued a World Declaration on Dam Safety. This declaration acknowledged the role of regulatory authority is paramount for dam safety. Regulatory authorities should take a strong role in ensuring adequate site investigation, best practice design standards, quality construction, contractual frameworks, emergency preparedness, and operational compliance with accepted guidelines and standards. The Dam Safety Act 2021, enacted by the Indian Parliament, is a brilliant response to this call and an inspiring example to the countries, to all the countries worldwide. At the beginning of my 3 years mandate, let me share with you the main lines of action that I wish to carry out for ICOL. First, continuing and strengthening ICOL's action in favor of dam safety. Dam failures, although better documented than in the past, continue to be too numerous. The safety of dams is a primary condition for their sustainability and their acceptance by the public. In the continuity with the action initiated by my predecessor, President Rogers, I and my colleagues of the ICOL board are promoting the World Declaration on Dam Safety to be completed by an operational action plan to be developed within ICOL by relying on the national committees and by associating our traditional partners such as the World Bank and other development banks. I will develop this issue in my keynote address in the plenary session. Second, promoting dams as a privileged instrument of the energy transition and adaptation to climate change. The strong impact of climate change on water resources is already dramatically visible. In 2022, France, my country, and more generally, Western Europe, and as a whole, the Northern Hemisphere are facing the most severe drought for decades. In Africa, a terrible, long-lasting drought is devastating the Horn of Africa, whose effects are combining with political instability and wars. According to UNICEF, more than 1.7 million children are on the verge of death across Ethiopia, Kenya, and Somalia. In spring 2022, India and Pakistan faced an extreme heat wave, and in September, unprecedented and devastating floods submerged 1/3 of the Pakistan territory. Even in China, heat wave experienced during the month of August led to a power crisis in Sichuan province. The 2022 EPC report, entitled Impact, Adaptation and Vulnerability, paints a bleak picture of the consequences of climate change on water management. It states with high confidence that the risk to physical water availability and water-related hazard will continue to increase in the medium to long term in all regions assessed, with a greater risk at higher levels of climate warming. Reservoirs are essential tools for managing this precious and threatened resource and regulating extreme drought and floods events. Reservoirs are part of the solutions to be deployed to adapt to climate change, creating storage capacity to cope with the uneven distribution in time and space, producing highly flexible and low-cost renewable energy, and providing storage capacity for intermittent solar and wind energy through PSP. With the contribution of its various specialized technical committees, ICOL is leading a reflection and preparing an action plan to encourage dams to fully play their role in the field of energy transition and climate change. A global statement will be prepared for a presentation at the COP28, and we will fight to implement an advocacy for the role of dams and reservoirs in the energy transition and climate change adaptation in the final COP report. Third and last, improving acceptability of dams. I am convinced that dams have played a major role of progress in the history of humanity and remains indispensable tool in the difficult times of transition we are experiencing. Unfortunately, this conviction is not unanimously shared, especially in the Western developed countries. We must continue to work hard to convince stakeholders of their beneficial role, their overall positive balance. To do this, we must work on good practices for the design, construction, and operation of dams that take into account environmental issues and maximize expected socio-economic benefit. Biodiversity is today seriously threatened and constitutes, in the same way as climate change, a major challenge for our societies. Dams can have a negative impact on biodiversity if the ecological functions are not sufficiently considered at the project design stage. The preservation of biodiversity or its restoration must be taken as a priority in our projects. ICOLD must also act decisively in favor of equitable sharing of projects' benefits. The issue of relocation of people living in the reservoirs, which has been the weakest part of many large projects, is essential for the acceptability of our reservoirs. The ICOLD, through its specialized committee, technical committee, environment and resettlement, must define and testify to good practices in resettlement and illustrate the socio-economic development that results from the construction of large hydraulic works. The rule that no one's standards of living should be affected by the construction of a dam must be strictly enforced. Ladies and gentlemen, distinguished participants to the Dam Safety Conference, I am deeply honored to deliver this address under the aegis of ICOLD, and I wish all of you a very successful reunion, and I am convinced that it will be an outstanding milestone in the dam industry efforts towards sustainability of our waterworks. Thank you very much for attention.
Thank you very much for your thoughtful speech, sir, which we hope will set the tone of 3 days deliberation of the conference. May I now invite Shri Pankaj Kumar, Secretary to Government of India, Department of Water Resources, River Development and Ganga Rejuvenation, Ministry of Jal Shakti for his guest of honor address.
Honorable Minister for Jal Shakti, Shri Gajendra Singh Shekhawat ji, President, International Commission of Large Dams, ICOLD, Mr. Michel Leno, Vice President, ICOLD and Chairman of Organizing Committee, Shri D.K. Sharma, Secretary General ICOLD, Mr. Michel D. Vivo, Principal Secretary, Department of Water Resources, Government of Rajasthan, Shri Anand Kumar, senior officers from state governments and organizations present here, President INCOLD and CMD THTC, Shri R.K. Vishnoi, Chairman Central Water Commission, Shri R.K. Gupta, distinguished guests, eminent experts who are physically with us and are also connected with us online today, ladies and gentlemen. It needs no emphasis that dams have contributed to development of human civilization for thousands of years. Dams contribute significantly in meeting the ever-increasing demands of drinking water, irrigation, hydropower, industrial processes, etc., and also in protection against destructive floods. One thing that I have learned after joining the Ministry of Jal Shakti is that dams can last for a pretty long time if they are maintained and looked after properly. Mr. D.K. Sharma was referring to Kalyanar or the Grand Anikat Dam, which is 2000 old, 2,000 years old. And it's supposed to be the fourth oldest structure of its type in the world. Irrigates about 1 million acres even today. And the Thonur tank in Karnataka, which is about 1,000 years old and is still in use. When we got independence, there were just about 300 large dams in India. Post-independence, India invested heavily in dam and related infrastructure for irrigation to ramp up food production and also to generate hydropower. Today, there are more than 5,000 large dams in India which are functioning. 411 dams are under construction. There are also several thousand small dams. India ranks third globally after China and USA in terms of number of large dams. India has created about 257 billion cubic meters of storage capacity. Another 51 BCM storage is under construction. And in terms of storage capacity, India is sixth in the world after Canada, China, Russia, USA, and Brazil. These dams and their associated infrastructure has required enormous investment and displacement of people affected by dam submergence. Today, these dams irrigate a sizable portion of India's cultivable land and also meet the increasing demand of water for country's domestic, municipal, industrial, power, and tourism needs. Many of our dams are considerably old. About 80% of our dams are more than 25 years old, more than 25 years. And there are 227 dams which are more than 100-year old. On account of aging and various maintenance issues, several of these dams face varying degrees of inadequacy in meeting the current standards of dam health and safety. As per the records maintained by the Central Water Commission, we have had more than 40 instances of dam failures, beginning with the Tigra Dam in 1971. The failure of Machu Dam 2 in Gujarat in 1979 resulted in loss of about 2,000 lives. We have had 3 major dam safety related incidents in this year. There was piping in Karam Dam, which was referred to by Mr. D.K. Sharma on 12th August, and a side channel had to be dug to protect the 18 villages downstream. There was leakage of Ardla Dam in Madhya Pradesh on 12th September. And there was also a shutter failure in Parambikulam Dam in Kerala on 21st September. We also have to contend with the problem of growing water scarcity. The United Nations World Water Development Report 2021 brings out that the annual freshwater withdrawals in the world have increased several-fold. In the year 1900, long back, they were 500 BCM, and they have increased to more than 4,000 BCM in 2010. In today's date, we can say safely that the withdrawals would be now 9 times of what they were in 1900. This UN report also cites a study which projects that the global population experiencing severe water scarcity, which was 32 million in 1900, would increase to 3.1 billion by 2050. This is almost a 100-fold increase over a period of 150 years. There are a few trends which are discernible today, which create a strong incentive for investment in health and safety of dams. First, the scope for building new reservoir capacity is becoming quite limited today. Much of the surplus water available in river basins has already been tapped. Globally, built reservoir capacity per person has been declining, not only because reservoir expansion is growing far more slowly than the growth in population, but also because the storage capacity of existing reservoirs is decreasing, mainly due to sedimentation. Second, the cost of large water infrastructure projects has increased substantially. For example, the environmental and resettlement and rehabilitation costs of building large dams in India have increased substantially. The Central Water Commission had carried out a study of the dams built before we passed an act called the Right to Fair Compensation and Transparency in Land Acquisition, Rehabilitation and Resettlement Act in 2013, and the dams built after that. And the study found that before 2013, these costs of land acquisition and rehabilitation and resettlement used to account for 17% of the total project cost. And after 2013, these costs increased substantially to 40% of the project cost. In the UN report that I talked about earlier, one study estimates that the global financing needs for water infrastructure may range from $6.7 trillion to $22.6 trillion by 2030. The third trend is the aging of the large proportion of dams, which requires increasing attention on their safety and maintenance. And then finally, as Mr. Michel Lino had pointed out, we have to contend with the impact of intensification of the global water cycle due to climate change. And we have to make our structures more resilient and safe to deal with the extreme fluctuations which we are witnessing today. In India, the process of dam safety was structurally established in May 1979 when the Dam Safety Organization was established. There was a standing committee later in 1982 to review the existing practices. In 1986, this committee suggested that we should have a legislation. A legislation was drafted in 2002. And finally, last year in 2021, our Honorable Minister piloted the legislation in Parliament, and it was passed and became an act effective from 30th December 2021. Following this act, the Government of India has constituted the National Committee on Dam Safety and the National Dam Safety Authority. It has representatives from the central government, the state governments, and there are independent experts. On the program front, India in the 1990s had the Dam Safety Assurance and Rehabilitation Project. Later, in 2012, the DRIP program was started, Dam Rehabilitation and Improvement Project. It lasted for 9 years with a funding of about $325 million. And now we are in the DRIP phase 2 and 3 phase. These 2 phases will run for 6 years each with 2 years of overlapping, so overall 10 years. And this will involve an investment of $1.25 billion and cover 736 dams. We are also in the process of establishing centers of excellences on dam safety. We've started MTech courses on dam safety, and in the coming conferences on dam safety, we expect to see a much larger participation from India. Innovative approaches should inform us in finding the way forward on dam safety and management. The United Nations report of 2021 mentions the case of Itaipu Dam in Brazil. It's the second largest hydropower structure in the world, maybe after the 3 gorges, 14,000 megawatts. And the study tells us how in the upper catchment area, because of farming, there was the danger of siltation, and how the National Water Agency of Brazil quantified through good farming practices what could be saved, and then participated in a program with the farmers to reduce the siltation. As a result of that, the farmers' farm productivity increased and the dam's life, which was initially estimated to be 60 years, increased to 350 years. In India, we are in the process of bringing out a national framework on management of sedimentation. The International Dam Safety Conference today, 2022, will provide an opportunity to all the stakeholders, including dam professionals and experts in various interrelated disciplines from within India and abroad, to bring together the best practices available all over the world for the benefit of the world's dam owning community. The stakes have never been higher. I wish the conference all success. Thank you.
Thank you very much, sir, for your illuminating address. Ladies and gentlemen, it's time to hear the chief guest of the day, Shri Gajendra Singh Shekhawat, Honorable Minister for Jal Shakti, Government of India, for his inaugural address, please.
Good morning, everybody. I can feel the pain of the listeners and the speakers also. For the last 1.5 hours, we all are sitting here. So I'm not going to take much of your time. In today's International Dam Safety Conference, sitting on the dais, Mr. Michel Lino, President, International Commission of Large Dams, Secretary, I called Michel De Vivo, Shri Pankaj Kumarji, Secretary, Ministry of Jal Shakti, Shri Anand Kumarji, Principal Secretary, Water Resources Department, Government of Rajasthan, Shri D.K. Sharma, Vice President I called and Chairman Organizing Committee, Shri R.K. Bishnoi, President INCALL and CMD THDC, Chairman CWC, international delegates, dear brothers and sisters from all around the country, from the water family, and especially representatives of the dam owners. I humbly welcome all of you here in my state, the land of history, the land of culture, the land of colors, the land of sumptuous food, legacy, and land of water wisdom. I would like to start heartily thanking President Michel Lino of ICOL and Team INCOL for organizing this conference here in the historical city of Jaipur and giving me the opportunity to speak to you, present here physically as well as connected virtually. As we all are aware that we have gathered here to discuss a very important issue of dam safety. I'm sure over the course of next 3 days, many observations regarding dam safety, the smooth and safe operations will be made. We'll learn from each other about the dam management. We all are aware that water is the elixir of life and very critical for the sustainable future and life in the future. And thus, the dam, since it plays a vital role in providing water security, so dam safety is a very, very important issue. This is a great opportunity for the Indian dam community to explore innovative ideas and discuss the challenges it is facing amid the calamitous changes global warming is bringing to our environment, climate, and changing sea levels. This conference can greatly aid us in finding the right approach to tackle impending crisis in a way. I'm confident that this conference will pave the way for emergence of new ideas and innovative ways with which we can deal with problems we encounter in the pursuit of efficient dam management and governance. That is why I see International Dam Safety Conference 2022 playing a critical role in taking the discussion forward on all dam-related issues. We all know how important competent dam management is for securing the future of great nation. I extend my support to International Commission on Large Dam and its Indian arm INCOLD for organizing this conference in coordination with Dam Rehabilitation and Improvement Project and Central Water Commission. I once again extend my warm welcome to all the dignitaries participating in this international conference physically and virtually. I must say that it is a matter of great pride for me that this event is being organized in Jaipur, the capital city of my home state, where the scarcity of water has been especially a part, where that scarcity of water has been, and especially a part of the Rajasthani folk culture and folk psyche for a long time now. The International Commission on Large Dams has a worldwide reputation for providing knowledge around dam safety and dam engineering. Over the years, this international non-governmental organization has played a key role in highlighting the importance of building dam at a low budget with minimum damage to the environment. More importantly, ICOLD has been continuously involved in planning, designing, construction, operation and maintenance of large dams. From 1960 onwards, ICOLD has played a key role in enhancing dam safety, though its ability to study and put forward a blueprint of solutions on all aspects of environmental protection, from river exploitation to dam construction and smooth operation and safe operations of the dam. I would like to take this occasion to congratulate ICOLD and its entire team for impacting lives of millions across the world. Our understanding of water as a resource vital for the sustainable of life on earth goes back to ancient times. The recent episodes of space exploration have revealed traces of water on the surface of Mars, which has started a new debate on the existence of life outside Earth, as water is the basis of all life. And this planet would be a dead planet in no time without the availability of water. We cannot be more thankful to nature for not depriving us of this portion of life. But it is also imperative for us in this competitive age of progress to plan for enhancing water security through efficient conservation and management of this vital resource. We live in an era in which the pursuit of worldly gains has diverted our focus from the cause of humanity. Our understanding of life has shifted from collective responsibility human beings have for the generations which will come after us in future. The goodness of mankind has shaped our Indian consciousness, psyche, and behavior since ages. But we have clearly gone astray and need to revisit the thought behind Vasudhaiva Kutumbakam, which is found in Hindu texts such as the Maha Upanishad, meaning the word is one family. As members of this family, we must all take the responsibilities that we have in relation to water conservation and security very seriously. We live in an age of great uncertainties. The past 2 years have shown us that we must fasten our seatbelts for the journey ahead. The nature, after all, is not at behest of mankind. We all are at its mercy. This age of uncertainties is upon us with serious alarm of climate change, which can fatally impact our existence in the years to come. These are things beyond our control. We cannot still control nature and its creatures' behavior, despite the fact that we rule over land, water, and air today through progress and scientific discoveries. I have no doubt in saying water as a resource is going to decide the success and failure of nations in the future, as it is directly linked to development. This brings me to the big question the world is struggling to answer today. Can we achieve the goal of ensuring ability of clean water to every human living on earth? Yes, this is the question we must ask today, as every human is entitled to clean drinking water, which is basic responsibility of governments across the world. I cannot say this for other governments, but for our government, policies are aligned with this thought, and we have been making coordinated efforts even in areas with limited availability of water to provide clean water to our people for their drinking water purposes, as well as for the industrial and agriculture purposes. It gives great satisfaction to announce that we are moving forward in this direction for clear understanding of our endeavors and planned initiatives. Friends, in the last few years, we have seen how perilous water disasters can be. We are yet to find ways to controlling natural disasters such as catastrophic floods, landslides, tsunamis. The technological advances over the years have enabled us to predict and forecast these disasters beforehand, but we are still largely ill-equipped as men of science to fight nature's wrath. In India, some calamities of the past, such as the 2013 Kedarnath floods that ravaged Uttarakhand, or the incident of June 2014 when 24 engineering students drowned in the Bias River in Kullu district, are still engraved on the collective memory of this great many Indians. Among the students who drowned in the Bias River were 18 boys and 6 girls. These incidents take place due to the rise in water level after a sudden release of water from the reservoir of 126 megawatt Largi hydro project. This incident forces us to think in a new and accountable way on small and big water projects and the question of human security associated with that. Friends, I must now come to the subject of dam. It is well known that dam is important for the growth of any nation, as they are also a source of water security for the people. Yes, we need to work with a coordinated thinking and direction for water conservation. That should be a priority, but dam security is also vital. India has invested heavily in dams and related structures over the last 100 years. India is the third largest country in the world after China and US in terms of number of dams we have. While this is something to be proud of, we must also consider the fact that that out of about 5,700 big dams in our country, 80% dams are more than 25 years old. And in addition, there are about 227 dams in the country which are more than 100 years old and are still functional. Though I personally believe that there is no connection between the dam safety and dam serviceability and the age of the dams. As the oldest surviving and functioning dam in the country, the dam which was built by the Chola dynasty more than 2000 years ago, the Grand Anaicut, is still giving its services. And simultaneously, we can find that number of the examples of the dams in the world functioning for the centuries and providing service smoothly. Although the track record of the dam safety in India, it is at par with that of developed countries. Such a large number of dams also make dam maintenance a gigantic task. The older dams require understandably more maintenance. Our water capacity is very less as compared to other parts of the world. The prospects of new dams are very small compared to the rapid increase in water demand. So we need to work on proper utilization and better management of our existing water infrastructures. Friends, I'm happy and proud to say that the efforts made by our government in this direction are of historical importance. The central government has taken a major step in direction of prevention, safety, and interstate issues related to dams by constituting the National Dam Safety Authority under Dam Safety Act recently passed by the Parliament. The importance of this step can be understood in the form that 92% of the dams in our country are such that they are built on the rivers connecting different states. In such a situation, if there is any problem in any dam, then many of the states or multiple states may have to bear the brunt of it. I would like to say with a great regret that despite the formation and enacting the Dam Safety Act, the formation of Dam Safety Authority, the responsible environment which should have been created in the country to work in this area has not been created yet. Under the Dam Safety Act 2021, the formation of two state bodies in the states, SCDC, State Committees on Dam Safety, and State Dam Safety Organization, is mandatory. It is my expectation and demand that the state government should take initiative in this direction and cooperate in implementing a concrete model for dam safety in the country. Friends, relation of man and its society with water is eternal. This eternity and continuity tells us the story of development of civilizations that come before us. Our policies and practices are all directed for improving water security. We can learn from civilizations that thrived on the banks of Indus in this direction. Our vision for development and prosperity may have changed drastically now, but the tales of devastation of ancient civilizations through floods still haunt us. Our government's vision of development task into consideration the challenges before us, including natural disasters and the limited control we have over them. Friends, it is a matter of pride for us that for the last 8 years, under the leadership of Honorable Prime Minister Shri Narendra Modi ji, India is progressing as a country that has a clear understanding of targeted development and the path leading to it. This clarity of ours in policy making and reflected in our plans and policies today. The issue of water is not isolated. It will always have to be talked about with a coordinated policy and understanding. Only by doing this, we'll be able to move forward in the right direction. In this context, it is important that the 17 goals of sustainable development set by the United Nations also include the issue of clean water and sanitation. India has taken significant strides in this direction, which have been appreciated by several global organizations such as World Health Organization, United Nations, and others. For this, all the credit goes to the visionary thinking of our respected Prime Minister Shri Modi ji, who is in the year of 2019 formed the Ministry of Jal Shakti by integrating various departments, divisions, and ministries and forming this ministry. He has made clear that how important the subject water is to him. Under his leadership, our government has taken many important steps towards better management of water in India. Some of them like Atal Mission for Rejuvenation of Urban Transformation, Smart Cities Mission, Jal Jeevan Mission, Jal Shakti Abhiyan, National Mission for Clean Ganga, Atal Groundwater Mission, etc. are particularly noteworthy in this regard. Under the Jal Jeevan Mission Har Ghar Jal Yojana, the Ministry of Jal Shakti has set a target to providing sufficient quantity of pure drinking water to every rural household living in rural India by 2024. The speed of our progress in this direction is that today's date, more than 10 crore households, 100 million households have started getting pure water from the tap. When Honorable Prime Minister Shri Narendra Modi ji has announced on 15th August 2019 to supply tap water of every rural household from Red Fort, at that time, out of 19 crores, only 3 crores and 23 lakhs, 3 crore and 23 lakhs families were getting clean drinking water at home. After the success of the cleanliness mission across the country, today we are moving towards taking the world's largest program, successfully implementing the drinking water availability to a historic success. I'm proud to say that we have undertaken the largest campaign in the world for water conservation and distribution of potable water. India is one of the fastest growing economies in the world today. It is natural that in order to move forward as an emerging economy, which is known for being full of possibilities and opportunities, we show seriousness towards water conservation. Before we think further in this direction, some factual things have to be understood, which are crucial from the point of view of India. India's current water requirement is estimated at about 1100 billion cubic meters per annum, which is projected to reach 1447 BCM by 2050. To meet this challenge of water requirement, we also have to be serious because India is at the top in the use of groundwater in the world. In such a situation, the issue of water is the most serious and important issue related to human life. Friends, I would like to reiterate at this point that adopting a responsible attitude towards water consumption is the biggest need of the present times. As Honorable Prime Minister mentioned in Glasgow, about the Indian wisdom about for the judicious uses of water and other mahabhuts of the nature. The steps taken by the government of India in this direction reflects its visionary prudence and a vision for planning and development. I must add that without the combined efforts of the people, all the efforts of the government shall remain inadequate, if not insignificant. It is thus from this platform where ideas on dam security, vital to water security, will be discussed. I request citizens of this great nation to make this their resolve to do their bit of for water conservation. Our illustrious Prime Minister, Honorable Shri Narendra Modi ji, has called the coming 25 years as Amrit Kal for the point of view of development and revival of the country. The rising steps of Bharatvarsh and Amrit Kal will certainly lead us to the dream of a developed nation. In this golden age, opportunities aplenty await for us, but we must not forget our responsibilities toward the coming generations of Indians and the world in regard of water security. We hope that India will not only move forward continuously in the coming years under the guidance of our illustrious Prime Minister, but will be able to handle the relationship between life and nature and meet the concerns of development related to it. It is not only for our hope, but it is the collective results of 130 crore people of the country that by completing the centenary of its independence in 2047, India will be established in the world as a fully developed and fully capable and strong nation in every field. Let us pray for that day. Let us pray for the efforts for all of us take the nation closer to the top spot that India is destined for. How glorious that day will be, how glorious that nation will be. Sincere thanks to all of you, and I wish and I express all my good wishes for the success of this conference, and I called once again. Thank you very much.
Thank you so very much, sir, for your thought-provoking and solicitous inaugural address. On behalf of Committee for International Commission on Large Dams, India in call, we would like to present a small mementos to the dignitaries on the dais. May I now request Shri A.K. Dinkar, Secretary General Indian Committee on Large Dams, to do the honor for presenting the memento to Shri Gajendra Singh Shekhawat, Honorable Minister for Jal Shakti, Government of India. Sir, just a minute. Hold on. Memento to Shri Pankaj Kumar, Secretary to Government of India, Department of Water Resources, River Development and Ganga Rejuvenation, Ministry of Jal Shakti. Mr. Michel Lino, President, International Commission of Large Dams. Memento to Shri D.K. Sharma, Chairman, Organizing Committee and Vice President, ICOL. Memento to Mr. Michel De Vivo, Secretary General, International Commission of Large Dams. Shri Anand Kumar, Principal Secretary, Government of Rajasthan, Water Resources Department. Shri R.K. Vishnoi, President, INCOL and CMD TSDC India Limited. Thank you very much, sir. May I now invite Shri R.K. Vishnoi, President, INCOL and CMD TSDC India Limited to propose the vote of thanks.
A very good morning to all of you. Honorable Minister of Jal Shakti, Mr. Gajendra Singh Shekhawat ji, Secretary, Ministry of Jal Shakti, Mr. Pankaj Kumar, our esteemed guests from ICOLD, Michel Lino and Michel De Vivo, Mr. Anand Kumar, the Principal Secretary, Water Resources Department, Government of Rajasthan, Mr. D.K. Sharma, Vice President, ICOLD, various senior officers from various organizations, dam experts who have come here to attend this great conference. I'm really privileged to have been called to say a vote of thanks at this August gathering. First of all, let me mention that we are fortunate to have our Honorable Minister of Jal Shakti, Mr. Gajendra Singh Shekhawat ji. We really have, sir, the deep sense of gratitude towards you for sparing time to attend this event. We know that the kind of efforts you have made to push the dam safety bill through the Indian Parliament and make it happen. Also, sir, we have this with us that you have been pushing the first ever big river link project, Ken Betwa, which you have got approved from the government, and you have got allocated 45,000 crores rupees for this project. With all of this, sir, your blessings to this conference are really very, very significant to us. Thank you very much for sparing your time and coming here, sir. We are also thankful to Mr. Pankaj Kumar, Secretary, Ministry of Jal Shakti, who is a very seasoned bureaucrat and very diligently and religiously formulating the policies, government policies under the guidance of our Honorable Minister. We are very, very thankful to you, sir. We have two very important guests coming from ICOLD, International Commission on Large Dams, an organization, international organization, towards which we always look for the best practices in large dams, for the safe, efficient, and also economical operation of these large dams, the kind of guidelines they frame off and on, the best practices which they offer to the entire world, the service which they have been doing in this particular sector. We have two great experts from this organization, Michel Lino, who has been recently appointed as the president of ICOLD, June this year. We were all there in that ICOLD conference in Marseille, France. I have no hesitation in saying, Mr. Michel Lino, that your rich experiences will definitely give impetus to this conference. Thank you very much for coming to this great country. Michel De Vivo, as always, I would say that he is a celebrity as far as the large dam sector is concerned, because he's seen around almost all the international conferences, important international conferences, and he contributes greatly to all the conferences. So he keeps visiting our country quite often. This April, I had him in my down in Rishikesh to attend another conference. Thank you very much for coming, Mr. Michel DeVivo, to this great country. Thank you, Mr. Anand Kumarji, the Principal Secretary, Water Resources Department, for having come here and gracing this occasion, and also for allowing this conference to be held at this city, heritage city. Mr. D.K. Sharma, thank you very much for pushing this conference to take place. And you definitely, as an expert of dam engineering, it will not be an exaggeration if I say that he is an harbinger of, dam engineering in the country. And is in the current times, he is the person who is trying to push, this agenda of large dams, and then trying to, allay the fears which have been propagating for so long in this particular sector. So thank you very much, Mr. Sharma. Thanks are also due to our great organizations like Central Water Commission. His chairman is there. I can see his member is also there. They have been guiding in cold off and on for organizing such technical conferences. Also, thanks to our international guests, I can see Martin Wieland, a great personality in the field of seismicity. I have guests from Spain and the chairman of Malaysian Committee of Large Dams. Thank you very much for coming here and gracing this occasion, this conference. Also, all the dam experts who are sitting here in this conference will be having a wonderful 3 days session here in this conference. I thank all the participants, all ladies and gentlemen who have come here. Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir. Now, on behalf of Committee for International Commission on Large Dams, India in cold, and on my personal behalf, we convey our thanks to our guests who spared their valuable time and be with us for the inaugural session of this conference and shared their experiences on the topic of the dam safety. We request you all to join us for national anthem and request you all to stand up, please. Thank you all. With this, we close the inaugural session and invite you all for the inauguration of the exhibition of being organized concurrently with the conference, and also to join for high tea arranged in the exhibition area. We will be back at 12:40 hours for the plenary session on emerging challenges in dam safety management. The session will be chaired by Shri Pankaj Kumar, Secretary to Government of India, Department of Water Resources, River Development and Ganga Rejuvenation, Ministry of Jal Shakti, and co-chaired by Mr. Michel Leno, President, ICOL. Thank you.
Zipping, sir, are you able to hear us?
Yes, I can hear.
Okay, sir.
Yeah, hi, good morning, Kalpana this side. So I just would like to check, you have your presentation ready with you?
Yes, I have already prepared my presentation.
Okay.
And
So,
up till now,
did you, do you want to make a trial run for this?
yes, I think I can use my PowerPoint
Screen.
field to
You can
share the
share your
screen.
screen. You
Yeah,
please
I
share
can.
your screen. Yes, yes.
I just try to share my screen. Okay.
Please.
I'm not sure whether it works.
Yes, this is working, sir. Can you please? This is working, sir.
Okay, so I can use my file. So in
Yes,
case there are some connection problems, maybe you can play the video I pre-record.
So have you shared your video?
Yes, I already sent to you the day before yesterday.
Okay, sir. I'm asking.
You can check your email, but the file is rather large.
I'm checking it, sir.
So I think it's no problem for sharing the sharing my screen.
So, sir, we are just about to begin the session. Okay, sir. So, once it is started, you will be intimated of it. So, I want you to keep start your camera for during the session so that we can showcase your face into the screen also, sir.
Okay, no problem.
Thank you, sir. Thank you so much, sir.
Hello, check mic test.
Michael Leno, President ICOLD on the DS. Now I request the chairman of this session to kindly conduct the proceedings. The floor is hand over to you, sir.
Good afternoon now to all the participants. We are running behind a little late in the schedule, but now we have in the plenary session the opportunity to listen to certain really insightful presentations. The meat of the conference, the real technical level discussion would begin now. I welcome the co-chair, Mr. Michel Leno, with me. And we have 4 presentations in this session. The first presentation is on dam safety situation in the world and ICOLD action plan in favor of dam safety management. And this presentation will be given by Mr. Michel Leno. So may I request you, sir, to please give your presentation. Thank you very much.
How to begin? Okay. No, please, to begin. Yes, yes. Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. Ladies and gentlemen, I am very honored to present on behalf of ICOLD a worldwide dam safety review. There are more than 60,000 large dams in the ICOLD World Register of Dams. The map shows the geographical repartition of them. Sorry. The colors refer to the 8 of the dams. The red are the biggest one. You can see that they are not uniformly reparted in the world. Dams are important and unique infrastructure. Dams and reservoirs are incontournable tools to manage water resources, to produce low-cost renewable energy, to store, I don't understand why, to store energy to accommodate intermittent renewables. Dam safety is a primary condition for their sustainability and public acceptance. It is widely recognized that engineering failures and incidents provide valuable lessons and advance the state of the practice. For many years, ICOLD has developed and maintained a dam incident failure database. In 2021, ICOLD Bulletin 99 was updated. It includes 322 cases of failure or incidents. In September 2022, the High Court Board decided to make this database accessible on the High Court website. High Court has played a key role in the highly significant improvement of dam safety over the last century. The failure ratio versus period of time has been dramatically decreased after the creation of ICOL in 1928. From around 2% in the beginning of the 20th century to 0.12% in the 21st century. In blue is the cumulative number of large dams. In red, the failure ratios. So you can see the dramatic decrease. However, the failure ratio versus ages, the age of the dam, increased after 2000 from 0.3% for dam built between 1976 and 2000 to 0.4% for dam built after 2000. What is the significance of these statistics? Let's examine some recent cases of incidents or failure. Tokwe Mukusi Dam in Zimbabwe is a 90-meter CFRD dam with a reservoir capacity of 1.75 billion cubic meter. The reservoir was accidentally filled up before the completion of the upstream facing, as you can see on the picture. The cause was undersized diversion tunnel. Fortunately, no failure occurred, and the dam is now under operation. Ituango Dam is a central core rockfill dam, 227 meter high, with a reservoir capacity of 2.7 billion cubic meter. The diversion tunnel was blocked by a landslide and fonte near the end of construction. It resulted in an uncontrolled raising of the reservoir level. 1,000 cubic meters were discharged through the power plant cavern under 200 meters head. A race of speed was engaged between the raising of the reservoir, 100 meters in a few days, and the raising of the upstream emergency dike, as you can see on the picture. Finally, the dam was saved. If a failure had occurred and we came very close, it would have been a major disaster with thousands of victims and probably a catastrophe for the dam industry comparable to Chernobyl for the nuclear industry. Xepian Xenamnoi hydropower plant in Laos, the Saddle Dam D failed during first filling. It was an homogeneous dike, 16 meter high, with a 16 meter high lateritic foundation. Abnormal settlements were recorded some days before the failure. No overtopping occurred. The cause of failure was regressive erosion in the pervious and erodible lateritic foundation. 0.5 billion cubic meter were released in a secondary valley, the half capacity of the reservoir. There were about 140 casualties and more than 12,000 affected people. The Sardoba Dam in Uzbekistan is a 29-meter high embankment with a reservoir capacity close to 1 billion. It has been commissioned in 2017. It failed in May 2020 during a flood period. The cause of the failures are not completely clarified. Extensive inundation and damages occurred. Only few casualties were reported. 70,000 people were evacuated in Uzbekistan and 20,000 in Kazakhstan, with severe transboundary issues. The 4 previous cases are concerns modern major dams. Incidents or failure occurred during construction, first filling, or few years after commissioning. What is going wrong, we can say? What can we do to improve the situation? The following cases are related to another very important failure context, failure during flood. And this risk is increased due to climate change. This picture shows 4 failures that occurred very recently in 2020-2021. Ederville Dam failed during a flood event, but was not overtopped. The forensic panel of experts stated that it failed by static liquefaction due to poor design and construction of this old dam built in 1920. A cascade failure occurred. Sanford Dam downstream was overtopped and failed. Xingfa Dam in China, maybe I can show, yes, you can see. Xingfa Dam in China was overtopped and failed causing the failure of a downstream dam. Just a second. The third one is Igua Dam in Brazil. It's another case of overtopping and cascade failure. Another dam downstream failed during the same event. And the fourth, Annamaya Dam in India failed during a flood event, and you probably know the case better than I do. This graph illustrates 2 main conclusions. The 5 years after construction are the most critical in the time life of a dam. As you can see, most of the failure occurred either during first filling or the 3 or 5 first years of construction. The second is that flood failure rate is not very sensitive to the age of the dam, as you can see. At any period, you have basically the same number of dams that failed. And it means that the risk of failure during flood concerns all dams, new ones and old ones. I will say some words now about this World Declaration on Dam Safety that has been mentioned several times this morning. First, ICOL mission statement says that ICOL leads the profession in setting standards and establishing guidelines to ensure that dams are built and operated safely, efficiently, economically, and are environmentally sustainable and socially equitable. So dam safety is the first of the commitment of ICOL. It's a core value for ICOL. And in 2019, a World Declaration on Dam Safety was issued. I will make a synthesis of it. The pillars of dam safety are the following. Structural safety. Structural safety of dams during normal operation and the occurrence of hazardous events such as extreme flood or earthquake is the paramount keystone. The best required state of the art has been largely documented by ICOL bulletins. Vigilance and surveillance. The understanding of the performance of dam is of highest importance to minimize the risk and ensure the dam is safe in the long term. Oh, sorry, I don't know why it goes by itself. Emergency planning, knowing what to do in case of an emergency at a dam is of utmost importance. Pillars of safety, continue. Sharing lessons of success and failure is also very important, and this is a reason why ICOL decided to put the failure database in access on its site. National governance is essential. It's also a pillar of dam safety. Owner responsibility. The owner at the end is responsible for the safety of his dam. And also, I should mention that there is a trend in dam safety management, which is to use the risk-informed decision-making approach. The main principle and issues in the World Declaration on Dam Safety. The dam safety criteria for existing dams are the same as for new dams, and this is a very stringent condition, and it cannot be achieved rapidly, but it is an aim that we should have to bring all the dams at the same level of safety. Safety of tailing dams and mining dams also should have the same criteria of safety than water dams. And we know that it's not the case at the moment. Also, safety of, we have to consider safety of systems. Cascades failure of dams have been illustrated previously, and also transboundary issues related to dam safety. Reservoir sedimentation, which is a very important and dramatic condition of our dams, impacts dam safety, and we have to cope with that. The same with climate change, it has been discussed. And finally, regular operation and maintenance are deemed to be of paramount importance for dam safety management. The World Declaration also states that we are building dams in changing conditions at the moment. First, the aging of the existing infrastructure. was largely commented in the dam community following the United Nations University report in 2021. More and more emerging and developing countries are now building dams, and they may lack experience in dam safety management. Also, the increasing participation of the private sector in the dam business creates new governance conditions for dam safety. Climate change creates new natural hazards, floods, droughts, typhoon, and so on. And finally, new dams must be built in more and more challenging sites, especially regarding geological conditions. Now I will finish describing the action plan of ICOL for dam safety. First, dissemination of the World Declaration on Dam Safety. This has been a big job of the ICOL with a lot of people involved, and the National Committee have approved this World Declaration. Now we have to disseminate and to make it useful. So a pedagogic presentation of this declaration will be provided to the National Committee to help them to disseminate. ICOL also encourages the dissemination of information on dam failures and incidents. The database of ICOL on the website, as I mentioned. Capacity building enhancement is also required, and this action is conducted in partnership with the international organization, development banks, and etc. Also, we want in ICOL to promote the use of dam safety panels for new dam projects and rehabilitation projects. It is felt that dam safety panels can have a decisive action on dam safety. And ICOL is studying at the moment, it's not something that has been completely decided, but ICOL is thinking about establishing and maintaining an ICOL list of certified experts to provide for this dam safety panel of experts. Now, the key message I would want you to take away are the following. Dam safety is a core value for ICOL. Dam safety relies on a strong national governance. Dam safety is a personal duty and a sacred responsibility to dam engineers. Failure and incidents provide valuable lessons and advances. And finally, dam safety management is a daily activity and also a long-term commitment for many generations. Oh, sorry, I thought there was one more. So I'm at the end of this presentation. I thank you very much for your attention. And again, I wish a great success to this conference. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Mr. Lino, for that very informative and succinct presentation. We will now turn towards India, and I request Dr. R.K. Gupta, Chairman, Central Waters Commission, to speak on dam safety management in India.
Thank you, Chairman, Co-Chairman. We are already late, so I will try to finish my presentation in a short time. Topic of my presentation is an overview of dam safety management practices in India. Yeah. As we know, we are third globally in terms of construction of large dams after China and US. But if we look at the global scenario and Indian scenario in terms of water availability and population, our population is around 18% of the world population. And our water resource availability is of the order of 4% of the total fresh water available on this planet. So there is a disproportionate balance between water and population. So we have to conserve water, store water for water security, and dams have to be built for this purpose. We have around 5,700 large dams, and Maharashtra, Madhya Pradesh, and Gujarat, these are the three states which have the largest number of large dams, and they have around 70 to 75% of total India's large dams. Some old dams of India, we have already talked about Kalanai Dam functioning very well, was constructed on 2nd AD. We have Tonur-Kere Dam, 10th century, it was constructed. It is in Karnataka, still functioning. It's a earth-filled dam, 25-meter height around. Mir Alam Dam in Hyderabad, it has around so many arches, 21 number of arches, and dam height is around 10 meters. They are still functioning because they are being maintained properly. Tansa Dam, Mature Dam, Vani Vilasa Dam, Vani Vilasa Sagar Dam, all these are examples of our old dam which were constructed much earlier, which have age more than 100 years around and is still functioning very well. But if we look at the age of large dams in India, more than around 3,000 numbers of dam have the age of 25 to 50 years, and more than 100 years having the age, the dams numbers are around 300. So our dams are not so old, but they are getting old. Some examples of failures in India, we have 42 reported dam failures. 1917 was the first reported dam failure, Tigri Dam, 26-meter masonry dam. It was overtopped. In 1979, we have Machu 2 Dam, very famous dam failure, which killed around 2,000 people. It was an embankment town. In 2010, Garada Dam in Rajasthan, 33-meter high embankment dam was failed due to breaching in first filling. In 2019, Tiwari Dam in Maharashtra failed. That was also embankment dam. In 2021, as Mr. Lino also pointed out, Annamaya Dam was failed in Andhra Pradesh. And recently, very recently, Karam Dam failed during construction due to pipe. If we look at the dam failure scenario, more dams are failing after 2000, or in this century, I will say. More number of failures are occurring. If we analyze these failures in India, embankment out of 42 dam failures, 36 dams are embankment dams and 6 are masonry dams. 26 dams are of height less than 25 meters, and only 5 dams were of height greater than 50 meters. And if we look at the age of dam at the time of failure, the age of around 20 or 19 dams have failed when their age was 0 to 5 years. And if we look at the reasons of failure, the breaching failure due to flooding and overtopping is the main cause of failure. What does it show? It shows that dams of lesser height, embankment dams, are failing during first filling or during initial years due to breaching or overtopping. The main reason is in embankment dam failure is hydrological event when the design floods are being exceeded, or the poor workmanship. We have taken many dam initiatives in India. We started our journey in 1979 when we opened the Dam Safety Organization in Central Water Commission. And then in 1987, we formed National Committee on Dam Safety. In 91, we started our first World Bank supported dam rehabilitation program that was called Dam Safety Assurance and Rehabilitation Project. In this program, we took around 33 dams for rehabilitation in 4 states. After that, in 2012, our DRIP phase 1 scheme started, in which 223 dams were rehabilitated. This scheme has ended last year, and 7 states and 3 central agencies were involved. In DRIP phase 2, we have started very recently, last year, October 21. And in this DRIP 2 phase, we are taking around 700 dams for rehabilitation. And this DRIP phase 2 and phase 3 will be together, 2 schemes, 2 phases will be together, and they will run for 10 years. These DRIP schemes are World Bank funded, and in DRIP 2 phases, DRIP phase 2 scheme, 19 states are our implementing partners. As you all know, in December last year, our parliament enacted Dam Safety Act, finally. The key achievements in dam safety programs, DSARP and DRIP, were that there was a joint effort from central and state government together for dam safety programs. And in these programs, we were able to have some institutional strengthening in dam owners, agencies, and state governments. Many dams were rehabilitated, emergency action plans were formulated, operation and maintenance manuals were formulated, stakeholders meetings were done in these states where dams were rehabilitated. Above all, we had a Dharma software which was developed for asset management. We started MTech courses at 2 places, IIT Roorkee and Bangalore, and we are formulating enhancing seismic preparedness through seismic hazard assessment information tool. DRIP phase 2 and 3 scheme, as I said earlier, we are taking up 736 dams in 19 states. 19 states are our implementing partners. And this is a World Bank funded project. And DRIP phase 2 and phase 3 will run together, and it will be a 10 years scheme. It started last year in October. In this scheme, our main focus is on rehabilitation, dam safety institutional strengthening, incidental revenue generation for sustainable operation and maintenance of dams. This has been included. This was not the part of DRIP phase 1. So this has been included, how to generate some revenue for operation and maintenance through tourism and some other activities. In December 2021, we enacted Dam Safety Act. This act provides for surveillance, inspection, operation, and maintenance of specified dam for prevention of dam failure related disaster, and to provide for institutional mechanism to ensure their safe functioning. and for matters connected thereto. It's a very well elaborated act, and it provides now a uniform procedure throughout India for dam safety procedures. It provides a robust institutional mechanism set up at central and state government levels. The main points, the main highlights of this act is that it is mandatory for dam owners, for state governments, to allocate some funds for dam safety and for maintenance of dams. Moreover, there is a provision to make dam owners accountable. Our dam safety program, as we all know, has main pillars which are basically periodical inspections. These pillars are elaborated in our act, and these are periodical inspections, instrumentation monitoring, comprehensive safety evaluation. This safety evaluation includes hydrologic safety evaluation, hydraulic safety evaluation, structural safety evaluation, and geotechnical safety evaluation. And hazard potential classification of dams based on the possible consequences if a dam failure occurs. The risk analysis and risk assessment, dam rehabilitation if required, O&M manual for each dam, emergency action plan, and its updation from time to time, and of course the training and capacity building for the personnel involved in dam safety management. The institutional setup which has been outlined in Dam Safety Act is central level organizations and state level organizations. At central level, central government level organizations, we have National Committee on Dam Safety. We have National Committee on Dam Safety, which advises, which makes policies and advises to National Dam Safety Authority, which is finally giving orders and assists the state dam safety organizations. And state dam safety organizations are giving orders and advise and assist owners of dam safety units for proper dam safety management. Some dams are being directly owned by National Dam Safety Authority, which are currently being owned by CPSUs and PSUs and some other dams. There are provision for making subcommittees in National Committee on Dam Safety, which can advise National Committee on Dam Safety on various aspects. Similarly, State Committee on Dam Safety advises state dam safety organizations and assists in various functions of state dam safety organizations. And this state committee is also advised by many subcommittees. This National Dam Safety Authority reports to Ministry of Jal Shakti, and which reports to Parliament finally. It's a very robust mechanism at central and state government, and this has to be established by all the states. There are provisions for technical subcommittees of National Committee on Dam Safety. We have decided to have 9 technical subcommittees to look after various aspects of dam safety management. So dam safety management, hydraulic safety, hydrological safety, structural safety, instrumentation and monitoring, capacity development, R&D, hydromechanical, electrical safety, geotechnical safety. These are the subcommittees which will look into various standards in formulation of guidelines, They will advise the National Committee on Dam Safety on various matters. Now we have to move toward risk-informed dam safety management. As per our act, we have to have a risk-informed decision making for dam safety management. So first of all, it has been decided that hazard potential classification of our dam has to be taken place. There are two approaches, consequences based and another is system characteristics based. So we have in India decided to have the system characteristics approach, which has been adopted by many countries which have large population density. In this hazard potential classification, we are classifying the dams based on the consequences, and consequences, basically 4 consequences we are taking up. The project benefits lost, risk to life, how many lives are lost if there is a dam failure, what is the loss to infrastructure, and social and environmental loss. These basically 4 losses have been considered, and based on that, hazard potential of a dam is calculated. It's an index-based classification, and on various parameters, this indices are calculated, and dam can be classified whether it is having low hazard potential, medium hazard potential, or serious hazard potential. It is, I will point out here that this hazard potential classification is nothing to do about the health of the dam. It's it tells us about the consequences if the dam fails. And this approach to have a characteristic based hazard potential is simple to adopt in the beginning. This is the way different systems characteristics have been taken: reservoir area, how much is the reservoir area, dam height, critical wave arrival time, how much is the emergency preparedness, what is the population at risk. These are the different, how much is the property going to be damaged, how much environment is going to be affected. Based on the assessment, the indices are developed and total hazard potential is calculated. This is a very simple approach which can be done after dam break analysis and inundation mapping and proper survey, cadastral survey and population survey. In this hazard potential classification, all the factors have been incorporated, which are population at risk, population loss, and socio and environmental impact loss, property loss, and 7 criteria have been embedded in this hazard potential classification. Hazard potential classification gives us the potential hazard of a dam, which can be used for changing our design standards also. If we look at our dam failure statistics, most of the dam which are less than 30-meter height are being failed due to overtopping or flood breaching. If we look at the design criteria, basically, if we look at design flood, we don't take PMF, we take design flood of lesser return period. So if a dam of height less than 30 meters is having high hazard potential, then their design standards shall be changed, and we should change it. The next is the risk-informed dam safety management. As we all know that risk is probability of load exceedance and consequences multiplication of that. So we carry out the probability of failure based on we calculate the probability of failure based on the probability of load accidents. And after this, risk is evaluated, and whether if the risk is up to the mark or it can be taken, then no rehabilitation is needed. And the risk is above a tolerable limit, then we have to reduce the risk, and we have to take some measures to reduce the risk. This is the F1 famous F1 diagram. F is the probability of failure or probability of load accidents, and N is the incremental loss of life. So many countries have developed F1 diagram, N code, SPAN code, US Army code, and USPR. So this has been developed for India, which tells us about the area after risk analysis, whether we have to reduce the risk or whether we don't have to reduce the risk. So if you look at the right bottom corner, where loss of life is high, so probability of failure is low, even then we have to reduce the risk. And if the loss of life is very less, bottom left portion, then maybe we can afford higher risk. So there is a tolerable band. This band is, in this band, it's a tolerable band, means the risk has a upper limit and lower limit. It's based on alarm system. As low as reasonably practicable, we have to reduce the risk. We have to evaluate whether our investments are justified in reducing the risks or not, and how much risks we have to reduce. So these judgments are taken, and risk analysis gives us, in prioritizing our dams, which one has to be taken for rehabilitation and for reducing the risk. Another tool we have developed is the rapid risk indexing. It is based on technical characteristics and dams' present health conditions. It's again indices based, and it is very simple tool. And based on various criteria, indices have been given, points system is there, and points have been given, and we can calculate the risk category. So after categorizing all the dam portfolio of a state, for example, we can rapidly do the risk indexing and which dams have higher risk. So we decide for maybe more intensive, bigger, comprehensive risk analysis, or go for immediate rehabilitation. The key challenges are many, but main are capacity building. We have a large portfolio of dams, more than 5,000 large dams we have in different states. And still dam safety cell and dam safety organizations in different states are very young, and their personnel have to be trained properly in different aspects related to dam safety. The second is strengthening of state dam safety organizations. Still, after enactment of Dam Safety Act, many states, almost all these states have constituted state dam safety organizations, but their strength is very thin. So more manpower and dedicated manpower has to be allocated to these organizations for proper dam safety management in India. Another area is the reservoir siltation, which is very alarming in India, considering the dams in northern part of India, where Himalayan rivers are there, because Himalayan rivers are very silty, and our big dams, big reservoirs are getting silted. So nowadays, if a dam is having a small capacity, or run of the river type hydropower system is there, then we have a flushing system by providing low level sluices. But our big reservoirs where these systems are not there, these cannot be provided, or our old dams where Ogi type of spillway was there, sluice type of spillway was not there. Desiltation is a big issue, and we are losing our capacity, reservoir capacity, and we are losing the intended benefits of the projects. So reservoir siltation is an issue, and we are framing in the process of framing national framework on siltation management. So we will come out with that, but we have to go in this direction very fast, so that we can not only reduce the siltation, but also we have to recapitulate our lost capacity. Instrumentation and monitoring is another area which is a matter of concern, because in most of the dams, we don't find proper instruments, or instruments are not working. So this is an area where major thrust is to be given, and our state organizations have to look into this very well, because instruments tell us the health of the project, health of the dam. Flood and risk management is another area. We are still going for reservoir rule curve way for operation of reservoirs, but we have to establish control centers for interstate and integrated reservoir operations for better reservoir management. Another challenge is large structural interventions required due to hydrological review of design floods. So we have to create, we have to enhance spillway capacity of the existing dam. And we find that these creation of enhanced spillway capacity, new spillway capacity is an issue. And sometimes it is not possible to enhance the spillway capacity. And if there is a possibility, there are issues related to environment and land acquisition, which are prohibiting to increase this spillway capacity. Climate change uncertainties, all speakers have talked about this. So this is a challenge which is impacting the design floods, and hydrological review of all dams is needed for that. Dedicated funds for dam safety is needed, which is very much the requirement of for a successful dam safety program. And as per Dam Safety Act, all the state governments have to allocate certain funds for dam safety and maintenance. It is mandatory for that. This is the biggest challenge. We have 6,000 numbers of large dams, but we don't have design reports, instrumentation data reports, construction drawings, design drawings. So these things are missing, and this is an issue because if we go for a fresh analysis of an existing dam, we need to know its history of instruments, and what was the geological condition at that dam, how it was constructed, what are the material properties of the existing dam. These things are necessary, but these things in many cases are missing, and it's a challenge. There was a UN University report in 2109-2020, which stated that aging of the dam is directly related to dam failures. So we don't agree with that. And in fact, if we do not carry out any maintenance of dams, the dam will definitely fail after its life is over, or before its life is over during its service period. But if we carry out maintenance from time to time, periodical maintenance, then its life gets extended. And today, if we, with proper and reasonable level of maintenance, the life of dams is unlimited. So we have to have proper dam safety, not only proper dam safety programs, but we have to look after our dams properly, because better dams are for better water. Ladies and gentlemen, thank you very much.
Thank you, Dr. Gupta, for that very informative presentation in which the challenges facing India's dam managers have been brought out so clearly. A very interesting area is, especially for aging dams, how to upgrade the safety of the dams while they are operating. And we will be benefited now by Dr. Enrique Cifres' presentation, who is the Vice President of ICOLD. I'll request him to give his presentation on this topic.
Good afternoon, Mr. Chairman. With your permission, some of the previous speakers talk about watching at dams for dam safety, taking care of them, but sometimes we have to act, to modify, to upgrade, to update the dam in order to recover the safety, or even a safety that never had in the past. Then this is a challenge that I would like to deal with and share with you some experiences, my own experiences, because it is more comfortable for me. There are many of them, but there are some lessons learned from them that I would like to share with you. I would like to start again with a mentioned article of the University of United Nations that create alarm between in the society, perhaps not in the dam community, but in the society. But maybe it's not intentionally, but the real consequence is to distribute the message that dams, all dams are obsolete or must be decommissioned, or. And then this is, I would like to discuss this thing, seeing this picture of the Pantheon of Agrippa in Rome. It's 2,000 years old. It's still there. It's a concrete structure. But not only this, there are also a couple of dams under operation, 2,000 years old in Spain, built by Romans also in Emerita Augusta. And if you take a look at the history of ICOL, even in the very first Congress in 1935 in Stockholm, the first question on the table was the aging of concrete for dams. That means that ICOL is working, dealing with this question since the beginning, and it's not a new thing for us. And then that it's important to realize that we are not rocky with these questions. You know? There are also in Spain, but in many countries as India also, of course, dams that are under operation since the Middle Age, etc., like these ones. Yeah, and in the world we have more, I say, Mr. Lino, almost 60,000 dams under operation, and this is really our challenge. We need these dams. We cannot think about to consider them as obsolete. You can see, for example, the case of Madrid. In the below on the right, you can see how many people is possible to live in this city without dams. It's about maybe 300,000 people. But there are 4.5 million people living thanks to the regulated waters provided by them. That is impossible, the existence of this city without them. Examples around the world, you can find as many. And this is stated by ICOL in the declaration about the role of dams for restoring water and give guarantee for the society. And then our real challenge is maintain this 50,000 dams or 60,000 dams under operation for the benefit of the humanity is a must. And what is, once we realize that we need to act on one dam, what kind of things we can face? Of course, the rehabilitation of adult dams, but not obsolete, is our task. For example, nobody thinks that one city, because the buildings are old, has been abandoned and create a new one or not. You have to work continuously in renewing equipment, rehabilitation, the structure, etc. This is, of course, one of our tasks. Also, sometimes we need to modify the operation because new uses, new risks that are identified, and then we had to modify dams, but dams that are not new are under operation, and this is this presents some difficulties, as I will show in this next. For example, this is one done in Morocco that was built for irrigation and now for drinking water supply. We had to modify the functionality of the dam. Or another in Algeria on the right, the Beni Haroun Dam, that we need to change the structural behavior of the dam. Then in this case, drilling galleries into the dam, but with the reservoir under operation, fully impounded. In some other cases, all dams that are cracked, this is a dam that is cracked, and we need to remake and change the structural concept of the dams is possible also. But I will go deeper in this case because there are some very important lessons learned from them. This is a dam in Spain, and we are facing, as mentioned, also the hydrological risk. Some estimation about the extreme events for climate change shows that in the Mediterranean, but anywhere, this is the more uncertain case for estimating climate change consequences. But we estimate that the 1,000 return period flood will be increased almost 40% of the peak flow. In that case, also, we suffered a landslide, and the spillway was broken. Fortunately, at this moment, the reservoir was not fully impounded. And you can see that in this case, the geology is the last Jurassic era. There are some very thin layers of materials with a residual friction very, very low, about 18 degrees. Under this situation, the spillway was broken. Also, we realized that the need for evacuation was much higher than than foreseen during the design. And then we have to face this problem. This is the in red is the broken spillway, and we decide to make another spillway, but with some very hard conditions to face this challenge. One is we cannot put any restrictions for the operation of the reservoir. Why? Because the cost of the cost of opportunity to stop the operation is much higher than the investment. There are millions of people needing this water, and then this condition that the reservoir must be continue under operation during the construction is a very hard condition. This is the idea, the design for this new spillway is in a tunnel. You can see the size of the incoming, the intake for the tunnel is very, very high, but it's not a normal situation. It's a situation with the reservoir with potential rising of the water, but also in one place that, as you can see, you could see before, in a ice sliding mountain. It's not a potential landslide, but a real mobilized landslide. And then we will, you have to isolate, of course, the single word. And one of the first conditions was to build from downstream to upstream. Why? Because if you are working, if you are designing and building a new dam, you don't care about this. But if you have a reservoir, any small leakages coming into the tunnel could put in pressure the rock mass, and that is very, very dangerous. Much more dangerous than in a normal project when you are building a new dam. This is a very hard condition, and then we decide to go from downstream to upstream in order to evacuate immediately any small leakages that can go into the tunnel under construction. This is the section of the tunnel is 13 meters high, and at the end, when we reach the upstream end, and then we start building the intake. This another very complicated question is that we have to make blasting operation during the construction when we have a coffer dam. Coffer dam is 22 meters high, and we register 4G acceleration peaks in the dam. Fortunately, was really, I recognize that we didn't expect so high acceleration, but the design was so flexible, defined for being able to suffer this kind of acceleration. Even that it was much higher than expected, I didn't suffer any problem. But another very important challenge is that we need to build that and in a rock mass and a mountain that is sliding, not potential, but really is sliding. And then you cannot excavate and build. You have to build at the same time that you are excavating in order to that the works can support the mountain. Then once all the material was destroyed, it seems that this works, but this really we are gaining safety. Why? Because if you have as layers that are provoking the landslide, and you by blasting you destroy this structure, and then you gain some internal friction to help and to make easier and safer the construction. And then we need to build from up to down. But it is create another problem that this is when you excavate below your structure, this can fall. And then why cannot fall? Because there are some pressure and some frictional. But usually when you are dealing with a new project, you look, imagine the worst situation is when you have the highest load. But in this case, it's the contrary. If you have low pressure, and then you have no enough friction for supporting the structure that is under construction. In this case, we need to create the forces that are not given you by the nature. And then we put some hydraulic jacks in order to gain the pressure and create the action that maybe is not maybe don't exist, because the safety factor in this case is the contrary. The safety factor usually is to imagine loads higher than expected, but the problem is to have less than expected. And then finally, we finish the intake. But another comment is that sometimes the models can give you some hint about the behavior, but the real data, when you are monitoring the real works, cannot fit the predictions. What this is are useless or not? In this case, we had very different result in the monitoring than expected in the calculation. And then another lesson that is when you cannot take the risk that as usual in a new project, because in a new project you can stop, think, etc. But now you are dealing with a reservoir that is a great threat for downstream people. And then we use another idea. This is the reverse engineering. That means that you have some calculation, but you can act according to the real behavior by means of real-time monitoring of everything. And then all the structure controlling the works were monitored in real time, and we are making decisions during the construction in order to prevent differences between the calculation and the reality. And then finally, I would like to give you my humble conclusions, some remarks regarding when you are dealing with a project acting on a dam that is under operation. The first is that you will not find clear rules. There are no rules, they are not practical. You have to use the basic knowledge to imagine different situations. You cannot follow a guideline, standards for each problem. Problems that are new. In the future, we will have a lot, but you are facing things that you have to use the basic knowledge, and from the basic ideas, develop new solutions. The second is that under operation, we need to realize that the conditions are more demanding and are more difficult or more risky than normal ones when the reservoir don't exist. The third, that the safety is based on the anticipate the problem. No, is to solve some calculation, because when the problem is defined, everything is very easy. And then the question is that what could happen. You have to imagine, and the success is to have a good anticipation and finding what is really the issues that you have to solve. And finally, as you see in the examples that we are modifying the behavior of pressing against the rock mass, that what are we doing really? We are modifying the problem, because if the problem is uncertain or is not clear, you can modify. In this case, for example, if the mountain is not pressing enough, then I can do that on behalf of the nature. Try to modify the problem and try to be accomplished with the nature, with the natural phenomena. And this some of course, would be more ideas, but this lesson learned from projects where you are acting in a reservoir that is under operation is a new discipline for improving dams and upgrading dams, mainly for safety reasons. And that's all from my side. Thank you very much for your attention.
Thank you very much, Enrique Cifres, for this brilliant presentation. And I think it points out a very important part of our job in dam safety for the following years. We have a very big stock of dams that needs to be maintained, rehabilitate, transform, and so on. And Enrique showed us that it is it's a task as complicated as creating new dams. So a lot of work for all of us and for the young ones especially. Thank you very much, Enrique.
Thank you. Very interesting management principles on the final slide on that presentation. And now we move to emerging challenges in dam safety management in the background of climate change, a thing to which most speakers have alluded in their speeches and presentations. I would now invite Professor Zeping Su, Chairman, ICOLD Committee on Dam Safety, to make this presentation.
Okay, sorry. Good afternoon, dear colleagues. It is my pleasure to be invited to give a presentation in this International Dam Safety Conference. What I'm going to present today is the emerging challenges in dam safety management on the background of climate change. As we know, climate change is an important global issue. Although there are still some dispute on this topic, statistics data has revealed that the fact of global warming. In this slide, presented the change of annual average surface temperature in China from 1901 to 2020. China, as a country with an unbalanced distribution of water resources, both in time and space, climate change will further exacerbate the imbalance of water resources distribution and the contradiction between supply and demand. And it will also increase the frequency and the intensity of extreme events like flood and drought. This slide shows the extreme rainfall last year in central part of China. You can notice that the 1 hour rainfall is more than 200 millimeters, and it caused great losses in the area. During the past 70 years, severe flood and drought event has significantly increased in China. To properly manage the water resources, we need more water infrastructures. So it could be predicted that by facing the situations of population increase and the climate change of global warming, dams and reservoirs will play more and more important role in the future. But on the other hand, reservoir will also bring certain risk to downstream area. Therefore, safety of dam and reservoir are important to the public security. To improve the safety of dam under the background of climate change, we are facing serious challenges in China, as the four parts I summarized in the slide. For the existing project, we have many dams with various defects, and the safety of these dams are in poor conditions. Most of these projects are small and medium-sized dams, and they are constructed in 1957 to 1977. This slide summarizes the main defects and the problems of the project. Although the government has put a large amount investment for this project, but the rehabilitation works still need long-term efforts and continuous investment. For the new project, China now is building many high dam projects. And this slide shows the highest arch dams built in China in the world. And this slide shows the highest concrete face rockfill dam in the world. And also this slide shows the highest earth core rockfill dam in the world. The big challenge of this new project is that they are all built with very unfavorable conditions. And one important point, there are less previous experience for reference. Another challenge is the cascade reservoir. For the reservoir groups on one river, we can not only consider the safety of one dam, we should consider the portfolio dam safety of the cascade reservoir. And we also consider the interaction and the joint response of this project. China is also a country with various natural disasters. Dam safety should consider the impact of accident natural disasters, especially, as I mentioned before, climate change will increase the frequency and the intensity of this project. This slide shows the case occurred in 2018. A large landslide blocked the mainstream of the Jingsha River 2 times. Jingsha River is the upstream of the Yangtze River. It poses a major threat to the downstream Cascade hydropower project. By facing the challenges on dam safety, we need to take effective response measures. Here, I proposed the measures in 5 aspects. The first measure is to strengthening the law and the regulation system on dam safety management. Now in China, we have 2 national dam safety management centers. One for a project mainly on water resources, another for a project with the main purpose on power generation. Besides, government departments in different levels, as well as river basin administrations, are also involved in dam safety management. This slide shows the management structure for the project on water resources, which mainly emphasize the role of the interaction between the government department and the owners. And this slide shows the management structure of the project of power generations. We have a national energy administration, and under this administration, we have a supervision dam safety supervision centers to manage this, to provide some management service and a technical support for the project. To further improve the dam safety management, the system will be strengthened in following aspects as I have presented in this slide. Which mainly emphasize on the role of the market and the third-party independent supervisions. The second measure is the application of risk-informed dam safety management. In China, although there are a lot of studies on dam safety risk assessment in universities and research institutes, but the study have not been applied in dam safety management. So we need to improve in this aspect. And this slide presents the basic procedures of risk assessment. Upon the uncertainties of climate change, the application of risk-informed dam safety management strategy is important to respond to the challenge. The third measure is the application of advanced technology in dam construction and safety management. By using the remote sensing, big data, and artificial intelligence technologies, we have developed corporate hydrometeorological models to promote the real-time flood forecasting capacity. And this slide shows the newly developed intelligent temperature control and smart construction of concrete dams. And this slide shows the intelligent rolling construction system for rockfill dams. You can notice that it is the self-driving rollers without driving cab. It follows the planned route and it can automatically sensing the compaction quality. The fourth measure is to improve the resilience of the dam. Here, the resilience is the adaptability to the extreme conditions. The case shown in this slide is an asphalt concrete core rockfill dam in China. It suffered overtopping due to the flood beyond its design standard. It's a typical extreme climate event by climate change. It is noticed that the overtopping occurred at 9:10 a.m. and the dam breached at 10:15. The dam stalled for 1 hour before its failures. From this case, we could learn that if we take proper protection measures at the downstream slope of the dam, the resilience of the dam can be improved, and it will have more time to take the emergency actions. The last measure is the strengthening of the emergency response capacity. The capacity building includes the emergency plan, emergency supply, and include personnel, material, and equipment, as well as the necessary drillings for the emergency response. The main content of the emergency plan is summarized as shown in this slide. Finally, I would like to present the summary and the conclusions. First, we must emphasize that dam safety is a matter of people's life, properties, and the downstream environment. It must not be taken lightly. Global climate change poses more difficulties and challenges on dam safety management. We must further improve our response measures. From the lessons we learned from dam failure incident, dam accidents are usually a result of a combined failures. Therefore, to guarantee the safety of dams, we should take integrated measures. A scientific and sound management system should be established, and human errors should be strictly controlled. And last, timely and effective emergency response is the last barrier to ensure the safety of the dam. That's all for my presentation. Thank you very much.
Yes, thank you very much, Mr. Xu Jinping. I think this presentation also was very, very impressive. China has the largest number of dams, the largest dams, so the largest challenges in dam safety management, but also they have great competency to manage, and we appreciate a lot this presentation, and I think it's an example that all countries have to follow such a commitment to improve a situation which is not easy, but and also dams are so important, so useful that we have to be committed to that. Thank you very much, Mr. Jinping, Xi Jinping. Xu Jinping.
Thank you.
Sorry. Thank you very much.
With that, we come to the end of the plenary session. I would thank Mr. Michel Lino, co-chair and one of the presenters in today's session, Dr. Gupta, Dr. Enrique, and Professor Siping for having made these outstanding presentations for our benefit. Thank you.
Thank you.
Podium. I request everyone to please maintain their seats. May I now request Mr. Michel Lino to do the honor for presenting the memento to Dr. Enrique Sitter, Dr. Enrique Sefer, Vice President,
Thank you.
Thank you so much, sir. Now may I request Shri Pankaj Kumar, Secretary to Government of India, Department of Water Resources, to please do the honor for presenting the memento to Dr. R.K. Gupta, Chairman, CWC. Thank you so much, Chairman Shri Pankaj Kumar and Co-Chairman Mr. Michel Lino, sir. Now it's time for the break, and we would like to have the lunch break for now for half an hour. After half an hour, we're going to meet here again. Thank you so much.
management and governance. We have presentations related to seismic safety, seismic evaluation of structures, reservoir management, dam safety management, best practices in dam safety management, dam break analysis, etc. So without wasting any time, now I will request first speaker, Martin Wieland, to present the paper. The title of his presentation is "The Urgent Need for the Seismic Safety Evaluation of Existing Dams." Very, very relevant topic for dam safety management and safety of structures. Dr. Martin Wieland.
Okay, good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you, Mr. Chairman, for the short introduction. I would like to say first a few words about the subject, the urgent need on a seismic safety evaluation of existing dams. This has been a concern, let me say, of me already when I took over the Committee on Seismic Aspects of Dam Design in 1999. This is already a very long time ago, 23 years ago. This is an ongoing subject, and I would say it is it is very important actually, because as you know, most of the design regulations are concerned with new dams, but most of the dams which exist are basically have been designed against actions which are different from those which apply today. And I would like to discuss this subject in the next 15 minutes. Okay, as you may know, dams were actually the first structures which were designed against earthquakes universally on a worldwide basis. So if we look into concrete dam, there was a method proposed by Westergaard in the 1930s in connection with the construction of Hoover Dam. About the same time in the mid-1930s, a method of seismic analysis of embankment dams was proposed by Mononobe in Japan. And these two methods which were proposed were so-called pseudostatic method. And in addition, the seismic hazard was represented by a seismic coefficient, which typically a value of 0.1 was used. Okay, now what is the problem? The problem is that most existing dams were designed against earthquakes using methods of dynamic analysis. That means a pseudostatic analysis, not a dynamic analysis, and seismic design criteria. That means the earthquake hazard was represented by a seismic coefficient of, as I said, typically 0.1 at most dam sites, irrespective actually of more or less of a seismic hazard at the dam site, which was not known in most places. And these methods are considered obsolete or wrong today. You know, seismic pseudostatic method, you may still use it in India, but for, let me say, in the dam industry, I would say, according to ICOL, this method is outdated. It is a method of the past. So you should look into that also in your design codes. Now, what is an important aspect I would like to mention is that the seismic safety of existing dams must be checked periodically during their long lifespan. Mr. Gupta has mentioned already this in the previous section, the lifespan of the dams can be very long if they are properly maintained. So you would have to do a seismic safety check repeatedly during this lifespan. That could be every 30, every 40 years, you would have to do a re-evaluation. Now, why do we have to do this kind of seismic safety evaluation? It is basically because quite a few developments have taken place in the past years since the 1930s. Number one, there has been a change from a pseudostatic analysis to dynamic analysis of dams. Number two, there has been a change from a characterization of ground shaking by a seismic coefficient to so-called safety evaluation, earthquake, ground motion parameters. That is the current state of the art. The seismic coefficient, as I've said, it is over. Number three, also you have to take into account that in the past, people basically looked into the seismic hazard, only one hazard, that is a ground shaking. But today we know, typically from the Wenchuan earthquake in 2008, that the seismic hazard is a multi-hazard, and we have to look at, depending on the dam site, into the different aspects of the seismic hazards. Number four, there has been a change from safety factor and allowable stress concepts to rational seismic performance criteria, which are mainly based on inelastic seismic dam deformation. So seismic, let me say, stability safety factors and let me say allowable stresses are also something of a past. Number five, there has been a change from safety of dam body alone to the safety of a dam body plus what we call safety critical elements, but also the abutments and reservoir slopes, which could block intakes and which could create large impulse waves in a reservoir. We have to check them as well. And number six, the last one, is we had a change in safety criteria, including safe operation of a reservoir after strong earthquakes. And I would say based on that, we recommend to have low-level outlets to control the reservoir after strong earthquakes. So that have been the changes which have taken place within the last, let me say, 80 years since the first methods were introduced. Now, let me say a few words about need for seismic safety evaluation of existing dams. The list which I'm giving here also applies to flood hazard, for example, is exactly the same. I don't want to go through them, all of them. You will find them in a paper, but I would like just to mention a few important issues. We do a new safety evaluation if new information on seismic hazard or seismotectonics is available. For example, today, quite a number of dams located on faults which were considered as inactive at that time are maybe reassessed today as potentially active. Okay. Number two, a dam has been subjected to strong earthquake ground motion, like in China, when there is, of course, an incentive of owners and of the government to check the safety of the dams, taking into account these new observations. And if I go to the bottom here, there are many items. We have changes in risk classification of dams. We have just heard today in India, you have 4 different risk classification of dams. You propose, in Switzerland, we propose 3. In some ICOLD, we basically also have proposed 3. And depending on the risk classification, you assign different seismic design criteria and safety criteria. And the last one is, of course, with, let me say, increase in the seismic risk of a project, which is mainly due to an increasing number of people living downstream of a dam and due to industrial developments and others. So therefore, if you do a risk analysis today, this risk analysis may be inappropriate in 10, 20 years if you have a lot of development in this area. Just to show you some example, this is the world's Mr. Xu has shown the highest arch dams, but the highest concrete dams were built in Switzerland. It is still the highest in Grand Ixence. You can see it is 285 meters gravity dam, and it was completed 60 years ago. So we have a long experience, and of course it was designed against earthquakes using different methods which were existing at that time, which are different from most today, but the dam, of course, has been safe. Similarly, the highest arch dams have also been in Switzerland. As you can see here, Mauvasin, it belonged to our company in the past. It has it was constructed in 1957, 65 years ago. So we have a very long experience. The highest dams we have built were 60 years before those which were built in China. Okay, now these dams have also been quite, let me say, designed quite rigorously because in Switzerland, the army also was very much concerned, and they prescribed that the large dams must be able to withstand the highest conventional bomb of 10 tons explosives. So therefore, the dam crest was very thick, was basically 15 meters for concrete dams. And therefore, now we are able to modify these dams. And you see here, this dam has been heightened by 13.5 meters, which was the world's highest arch dam. It was not used. Okay, we see here some other high dams are Nurek Dam in Tajikistan, which is 300 meters high. It was also built during the time of the Soviet Union about 50 years ago. It's in the Pamir Mountains in an area of very high seismicity. Recently at the Neelum Chelum project, as you can see here, in Kashmir, in the Pakistani part, it is located basically on the main boundary thrust. You are familiar with that. Main boundary thrust is one of the major fault in Himalayas, and it is basically a concrete dam, and therefore at the location of the joint of this fault, you had to provide a hinge, and the hinge has been provided by a flexible embankment dam. It's a earth core rockfill dam. Just want to show that some dams are being built in different places. I also mentioned that the seismic hazard today is not just ground shaking, as you may believe. It includes fault movements at the dam foundation. It includes fault movements in a reservoir. It includes mass movements and other site-specific and project-specific hazards like deformations, foundation deformations, or liquefactions, and so on. As you know, this is a picture from a Bhuj earthquake in India, 2001. What we can see here, the dams in the past were designed with a pseudostatic method, and if you specify allowable stresses, you would say this dam is safe. That means it would be undamaged if it satisfies the stability safety criteria and the allowable stresses. After that earthquake, it should be undamaged. But as you can see, we have here large deformations, which shows typically that these, by using a pseudostatic method, you do not get the proper picture about the behavior of a dam during strong earthquakes. It will actually be damaged. Okay, now what are today's safety criteria for large dams? They are given here. Number one, which has been considered always, it must be possible to retain the reservoir. Okay, this is a standard requirement, but we have to go further based on, I would say, experience also from the Wenchuan earthquake in China. We must be able to control the reservoir, because if the spillway gates are damaged, for example, you cannot open the gates and you have an inflow. Eventually, this dam will overtop. So after the earthquakes, after days or weeks, your dam may be threatened if you are not able to operate your so-called safety critical elements, which are spillway and low-level outlets. And number three, it should be possible to lower a reservoir after an earthquake if it has been damaged, because to do a repair underwater will become extremely expensive. Okay, and also it is good when you can lower the reservoir, because if something happened, the people living downstream may be, let me say, cautious about the safety of a dam, and it is when the only means you can increase the safety of a dam is by lowering the reservoir, and for that you would need a low level outlet. Okay, now if you do the safety check, if we talk about safety checks, people only think you have to check the dam body, but today you have to go beyond that, and I've written that. Dam body number 2, you have to look into safety critical elements, which must be operable after the earthquake. So you must check them for the strongest earthquake. Number 3, you must check dam abutments, the stability, which is mainly a concern for arch dams, which are not too common here. And number 4, you must be the reservoir slopes, or even in a catchment, as you have seen last year in this Chamoli incident, where a big landslide traveling downstream a river overtopped then a series and washed away a few run-of-river power plants. Similarly, it was also mentioned for tailings dams, usually the safety standards there, unfortunately, are different, or it seems it have been different, because there are different regulations or different practices, but it must be that large tailings dams must satisfy the same seismic design and safety criteria as water storage dams. This is not yet known. If a dam has been damaged, or if it is not strong enough, it has to be strengthened, as shown here in an example in Iran. This is an example in New Zealand, which shows original design of lifting structure of a spillway gates. Was designed with a pseudostatic method with 0.1 G, but if you use now modern concept, you arrive at an equivalent acceleration which is about 20 times higher, and therefore you see here this structure had to be modified very much. In addition, it has shown is a multiple arch dams in California. The sliding stability was not enough, so we had to place additional weight at the abutments. Here is a dam. We have done safety evaluations. Let me say 20 years ago, it was done in California. About 1,100 dams were checked, and about 10% were deficient. In Switzerland, we have done that also about 6 years ago. And this is an example from an arch dam, which when based on inadequate seismic safety had to be strengthened. And you see here at both abutments, some additional concrete abutments were added to make this dam in a very wide valley to behave as an arch dam. Before, it didn't behave basically as the arch action was almost, let me say, negligible. And this dam was quite sensitive to seismic action. This is from embankment dam, where different types of improvements are possible. Usually it is a heightening of a dam, it is widening of a dam crest, it is also on a downstream abutment, some buttresses are provided. Now, let me come to the conclusions. Number 1, it was also mentioned by Mr. Lino, old and new dams must satisfy the same safety criteria. Because for people living downstream, it is clear if somebody is living below an old dam, he should not be unsafer than if he is living under a new dam. So eventually, these dams must have the same, satisfy the same safety criteria. Number 2, existing dams may not satisfy today's seismic safety criteria and must be checked. And I would say this is a high priority issue. Number 3, seismic safety checks must be carried out repeatedly during the long lifespan of dams. I've mentioned already about 10, 15 items why such a review should actually be done. It should be done basically also during the detailed dam safety inspection, which may take every 5 or 10 years. Number 4, in the short term, just to mention what actions can we take. In the short term, by lowering of a reservoir, the seismic safety can be increased. It is quite trivial. But of course, the dam owners, they don't want to have a dam with a low reservoir for a long period of time. So they want to strengthen it. Number 5, earthquakes may create multiple hazards, which must all be considered. And I must say the slope stability hazard, this one is an important one, which basically has been, I would say, not done as rigorously as for the dam bodies. It was done by geologists who are not familiar with the dam safety concept, basically. So they gave some qualitative assessment. Number 6, it must be possible to control the water level in a reservoir after strong earthquakes. Is quite important. And the last one, it is recommended also, I must say, to check the seismic resistance of dams to avoid frequent safety evaluations. Just an example, if somebody gives a seismic hazard as 0.5 G and you do a safety check and you say, okay, in the next month, the seismologist says the seismic hazard is 0.6 G. So the owner doesn't know what to do. So somebody says you do a new analysis. But if you do check the ultimate resistance of your project, then you may show that your dam can resist 0.8 G. So if somebody says 0.6, so you can say, okay, so no problem. So I also strongly recommend that. Also, many people have not really understood the advantage of actually estimating the resistance of dams. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Martin. This was a very nice presentation, very educative as far as the seismic safety of old and new dams are concerned. And you have very correctly brought out the aspect that earlier most of the dams, they were designed with pseudostatic conditions. Now we need to go for other than various other conditions, safety criteria for the dam designs. And apart from that, you have come out with certain safety aspects, in fact, I should say with reference to designs also, that it is not the aspect that we have to look for the dam body, safety of the dam body. It is with reference to abutments, with reference to the reservoirs slopes along the periphery. So it's really, I think everybody must have got a very good idea about, especially the dam designers, that this is the need of the hour, that to avoid any failures in the dams with reference to the seismic safety of the dams, we need to look into all these aspects which Mr. Martin has come out with. Thank you, Mr. Martin. Thank you so much.
Our next presentation is on dam safety management in Malaysia. Resilience Dam for Safe Communities. Speakers are Laria Mohammad Sadiq, Mohammad Nasir, Mohammad No, Hazri Khambali, and Hidayash Basri. Who will be the speaker? Okay.
Laria.
Speaker is Laria. Okay. So we are already late. So try to finish in 10 minutes.
Okay. Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and also Madam Co-Chairman. A very good afternoon, everyone. Namaste. Thank you very much to INCOL for inviting the Malaysian delegate. So together with me, I have the president of my Dato Dr. Nasir, and also my colleague, Mr. Hazri. Let me start by saying a big thank you to INCOS once again. I believe this is a beginning for a strong partnership with INCOL. And I think it's very relevant, the topic that we want to present. This is actually related to the one that Dr. Gupta presented just now. We are so excited because I'll share with you, because the numbers of our dam, maybe not that many as you have more than 5,000, but I think we want to learn more, because it doesn't matter the numbers, but the most important to ensure that our dam is safe and the population or the community at the downstream is also safe. All right, so the title of the presentation today is Dam Safety Management in Malaysia, Resilience Dams for Safe Communities. So the presentation outline, some introduction about dams in Malaysia, issues and challenges, what are the initiatives by the Malaysian government, way forward and conclusions. All right, so if you don't know where is Malaysia, it's actually located in Southeast Asia. So this is a Peninsula Malaysia and East Malaysia. So we have Sabah and Sarawak in Borneo Island. About 330,000 square meter, about the same size of Japan, but our population is only 32.7 million. And we are blessed because we have abundant supplies of rainfall. I think on average it's about 2,500 to 3,000 meter per year. But what I want to highlight here is this. We have the dam storage, about 17% of all the storage is about 84 BCM. So small, right? As compared to the one that you have in India. All right. So we also have the national water management. So basically, the state government is responsible for the water, rivers, land, and forests, including gazetting the water catchment areas and control of development in the states. And at the same time, I think the state government also control and regulate on the ground pertaining to water and land, while federal government promoting legislation uniformity, providing financial support, technical advice, and capacity building. So we're also looking at the water, food, and energy nexus is a key enabler for the water security to allow integrative management and planning of the future resources. So there are so many programs that actually established by the government, looking from this aspect. On the State Water Authority, the DID, Drainage Irrigation Department, conduct RBM study for the basin to major river basin in the country. We also have National Water Resources Policy, Water Resources Act. And I think the big program is about NAWAP. NAWAP stands for Nation Water Balance System. It's a decision-making supporting tools in water resources management. And we also have National Forecasting Warning System, NAFAS, to assist in high water disaster management and flood dissemination and the warning dissemination. Okay, so this is dam facts in Malaysia. So we have 104 dams, and we have 63 dams for water supply, 16 for hydroelectric, 40 for irrigation, and sedimentation for flood mitigation, 5 recreation. So we have the different dam owners. We have the different dam owners, and at the same time, average age of them have exceeded 50 years. And I think Bukit Merah is the oldest large dam, about 113 years, and the total storage in Malaysia is about 84,000 MCM. So this is just to show the one of the water supply dam, Aitam Dam in Penang. So we have 63. It's about 65% of majority dam is used for water supply. All right, and then it's just about 2,400 MCM of total storage. So it's about 3% of total dam storage of 84,000 MCM that I mentioned to you just now. Okay, the next one is the irrigation dam owned by DID and also MAFI, Ministry of Agriculture and Food Industry, right? And then this is just one example of Muda Dam in Kedah. And then the other one, we have hydropower dams owned by energy company, TMB, my parent company. And the other one is the Sarawak Energy Berhad. So currently it's about 50% of them used for hydropower. And again, it's about 80,000 MCM total storage coming from the hydropower. And then we have Chindu Dam, that is the oldest hydropower dam in Malaysia, completed in 1930 to meet the electricity demand for tin mining industry in Perak. I think Dr. Martin Wheeler is very familiar with TMB dams because he has done the dam safety review for TMB. This is a concrete hollow buttress arborescent type dam. The other one is the flood mitigation dam owned by DID. All right, and this is just one example. It's a Sembrong Dam in Johor, completed in 1984. Okay, so this is interesting about Malaysia. For the past 1 century, we don't have any dam failure, but we do have many incidents. So one of the incidents actually happened in 2013, October 2013, and during time 4 deaths, and because of the heavy rainfall and the dam owner has to release the water because of the water is actually increased about 0.6 meter in 1 hour, so very fast. So that is Sultan Abu Bakar Dam. So the effect is that right after that, I think the government has actually come out with the Malaysian Dam Safety Management Guideline. That is what we are using for our dam. Then the other one, the most recent one is this, the most recent one on the 27th February 2022, we have a very heavy storm. One day is up to 728 millimeter. And during that time, we have landslide and also debris flow that actually affect up to the power stations or whatnot, and including the transmission tower. Okay, so this is the history. Only one actually in our statistic. Basically, it happened in 29 October 1883, where we have heavy downpour caused the dam to burst open and flood the town. And during that time, we have 33 people killed. So moving forward, we think that the dam safety concerns are growing because our dam is also aging. I think we are also talking about the same thing like us. We are aging, right? So we have to take care ourselves or else we get sick. Same thing with our dam infrastructure. And then I think the other challenge is about climate change, and we are talking about this as well. And I think that one is also have the effect in Malaysia as well. Currently, no specific regulation on dam safety, no holistic management in terms of dam safety, a lack of understanding and awareness, commitment from state government. We have done that, a lot of a program done by the government, but of course it will take some time. And the other one is the lacking in terms of technical expertise. So where are the greatest risks? We are talking about in the case of TMB, they have 12 of them. So it's very important to know what are the portfolio or the risks. So the government has done first, establish special committee on dam safety at the federal level under the Ministry of Environment and Water. And also we have our MyDam here. MyDam stands for Malaysian Dam Safety Management and Guideline. And then the other one, conduct immediate proper maintenance work because we have a classified 41 dam out of 104 considered high hazard dam. Establish the dam technical center. I think it's still in information of that, and find the best way how to do that. Prepare an emergency response plan, ERP and EAP, because some of our dams still not actually having the ARP or EAP, and the other one strengthening the capacity of technical team and dam operator. Finally, we hope that we can actually achieve sustainable development goal, and also we have water sector transformation in our country, and also we're talking about hydropower also to support our national energy policy recently. All right, so where are we now? So this is Malaysian Dam Safety Management Guideline, or known as MyDam, in 2017. So basically, it applied to the dam with a height more than 10 meter with storage capacity 20,000 meter cube, and also for the height 5 meter and storage capacity more than 50,000 meter cube. So we don't consider tailing dam in this. So it's actually to provide a framework for the management of dam safety and guideline for the development implementation of dam safety practice throughout Malaysia. So we have 11 components, like you can see here, from introduction, legal requirement, potential hazards of dams and safety principle, dam safety management system, investigation in design, construction and commissioning. I think you're quite familiar with that as well. Dam and reservoir operation maintenance, surveillance and safety review, dam rotation, administration plan, changes, and decommissioning. I think the full life cycle of the dam. Okay, so I think it's actually we have also, because Michael worked very closely with the government, we also have discussed on potential maybe some revision on the current MyDam. We have actually done some questionnaire and technical workshop. So basically, we hope that we can improve the current MyDam. And I think the latest information shared by Dr. Wheeler is very, very relevant to us, especially when you talk about the earthquake and whatnot requirement, the latest one. Okay, the current MyDam with latest data, technology, and latest international practices, and we want to ensure uniform dam safety management practices according to the acceptable international standard. So the rest, I think is the same because the government has done also a protection dam catchment. And then also they have like Protected Area and Protected Places Act 1959, Gazette the operating area and water body of the dam. And the commitment from state government, yeah, we have 14 states. So yeah, we want to get more a commitment from them. Especially on the technical upkeep, the instrumentation, enhanced basic data collection, upkeep staffing, mastery on basic and regular inspection, and in terms of administration, increasing fund for operation and maintenance, enforcement of law that protect catchment areas. So for dam safety regulation, the process or the suggestion is actually doing this, revising and strengthening the structure of existing procedures. So we would like to revisit the Dam Safety Act under the federal law because that has done in 2017, but actually being, well, so-called like against by the state government and whatnot. So it's time to revisit back. Linking planning and strategies to policy and also involve planning, design, development, and maintenance, dam forensic preparedness and decommissioning. And the other one, strengthening the role and function of the dam safety flying squad. The flying squad is a group of technical people who are actually doing the audit or the inspection to the dam, right? And through the engagement with the National Audit Department. All right, and then the other one I think is very important, dam performance monitoring. I think Dr. Gupta mentioned about here you have Dharma, so something that interesting for us to also learn from you. And then we want to enhance the dam surveillance database. We want to provide provision made for continuity of dam record and database for future reference is true, because some of them is already more than 100 years. All this information is very important. That's the reason why we actually suggest to have digitalization and digitalization of the dam records and document if you have that. And improving surveillance assessment, enhance decision-making process through related to dam safety operation using AI, and smart dam database and management system. But for some of the dam owner like TMB, they already have this. So we hope that it's going to be widespread applied to the other dam owner as well in the country. And also we suggest to revise the screening tool for us to do the dam hazard classification. So I think what we want to suggest is to have the integrated dam safety management approach. So basically from the catchment area to the reservoir and dam and also downstream river. So the way we say it, what is the problems and what are the solutions from the upstream. So to prevent activity that affect the ability of the water, especially like Cameron Highland Dam, we have a lot of sedimentation problem because of farmers' activities. I think I heard the same thing actually facing by the dam owner here as well. And then maybe to actually using it, the RR 4.0, like automation, remote sensing, satellite monitoring, whatnot. So for the for the dam, I think the same issue we're talking again and again, aging dam structure, operation maintenance issues and whatnot. So I think it's kind of like same issues, the same problem that maybe we can share in terms of the solution later on when we discuss further. But we have to ensure integrity of the structure, real-time instrumentation data collection using satellite or UAV. We need to have the very effective operation maintenance. So here now we are actually proposing to have the risk information making. So this is like I think Dr. Gupta also showed that, and I think the other speaker also mentioned about that as well. Even Dr. Zipping just now. Yeah, so it's a trend in the world now. Okay, and the problem, especially at the downstream. So this is very important to have we need to have a good modeler. So from the halogy, hydraulic, dam break modeling, and anti-flood hazard map, and that we can quantify in terms of socio-economic impact, and also at the same time can be used to formulate our dam EAP or ERP. And then I think very important down here is to have the integrated community-based disaster management. I think, yeah. So the other thing, when we talk about the climate change, So we know that we have to consider, especially monsoon. Like in Malaysia, we have monsoon from November, December, January, February. So that is the time that we have a very heavy rainfall. So I think moving forward, to have a very good weather forecasting. And I think, as I mentioned to you, we have that project NAWAP and NAFAS. So we will integrate that in future when we talk about the dam safety. So we have to have reservoir inflow forecasting. So in Malaysia, we already have 2 dam owner Temenggu inflow forecasting system. The other one is actually by Sarawak and Jibrat for their dam, the whole their dam, dynamic water and dispatch management system. Then we can have the dam pre-release strategy. And finally, that information can actually use for emergency action plan and emergency preparedness. And I think this is the one I mentioned to you just now about our strategy to integrate with the system that already have by the government in Malaysia, the National Water Balance and National Flood Forecasting Monitoring System. So this is where we can actually integrate together on the dam release and storage. The other one, I think when we talk about the paradigm shift from deterministic approach to risk information making in dam safety management, I think the detail has also discussed just now about quantitative risk assessment, the different failure mode, what the method. So this is what actually being done already by TMB Genco for their old dam, so we can know what are the dam profile, what are the dam hazard category, what is the result of the risk, and also how it's actually related to societal and economic risk, and what are the recommendations. And then again, FN graph is the one that we refer as well. I think this is about emergency response plan. This is something that we have to keep on doing it, and especially the dam under the water supply under state government, some of them still not having the ERP, so still doing it. And the most important, we have to do the exercise because it must be practical. So yeah, so this is again is a requirement in our MyDam. Yeah, we have to do orientations, MINA, workshop, drill exercise, tabletop exercise, functional, full scale, and whatnot. And finally, I think this is about the strengthening the technical team and dam operator for the capacity building. We want to engage ourselves with the international. One of the organization is INCOL, right? And we also have the technical cooperation with MICOL, with the government, to come up with certified density inspector and certified specialized risk assessment. And other than that, so these are the program we have actually worked with Antura, and I think that after this we will do ourselves. For the other one is about the dam safety framework. I can see the framework just now, and in our case is just to highlight where are we how do we position the MICOL. So we want to actually give advice and also work together with the government to support in terms of initiative on the dam safety to ensure our dams is safe in Malaysia. So these are the government with the MICOL. So this is the strategic partnership. So we start with communicate with the worldwide dam expert in providing specialized training platform through MICOL, also increasing providing capacity building, and R&D is something that we have to actually strengthen on that as well as related to the dam safety. Provide input in guideline regularly reviewed and updated for the betterment and dust replication and whatnot. Okay, I think I'm towards the end. Yeah. So with that, I would like also to invite everyone. We are going to organize the conference next year, International Conference on Dam Safety Management Engineering 2023, from 16 to 17 March in Kuala Lumpur. And this is in conjunction with Asia 2023. Yeah. Okay, so you're welcome to join us. And then yeah, and I think you can get the information in our website. All right, so I think this is conclusion. So what we can conclude, safety is a core value of our dam profession. We protect people, property, environment. Institutionalizing dam safety is about regulating how we address risk posed by aging dam. MyDam is the first step, a federal initiative, but responsibility remain with dam owners, address the technical aspect, but need to address the legal framework to ensure behavioral change. Traditional approach, I think the one that you have, demonstrate good practices to emerging approach that so we can have RIDM, PFMA, or life cycle risk assessment and whatnot. And finally, I think the most important is to have state and federal government cooperation. It's very crucial in establishing an effective management framework for dam safety. So with that, thank you very much for listening.
Thank you, Ms. Laria. It was a very nice overview of the whole setup of dams and their safety aspects which are being considered in Malaysia, and how what all sort of dams are there, how they are being for what purpose they are being used. Then the dam safety concerns, they are all common in plenary session also. Most of the concerns we are raising, and we all are here to talk on those concerns. And then how they are being addressed in Malaysia by the federal initiatives. You have bring out all the things very nicely. Thank you so much.
Yeah, it is heartening to see that Malaysia has around only 100 dams, and they are so active in dam safety management. And what I found from the presentation is that dams greater than 5 meters are being considered as good as glass dams, and they are being incorporated in their dam safety management practices. Thank you, Ms. Laria. Our next presentation title is Reservoir Management Model Optimized for Flood Risk Periods, a Portuguese case, to be presented by Dr. Juliana Mendes and Armenia. Dr. Juliana.
Hello, everyone. Good afternoon. My name is Juliana Mendes, and I'm come from University of Porto to present you a study about reservoir management model optimized for flood risk periods in a Portuguese case that I'm developing with Professor Rodrigo Maia, also is presented here. As you certainly aware, reservoirs enable the spatial and temporal redistribution of the river's water flow, and their operational management is usually subject to multiple goals. A reservoir management model is a key piece in the forecast and decision support system for flood control in regularized river basins, since it provides the means to evaluate different management alternatives and thus determine the choice of the most effective strategy to minimize downstream effects. Due to the conflicts that may arise in meeting the various uses, reservoir management can be complex for operators, and the stochastic nature of inflows tends to exacerbate it. The goal of the study presented here was the development of a decision support model to optimize the operational management of a Portuguese multipurpose reservoir system in flood risk situations, where the downstream flow control function can be a constraining factor for remaining uses of this system. This optimization model based on daily forecasts of inflows to reservoir for the next 10 days period allows the computation of the volume to be discharged in the next 24 hours by each reservoir in the system, in order to minimize downstream impacts when a flood occurs and not to constrain the remaining uses of the reservoir when there is no forecasts of flood occurrences, keeping water levels as high as possible without risking the safety of their structures. As I said, this study was carried out for a case in Portugal. The model was designed to the multipurpose system composed by the reservoirs of Agueira and Fronhas, which is located in the Mondego River Basin in the center of Portugal. The system ensures the stream flow regulation of about 75% of the watershed area upstream of Coimbra, the city most affected by floods caused by the Mondego River. In addition, the system serves other purposes, such as hydropower generation, irrigation, and municipal and industrial water supply. The season in which there is a greater probability of flood occurrences stems from mid-October to mid-April. To ensure the safety of river structures and to prevent the flooding of the valley downstream, especially in the riverside area of Coimbra, the current management of the reservoir system during the flood season is constrained by rules which impose the maximum water levels that may be reached every day in each reservoir. In the case of Aguieira, the maximum water levels to be ensured daily are defined based on the average value of reservoir inflows in the previous day. Besides that, some reference water levels and corresponding discharge operations are defined. For Fronhas, the rulers are simpler. Reference water levels have been set to start the openings of their different dischargers. The essential aim is to limit the stream flow to Coimbra to the value of 1,200 cubic meters per second. However, from a stream flow value of 800 cubic meters per second, the marginal areas of the city of Coimbra started to be flooded. In order to optimize the storage volumes and taking into account the various existing conditions, we developed a reservoir management model represented by this flowchart. The model should be applied daily, considering the next days as the time period of analysis, incorporating the corresponding input data for that period. However, for using operation management, only the results obtained for the first 24 hours should be considered, since the stream flow forecasts are updated every day. The model's input data are the reference inflow forecasts in natural regime to the reservoirs, and the corresponding stream flow to Coimbra. As shown, this model comprises two optimization models. The main difference between them consists in the inclusion or not of a process of flood damping in the base formulation. The two optimization models are run sequentially. The first does not take in account the flood damping, being particularly applicable when the stream flow predicted to the section of Coimbra are low and do not exceed the pre-established thresholds. The second model, which includes the process of flood damping, is run later. In the case of the maximum volume, the maximum stream flow to the Coimbra section calculated by the previous model was exceeded a certain threshold within a small tolerance. When adding a discrete incremental step to the current threshold, establish a new upper limit, and if it does not exceed the predefined threshold value, a new iteration is started. This procedure is repeated until completion of the predefined conditions. In some cases, the model is not able to meet the maximum predefined thresholds. In those cases, two management solutions have been defined, based on the model results corresponding to the maximum stream flow to the Coimbra section for the following 24 hours. Solution A, when this value is equal or less than the maximum threshold, and solution B, when this value is higher. In the first case, the chart should take into account the model results. In the second case, the model results should be ignored. As I said before, the input data of the model consists in the inflow forecasts in a natural regime to the reservoirs of Agueira and Fronhas, and also in the corresponding stream flow generated in non-regulated subbasins downstream of those reservoirs up to Coimbra. The deterministic forecasts used as input in the model were obtained by a statistical analysis process applied to historical ensemble flow forecasts, known as ensemble verification process. Based on the conclusions of it, the reference flow forecasts to use in the reservoir management model was defined by maximum value of the ensemble in the first 72 hours of the forecast period and by the 75 percentile in the following hours. In turn, such ensemble flow forecasts are the results of the application of hydrological model of the Mondego River Basin using ensemble prediction forecasts provided by the European Center of Weather Forecasts. The model behind the two optimization models is based on a linear programming model in which the objective function consists on minimizing the volume discharges by the set of the system reservoirs. The model variables are the volumes discharged at each instance by each flow dischargers and the objective function coefficients corresponding to the priorities in the use of each discharger. The reservoir storage characteristics and the flow capacity limits of their dischargers, as well as inflows limitation at the section located downstream of the reservoir system, are defined in the optimization model through a set of constraints, as you can see in the slide. A 12-day period started at 0 hours on 2nd January 2016, in which one of the most serious floods ever occurred in Coimbra after the construction of the reservoir system took place, was selected for application, verification, and evaluation of the model performance. To evaluate the model performance, if it would have been used for the period considered, the model was applied to each day of this period, using as input the predicted flow and observed flow values, as if those were perfect forecasts. Then the results of the model thus obtained were compared with the corresponding values which actually occurred. The present graphs show the results thus obtained. The following outcomes were established as model performance indicators. The mean water level obtained in each reservoir, Agueira and Fronhas, the number of hours that the stream flow obtained in Coimbra was greater than the predefined flow thresholds, and the maximum stream flow values obtained in Coimbra. Based on the results of the three indicators presented in this table, it can be concluded that in general, the model displays a better performance than the management's actions actually undertaken, that is, corresponding to a real situation. In terms of water levels, the best results were obtained using the model with the predicted flows. Regarding the minimization of floods in Coimbra, represented by indicators 2 and 3, improved results are also obtained using the model. Taking into account the third indicator, the application of the model developed with the predicted flow provide a peak value of stream flow in Coimbra that did not reach the maximum flood threshold established, which in fact was exceeded. On the other hand, the application of the model developed with the real flows results in the maximum stream flow value in Coimbra that does not exceed the first defined flow threshold. The performance of the model is directly influenced by the quality of the flow forecast that is holds as input data. The analysis presented here shows that the model achieved the intended results and that its performance was very favorable when compared to the real situation. As conclusion, the results of the study showed that the model application leads to a better reservoir management performance that the operational actions actually follows, which do not take into account hydrological forecast data. In addition, through optimized flood damping, the model enables high water levels to be maintained in the reservoirs, particularly during periods in which there are no significant inflows forecasted, which is beneficial for other uses, in particular energy production. Besides that, the incorporation of inflow forecasts is an effective advantage for the operational management of reservoir systems. Finally, I just want to point out that these conclusions are based on the model's evaluation for a single flood period. The next step will be the application and the performance and evaluation of the model to a more representative number of flood periods. Thank you for your attention.
Thank you, Dr. Mendes, for a very nice presentation, wherein you have really brought out the fact that how the this reservoir management can be enriched by going for the real-time forecasting of the flows, and instead of how otherwise we are managing the reservoirs, instead of that, really assessing through forecasting and managing it to in a realistic way to address the various downstream related issues as well as the dam safety. Thank you so much.
Our next paper is on implementation of dam safety emergency action plan. It's by our Malaysian team, the Malaysian experience on community-based disaster management approach. To be presented by Dr. Ms. Laria. We still have 3 more presentations and time is short, so I will request the speakers to complete their presentation in 10 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Once again, I will present on behalf of the Malaysian delegate with the title Implementation of Dam Safety Emergency Action Plan, the Malaysian Experience on Community-Based Disaster Management Approach. This is just the outline, some introduction, dam safety practices in Malaysia, types of EAP exercise and experience of the EAP implementation in Malaysia. So I think I have shown this about the my dams, and I don't want to actually highlight this anymore. But the most important what I want to show is about the item number 10 on emergency action plan. So it is required to have the emergency action plan as per in my dam. But what more important is how to do the exercise. So I'm going to share our own experience on the how do we exercise our EAP. Okay. So this is journey of the policy and mechanism of national disaster management. It was started in 1926, the worst flood recorded in Malaya. And then we have a series of flood. But I think it started in 1995 after the collapse of the Highland Towers 1993. Disaster Management Division of the National Security Council established. Then we have National Security Council Directive number 20 announced in 1997. And then flood ISOP established. And then I think a series of flood in Malaysia. But I think revise again, this is actually a requirement when we talk about disaster management. Again in 2012, and then another one, 2003, I mentioned just now about the major dam spillage in Lembah Betam, Cameron Highland. And then after that, another one, I think 2014. And in 2016, where we have our MyCoal established. It's already established actually. We don't want for 14 years and we reactivate again in 2016. And after that, 2017, we have our MyDam. So these are the section in our National Directive number 20, Directive number 20, that is required by all the dam owner to follow. And also in MyDam, section 10.4 on the preparation of the EAP. So these are the components that we need to have. Introduction, roles and responsibilities, emergency identification, evaluation and classification, notification, attendance and communication procedures, inundation map, preventive action, appendices. All these actually refer to international standard, USBR and also NCOL and whatnot, and ICOL. All right, and then section 10.5.2, this is about exercise plan, where we have to do the workshop tabletop exercise. So I think this important emergency preparedness, I want to skip this. But what more important is that when we have our dam safety emergency response plan, this is an example of the Kenyir Dam belong to the TMB. So from there, from the model, we can actually set the triggering level, whether it is actually at dam safety emergency and also dam safety event. Yeah. And then after that, what are the action to be taken? And then after that, we have the evacuation route and shelter, and of course, we need to exercise. We have to make sure that this EAP is actually practical enough. So key elements of emergency action plan, EAP document outlines who does what, when, where, and how during the dam safety events, emergencies. The exercise I mentioned just now, so we can have a different type of the exercise. And finally, is the early warning system is the most important. And again, this is, you can see in this slide, we actually have all that requirement by MyDam. At the same time, like for the dam owner, dam personal agencies, so we have to do annually, drill exercise annually, tabletop exercise every 4 years. So these are the things that maybe we need to revise in our MyDam, if we need to revise that with the latest information or whatnot. Okay, but the recommended EAP exercise frequency in MyDam, we, as I mentioned, yeah, the functional exercise, this is a full simulation, 5 yearly. But the tabletop exercise every 4 years before functional exercise, and the full scale exercise as well. Okay, and then this is just based on the experience that we have on the EAP implementation in Malaysia. All right, so this is actually for TMB dam safety emergency response plan journey from 2003 until today. So we have 3 schemes. Sungai Perak hydroelectric scheme, Cameron Highland Batam Padang hydroelectric scheme, and we also have also Kenyir hydroelectric scheme. So this is the TMB dam safety program, 9 elements. So one of the element here is emergency preparedness and also maintaining personal capability and access to key technical information for the training and drill and communication with external stakeholders, including the integrated community-based disaster management. So these are our journey. So we have 3 schemes. It was started since 2005, 2014, so we have done the different activity or whatnot, similarly for Kenyir. But I think in 2019, when we have COVID, we have to stop that. But now it's actually, we actually start again. The most important is to ensure that our dam is safe. Yeah, but as I mentioned, whatever we do, if it happened again early this year in February. All right, so we have done some survey as well. So we want to check what is the response by the community and whatnot. So we can see here, like community response, 80% agreed that they and their family were prepared to face dam disaster. Assessment committee satisfaction with drill exercise for dam disaster about 64%. But what our observation is very important, community leaders, they are the most influenced person due to the culture background whatnot. And especially like Cameron Highland, for example, we do have indigenous people, and these are the thing, the requirement. We have to have a champion, the people who actually, the local people who actually doing it. Okay, and then disaster risk reduction strategy. So basically, these are all the program. We have information dissemination through open day, roadshow, local briefing, school camp, workshop, and response and preparedness, local briefing, drill exercise, tabletop exercise, and community emergency response plan team, and also with the community resilience on drill exercise, tabletop, evacuation exercise, and community emergency response plan and team. So integrated community-based disaster management, the most important, our aim is actually to create the synergy between the three major stakeholders: community, relevant authorities, and dam owners to minimize loss of life and property damages in a dam-related disaster, and also the method co-implementing dam owners and agencies, various program, training, and community events to increase their knowledge and awareness on the dam safety and potential risk to public. And we are actually following the Sendai framework for disaster risk reduction 2015-2030 because we work very closely with NAMA, National Disaster Management Agency in Malaysia. So this is the education awareness. That's the most important that we have to do before we do the training. So we have the community engagement program, an approach focusing on strengthening community resilience, regular evacuation drill conducted with local communities and local agencies, community engagement program, local agency and head of village given tasks and role in disaster risk management program as part of the program objective to develop internal structure and knowledge in disaster risk management program. And then also we have the school-based, this is community-led disaster risk reduction program, so school-based program as well. And then I think whatever it is, the most important, once we can educate, we have the exercise and whatnot, the early warning system. So what happened is that for the early warning system, so TMB will actually measure the and monitor the dam and reservoir condition. At the same time, we get the information from Drainage Irrigation Department or from Met Malaysia on the weather forecast river water level, and that can actually use the information to make decision. And part of early warning system activation option, of course, they have to refer to the EAP before they actually activate. So this is the indicator warning dam safety event, and also danger is when we have dam safety emergency. So we also have the different signs, siren and whatnot, and strobe light active, the yellow color and red color. I think maybe this is the international standard anyway. But what more important here is that this is where we have the siren, and this is the evacuation area. So these are all the things that we refer, and this is just to show that example early warning system. I know it's not enough yet, but for all the three, they are actually doing it. For all the three state hydroelectric scheme, they have already installed 19 sirens installed at the downstream of the dam. And finally, at the same time, in terms of dissemination of information, so TMB, they have come up with dam safety information system as well through the Android apps to give more information about, but this is actually still not shared with the public, but it's actually more with the agency and only with the dam owner. Okay, so the conclusion, responsible dam owner or operator to reduce dam failure that can lead to loss of life and catastrophic impact. So dam owner must take great responsibility to effectively communicate with all stakeholders, maintain and update regularly to remain up to date and practical at all times. The main purpose of preparing AP to provide a proper procedure in assisting dam personnel in executing dam emergency operation, and a good EAP would practical, help prevent and reduce loss of life, minimize the impact on the society and environment due to dam failure, and the benefit of establishing dam safety emergency response plan to create better communication and effective responses among dam owners and agencies to save life during dam emergency occurrences. Okay, once again, I would like to invite the INCOL, the members, and all the participants. You're welcome to Malaysia to our conference next year in Kuala Lumpur. So I think with that, I end my presentation. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Ms. Claria. Once again, I think this is a sequel to your earlier one wherein you talked about the dam safety management, now followed by how to take care of the to have the preparedness, disaster preparedness for the these dams in the form of emergency action plan. You have come out with the emergency action plan for Malaysia, how it has been defined. And the best part, in fact, I liked is the community survey dam safety program, which you talked about. It's a very good means initiative to go about community involvement. And at school level also, you are educating the students or the children about this. This is a very nice initiative by the Malaysian government or federal government of Malaysia. Thank you so much for your presentation.
Yeah, once again, congratulations to Malaysian team, Malaysian government for taking so many steps forward for that proper dam safety management. They have only about 100 dams, but it's heartening to see that all dam safety management practices are being followed to have a proper dam safety management. So our next paper title is Best Practices Followed in Dam Safety Management and Governance at Subansiri Lower Dam by Vipin Gupta, Ramesh Ojha, and Ram Keval. Who is presenting the paper? Who is the speaker? Ramesh Ojha. Ramesh Ojha. Mr. Ramesh Ojha will be presenting the paper. I request Mr. Ramesh to restrict your presentation to 10 minutes because time is less.
Yeah, good afternoon, Chairman, Co-Chairman, ladies and gentlemen. I am Ramesh Ojha. With me, the co-authors of this paper is Mr. Vipin Gupta, he's Executive Director, and Ram Keval. I'm going to present this, the best practices being followed in dam safety management of Subansiri Lower, which is India's largest hydropower project. This is 2000 megawatt project. So this is being implemented by NHPC. This is the CPSU of Government of India. This project is located at the boundaries of Arunachal and Assam. And this is on river Subansiri. And this Subansiri river is a major tributary of Brahmaputra, and it contributes around 10.66% of the total discharge of Brahmaputra. And the catchment of Subansiri is also very huge. It is 26,419 square kilometer, and 16,000 square kilometer lies in India only. This project is basically an ROR scheme, which is going to provide, once completed, this is going to provide a peaking power of at least 4 to 5 hours during lean season. Basically this project was, when it was started, there was some issues of downstream discharge by the local population who are inhabiting in the downstream, and they had demanded more quantity of downstream discharge. So basically it was demanded that around 270 cubics of discharge be released every time. In order to supplement those things, we have planned that one machine of 322 cubics discharge will be operated 24 hours once the project is completed, so that we are going to release more than what is mandated for us as a downstream discharge. This is what we have with us now. And now, then another thing is that we'll be operating the reservoir around 15 meters below the FRL during the monsoon season. This is also one of the safety measures which we are going to take. This is just to take care of any kind of flash flood during the monsoon, because Subansiri River is a very huge river, having a discharge of around 7,000 to 9,000 cubics, and sorry. And you can see that the data of that 1 in 10-year flood is 12,400 cubics, and that 1 in 25-year flood is 14,500 cubics, and it goes to say around 19,600 cubics. This project has been designed for 37,500 cubics, that is the PMF. This is a layout of the Subansiri. It is a very compact project, and the dam. You can see the dam area. Then this is the dam, and then we have 8 number of headrest tunnels and a very compact, the powerhouse. So within 1.5 square kilometers, you can find the entire structure of the project. It is located so compact. I'll go through very quickly the silent features of this project. This is a concrete gravity dam, 116 meters high. We have a huge radial gates, 9 numbers with 11.5 by 14 meters. HRT 8 numbers, and again pressure shaft, surge tunnels, and I was referring to this design flood, which this is the PMF, which we have designed 37,500 cumex. The annual generation of energy will be 7,422 million units in 90% dependable year. The total area of submergence is significantly very low. This is 33.5 square kilometers. And just an information for you that the top level of the dam is 210 meter MSL. The main safety features of the dam, this is something which I want to emphasize, is we have a provision of cutoff wall in upstream and downstream of the dam portion, the dam foundation. And the dam width has been increased by 100 meters. This is an additional dam width that has been increased for enhanced stability of the dam. And additionally, we are extensively using instrumentation in dam body, and we are very particularly measuring all those parameters regularly, so as to watch what is the behavior of a dam, because most of the dam portion has been completed. It's more than 85% is completed, and in another 6 months we'll be able to complete the entire dam. And we are planning to commission at least 2 units in this financial year itself. So we are measuring those data of the instrumentation, which I'll show you with my slides. Again, the cut slopes which have been sliced during the dam construction. So the stripping, all those cut slopes have been cladded, covered with the cladding, and we have also put deep cable anchors of 35 meters depth, so as to prevent those, the deterioration of the rock due to moisture when we operate the dam. And as I told you that this reservoir will be kept 15 meters below the FRL during the monsoon season. This is the 3D view of the dam, which I was trying to tell you. This is an upstream cutoff wall, which has been provided. This cutoff wall runs through the entire dam length. Even in the non-overflow section, it runs. And this is additional, 100 meters of length, which has been added in the dam to enhance the stability and safety of the dam. And there is a provision of one cutoff wall in the downstream also. This is the 30-meter deep, whereas the upstream cutoff wall is 15 meters deep below the dam foundation. Now, just a quick recap of what we want to say about the cutoff wall. This is just to dissipate higher level of water pressure. We thought it is an additional safety measure to provide a cutoff wall in both the upstream and downstream. We have done this cutoff wall through a French company, which is Jaipur, who have the expertise of doing cutoff wall world over. The cutoff wall is the 8 number of panels have been cast. This panel by panel, this has been cast, and these are some of the dimensions of the cutoff wall, which and the levels wherein these have been cast. This has been shown in my slide. It is a 800-meter thick cutoff wall, 50-meter upstream depth and 30-meter downstream depth. So the total executed area of the cutoff wall is 18,000 square meter, and this has been done in a record time of 28 months. Although it is a huge volume, but it has been done very efficiently by Jaipur. And the performance of cutoff wall is very, very impressive. For the last 2 years, we are witnessing this performance, and it is very impressive, and very, very minimal downstream seepage is observed. So it is behaving absolutely perfect. This is just a pictorial view of how we have done the cutoff wall. This is the upstream section of the dam. So you can very well see this, the cutoff wall has been placed in even the non-overflow sections also, just to, this is the hydrophase SC05 machine, which was mainly used for excavation of the cutoff wall. And this is another view of the cutter of the hydrophase machine, and this desanding machine. This is just a additional attachment to the this process of wherein the slurry is recycled and used in the formation of cutoff wall. The cutoff wall gallery, which is 7-meter D-shaped gallery, was constructed, and this is how you can see this the image of this instrument which was excavating the cutoff wall, and this trench was being excavated. Another view of this, and this is another 3D view of the dam width, which was initially the dam width was 171 meter, which was enhanced by 100 meters in order to extend this base so that more stability of the dam is obtained. And this both the cutoff wall, upstream and downstream cutoff wall, is able to contain the rock mass inside this, so that the seepage line is increased, and the water, there is a minimal seepage and minimal defragmentation of the fine rock mass inside below the foundation. So this is one of the features of the Subansiri Dam. This additional base width, I just told you that additional base width of 100 meter was added, and some more modifications were done. This was mainly done because the Subansiri project, which started in 2005, had to be it was completely stopped in 2011 due to huge demonstrations by people downstream, because they had serious issues of dam safety and flooding kind of thing. So in order to allow those fear, Government of India had created many committees, and one of the committees, that is Dam Design Review Panel, they have extensively gone through those design parameters of the dam, and apart from those designs, they have suggested some of the additional features, and these additional features is what I am I have told, that this additional 100 meters width of the dam and additional cutoff wall that has been created by NHPC. This Dam Design Review Panel has given this design of this additional spillway bucket. They have decided how these buckets will be placed. We have a 9 number of spillways here in this dam, and all those spillways, the four number of spillways, they have at a different location, and the remaining 5 number of buckets are at a different elevation. This is just to minimize the excavation kind of thing, because we never wanted to excavate more, and so we thought that whatever is wherever we get the hardest foundation in this in the dam, will be restricting those excavation to that level only. So that is the reason why we have different elevations of spillways in the dam. Now you can see those pictorial view of dam. This is during the flood, recent floods in the month of August. You can see the dam is almost performing and almost completed, with most of the trunnion beams have been casted, and radial gates are also under almost construction, and we'll be able to finish it in next 6 months. This is one of the some view of the dam, front view. This is this is about instrumentation of dam. We have I told you that we are extensively using instrumentation in the dam to monitor the dam health and dam safety. This, as I told you, that dams instrumentation are very important, because initial phase of construction of the dam will be very important for us. So we'll be using those instruments to analyze the data of what kind of behavior is going to be there in dam. And during operation and monitoring also, this instrumentation is going to help us out. And of course, these instrumentations are going to help us in technical and scientific purpose for analysis of this. Will be this instrumentation measurement indicates structural behavior. There will be internal loadings, there will be external loadings, and all those parameters, even the parameters of weather parameters, all those things will be monitored through these instrumentation, which we have placed. Most of the instruments have been placed, and some are going to be placed at different levels. And once it is completed, we'll be able to measure those parameters. I'll skip this slide and I'll tell you that we have already installed 183 number of instruments. This is, I can tell you, different kind of instruments have been installed at different number of different bays. Even these are the non-overflow bays and these are the overflow bays. And another 95 instruments are yet to be installed. This will be able to install in another 2 or 3 months, and that will complete our the dam project. So whatever instruments have been installed and the data have been generated, we have just put in we have just given a comparison of those who have the instruments which were installed initially and how they are behaving. All those parameters which were being measured, we have plenty of data generated throughout this period. I have just shown one comparison of the data pre-monsoon and post-monsoon, and you can very well see that almost the dam is performing very well. This is the data of the rock trend movement of the dam. Another data is the temperature data, which is being shown to you. The temperature data also shows that there is almost no variation in temperature, and the dam is perfectly behaving. Another is the pore pressure, which is very important for the dam. And you can very well see that the pore pressure initially, during the installation, there was some, movement. Otherwise, it is almost static. And during monsoon also, it is behaving perfectly. And we are continuously monitoring those drainage galleries of the dam. They are behaving perfectly well. There is no minimal seepage in the drainage gallery. And all those, data are indicating those healthy sign of the dam. Then again, trend of movement it can be seen that the trend of the movement is also almost static. There is no change in the movement. So this is all another stresses. Also, we can see that stresses also are within the limits. This is also being shown in a graph. Another is the uplift pressure, which is also very important, and you can very well see that during monsoon also it has behaved. Although we'll be watching this criteria once we start filling the reservoir, then it will be very important for us. So it is too early to indicate this. So this is just an indication for just to show you. The strain meters have also been installed at a dam, and just a slide to give you the indication that strain meters are also giving absolutely stable condition. They are indicating stable condition during construction also. This is what I was trying to tell you, that this is the cut slope of the dam, and this has also already been cladded. So this entire thing has been completely cladded with a reinforced wall, so that there is no impact of the moisture during operation of the dam. So to conclude, I just told you that 85% of the dam has been completed, and will be able to commission at least 2 units during the current financial year. This additional dam safety measures implemented during the construction has proven its forte, and this is what I could I tried to show you through the measurements of instruments. Cutoff wall, as I said, is performing very well, and dam galleries have also negligible seepage, and they are showing very good sign, healthy sign. Instrumentation is also perfectly, as of now, it is showing very perfect signs, and we are having no issues with the parameters. With the completion of the dam, these instrumentation shall be automated with the control room so that we are able to monitor the health of the dam and take corrective measures if required. And also these data will be used for evaluation of the performance of the dam in times to come. Thank you so much for your kind attention.
Thank you, Mr. Oja, for such an informative presentation regarding Subanshree, wherein must be due to some structural issues. The certain modifications have been carried out in the dam in the form of extending the base and providing the cutoffs. And I think this very well addressing the morning session aspects wherein President ICOL, Mr. Lino, has brought out that structural safety is important. And another speaker has brought out that it's not the fixed rule we have to follow depending upon what is the requirement at that means it is location specific with various parameters according to which we need to design our system. And yes, once is something I have also heard it for the first time that cutoffs have been provided and across the river in the dam by extending the base also and through instrumentation the same is being observed. And the things are coming out to be very nicely now, and it's at its commissioning stage now. Thank you so much, Mr.
Yeah, good description about Subanshree Dam. The project was stalled for many years due to different issues. It's heartening to see that it has come up again after taking so many measures related to dam safety, and now it is going to be completed this year. So our next presentation is on two-dimensional dam break flow analysis of cascade of dams using HECRAS. To be presented by Shivendra Jaiswal, Rahul Kumar Jaiswal, and A.K. Lohani. Who is the presenter speaker? Mr. Rahul Kumar Jaiswal will be presenting the paper. I request Mr. Rahul to complete their presentation in 10 minutes, strict time limit.
So, very good afternoon to all of you, respected chairman, co-chair. I am going to present this topic on two-dimensional dam break flow analysis of cascade of dam using HECRAS. My co-authors are Shivendra Jaiswal and Dr. A.K. Lohani. I am from National Institute of Hydrology, Roorkee. So as we all know that dams are generally made to store water. They are used for irrigation, flood moderation, power generation, domestic water supply, as well as for industrial purposes. But on the contrary, if the dams fail, they create lots of havoc downstream of the dam due to that flood wave. And in our earlier speaker are already told that we have to prepare for that also. So in that we have prepared this dam break analysis for a cascade of dam, where more than one dams are there in the series. So what is the motivation of this study? This study has been carried out for Gandhi Sagar Dam. It is third largest dam of India. And it is first in the series of Chambal Valley project, which is having 4 dams or barrages. So there are 3 dams and 1 barrage is there. And in 2019, there was very heavy flood in that region of Gandhi Sagar Dam. And the situation was so alarming that water was flow out from the emergency gates provided, and it is overtopped the dam. And at that time, that nearly 17.88 lakhs cusecs of the water, it was outflown from this reservoir. And considering this catastrophic situation, CWC has declared this overtopping as a national crisis. As well as there is one important fact that downstream of this Gandhi Sagar, there is another dam which is Rana Pratap Sagar Dam. And by the side of this dam, there is very important structure is there, that is Rawat Bhata Atomic Power Plant. So this dam, this atomic power plant is also very important for the security purposes. And topography in this region is highly undulating. And recent past, we have seen that there is flow is increasing with the time. So we can see over here from 1960 to 2020, their flow is increasing. That's why this erratic water flow has that rendered this dam unsafe, and there is need for some surplus storage that has been mentioned by in some of the study by Gupta and KVD in 2007. So this is a study area. You can see over here, there are 4 dams in the series. One is Gandhi Sagar Dam, then Rana Pratap Sagar. This is Rana Pratap Sagar, then this Jawahar Sagar, and there is Kota Barrage. So side by side, this is Kota city. So this is RAPP, that is Rawat Bhata Atomic Power Plant. This is very important, and also this Kota city, because this is very near to this Kota Barrage. So these are the salient features. We can see this. These are very big dam. This Gandhi Sagar Dam, its catchment area is nearly 23,000. And it store more than 7,000 MCM of the water. This grass capacity you can see over here, it is 7,165 MCM of this dam and 2,905 for this Rana Pratap Sagar. So they are very big dams. So what data we have used? We have used the distal elevation model of this area. So that that has been used, silent features, land use, land cover, that PMF, flood hydrographs we have used, storage, elevation capacity, all these informations, and this Landsat 8 data have been used for that preparation of land use map. So this is the land use map of this whole area we have prepared, that is required for dam break analysis. And this is actually PMF we have used for Gandhi Sagar Dam, which is, you can see over here, that is 54,390 cumex water. It is the highest flood, that is PMF of this area. So what methodology we have used? We have used all these informations into that RAS mapper, which is actually GIS for HECRAS. And in this RAS mapper, all these informations we have put down in this, that here. Then we created that storage area, and then all these geometric data we have kept in this model. Then we run this model as a unsteady flow. And once that flood hydrograph we have got from one dam, it has been brought down to the second dam. And in this series, we have broken down all the dams, and we have seen the effect of this flood. So model setup, we have created this 2-dimensional mesh, which is of cell size of 50 by 50. For giving that Manning's N, we have used that land use land cover map, and we have found 5 different classes of that area. Storage area are also digitized, and the storage curve have been used. That dam has been given in the form of 2D connections over there. Then dam breach plan has been computed using this guidelines given by US ACE 2007 for Gravity Dam, and that Frohlich 2008 has been used for the Earthfield Dam. So these are the results. So you can see that these are the dam breach for Rana Pratap Sagar Dam. This is for Jawahar Sagar. This is for Jawahar Sagar, and this is for Kota Barrage. In this HECRAS model, we have that a lateral inflow has been given, and we have provided all these inflow boundary and normal depth as a outflow boundary. Computations time has been taken as 5 seconds and mapping interval 30 seconds. So all these analysis have been kept, and in this 2D flow analysis, and these are some of the outputs. So you can see over here, this is what is this flow in these at the inflow at Gandhi Sagar, and what is the outflow. Similarly for Rana Pratap Sagar, that Jawahar Sagar, and this is for the Kota Barrage. So all these inflow and outflow hydrograph have been computed. These are the dams, these are the then places which will be affected. We have found out that these are the places which is near to Kota. They have been affected, and what will be the minimum arrival time will be there. So you can see here where very less time is available for these places. These are so what we have seen, because that Rawat Vata atomic power station, this is very important. So what we have done, we have see the effect. Then when there that Gandhi Sagar dam is broken, and at the same time Rana Pratap Sagar is empty. So this is, we have considered one case. And in second case, when this upstream dam D1 is that is Gandhi Sagar, it is broken, and at the Rana Pratap is full. So we have considered these two cases. And we have found that when, if this Rana Pratap Sagar is empty, then there will be no harm to that Rawat Bhata atomic power plant, because water will not go up to that point. But here I think this is not running. It is actually video with where we can see that how water is flowing. But at the same time, when this dam is full, when if Rana Pratap Sagar storage is full, at the same time this water surface elevation, it is higher than that elevation of that Rawat Bhata atomic power plant site. So at that time, this will be this will be very dangerous, and we suggested that there must be some policy guidelines, so that atomic power plants, they must be saved at the time of very high flood, or at the time of dam break. So these are our some of the conclusions. We can see over here that maximum discharge at Gandhi Sagar, that is 79,000, which is higher than the PMF of Rana Pratap Sagar. So if dam is broken, then that PMF will be higher than that the PMF, that flow is higher than the PMF of Rana Pratap Sagar. So definitely it will broke that Rana Pratap Sagar also. And similar situations will be for the other dam also. And when this Rana Pratap Sagar dam is empty, at that time we can save that Rawat Bhata atomic power plant. Otherwise, there may be some situation like Chernobyl plant type of incident may happen, because that water surface elevation is much higher than that elevation of Rawat Bhata atomic power plant. So these were some of the conclusions. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Rahul. I think this is a very good exercise, just because it is reflecting that we have to save on to the nuclear power plant. And I believe this study has been carried out in keeping that aspect into consideration. And certainly we, as in the morning session also, it was clearly brought out that it is to be cascading effect which we need to study instead of individual dam break study. So thank you so much for giving a nice presentation with an objective of having looking into safety concerns of the nuclear power plant. Thank you.
Thank you, Rahul. Now is the last presentation of this session. Presentation title is Assessment of Hydrocover in 3 revenue zones of Maharashtra by remote sensing method. The paper is written by Rajan Shah, Sanjeev Tatu, Rajiv Mundada, Makarant Kulkarni, and Santosh Wagh.
Who is presenting the paper? Mr. Kulkarni is presenting the paper. I request Mr. Kulkarni to be very brief and precise.
Good afternoon, sir. Myself, Mr. Makarand Kulkarni. The topic for my presentation is assessment of hydrocover in the 3 revenue zones of Maharashtra by remote sensing technology. My co-authors are Rajan Shah, Sanjeev Tatu, Raju Mundra, and Santosh Wag. And I am from Maharashtra Engineering Research Institute, which is the prime research institute of Government of Maharashtra Water Resources Department. The main objective of my institute is to carry out the sedimentation survey. Since 1972, we are engaging reservoir sedimentation surveys, and we have carried out more than 300 surveys in the Maharashtra. And I am happy to tell you that we have also carried out more than 78 surveys outside the Maharashtra with the MOU to Central Water Commission under Remote Sensing Directorate. So this is the supplementary application of reservoir sedimentation that we are doing at our office. So basically, hydrocover is one of the most important parameter which plays the crucial role in hydrological cycle. With the global climate change and growing influence of human activities, river changes and uneven rainfall, the challenge is increasing. Accurate information of hydrocover is important for flood prediction, monitoring, and relief. As well as this paper describes the 3 hydrocover assessment studies using satellite remote sensing data carried out by Maharashtra Engineering Research Institute. And this paper focused on the identification of the water bodies using supervised classification technique. The main objective is to study the revenue region-wise hydrocover statistics in basically Nashik, Aurangabad, and Pune for the pre-monsoon and the post-monsoon session, to study the impact of climate change on hydrocover, and to provide the fundamental information to state government as well as local authorities for the protection and restoration of the hydrocovers and the conservation of natural ecosystem in these 3 revenue regions. So basically, study area is the 5 districts in Nashik revenue region, 8 districts in the Aurangabad revenue region, and 5 districts in Pune revenue region. The satellite data which we used for the pre-monsoon and post-monsoon is basically Indian remote sensing satellites, and where we haven't got these images, then we have used the Sentinel dataset from European Space Agency. These are the satellite images and the overlay of the district boundary over it, basically in Nashik, Aurangabad, and Pune revenue region. Methodology: the remote sensing technique is utilized to assess the water spread area for the pre-monsoon and post-monsoon season. In the present study, hydrocover assessment has been done by the supervised classification techniques. These techniques we have evaluated by using various trials and errors in NDVI, NDPI, NDWI, modified NDWI, and we have finalized that the supervised classification technique is the good technique for this type of work. The extensive ground truth is very necessary for carrying out this type of supervised classification technique. For Nashik revenue region, we have collected around 1500 features. For Aurangabad revenue region, we have collected 146, and for Pune revenue region, we have collected 365. So this is the basic methodology. The basic data of satellite data, and the field data is most important. Field data is in the form of Google points, GPS. We have carried out n number of field visits, and we took around 2000 GPS points to finalize our accuracy. And see, basically this is the result with respect to the geographical area and the pre-monsoon and post-monsoon hydrocover area with respect to pre-monsoon and post-monsoon area percentage. So we can find out that the percentage-wise relation with the Nashik, Aurangabad, and Pune region. So these are the conclusions. Finally, the results provide useful and up-to-date information for planners, resource managers, and policy makers for sustainable use of water. Day by day, we are observing that due to the climate change, we are facing very serious natural issues. As well as in next 10 years, the water spread area dynamic study will be more important for the research institutes. So the effect of the climate change is observed in pre-monsoon and post-monsoon statistics. Hence, continuous monitoring is required for the substantial sustainable development of water resources. So these are my references. Thank you.
Mr. Kulkarni, I believe this complete studies to establish that total quantum of water, but we are getting out of pre-monsoon scenario and post-monsoon scenario. Yeah, that's a, if we can work out it on year basis and we can, if forecast, then not exactly forecast, we can extrapolate based on that, then certainly it is going to be useful. Thank you so much for your presentation.
Now we come to the end of the session. We had very good presentations in this session, 7 presentations in total. Started with a presentation on seismic stability and seismic safety given by Dr. Martin Wieland, 2 presentations by my core team on dam safety management practices and EAP emergency action plan. What are they doing in their country for following the dam safety principles? One presentation was on reservoir optimization for flood, reducing the flood risks by Portuguese team, Dr. Julania. Dr. Dr. Julania. And one presentation was on dam break analysis. The last presentation was on hydropower, and one presentation was given by our NHPC team on Lower Subansiri, the various structural measures taken to safeguard the dam safety. So now we conclude this session. I thank you all for attending this session. Thank you very much.
Hello, sound check. All right, thank you, everyone. Now may I request Dr. R.K. Gupta to please do the honor for presenting the memento to Dr. Poonam Binjolkar, Director Civil, Himachal Pradesh State Electricity Board Limited. Now I would request sir to please present a memento to Mr. Martin Wieland. Ma'am, please be heard. Memento to Miss Laria Mohammed Siddiq. Miss Lyra is not here. Okay. Next, we have Dr. Juliana Mendes. Mr. Ramesh Oja. Thank you so much, sir. Now I request Dr. Poonam Binjolkar, ma'am, to please do the honor for presenting the memento to Mr. Makarand Kulkarni, All right. Thank you so much, ma'am. Now I request all of you to have a quick tea break. And we are going to join back again in quick 15 minutes. Thank you, everyone. Check. Also, I would request all the dignitaries of technical session, Dam Safety Act 2021 to please hand over the presentations so that we can download. Thank you.
Session 2. फुल स्क्रीन में नहीं आता इसमें फुल स्क्रीन रहेगा अच्छा आप इससे आगे जाएगा इससे भी कर सकते हैं
All right, welcome back, everyone. Now I request for the technical session, Dam Safety Act 2021. I would request Chairman Sir Shri D.K. Sharma, Vice President ICOL, and Co-Chairman Shri J. Chandrasekhar Iyer, Member D&R CWC, to please come on the dais. Now I request the chairman of the session to kindly conduct the proceedings. The floor is handed over to you, sir. Thank you.
Good evening, everybody. Well, we have, as per the program, a video presentation on Dam Safety Act, and then a paper on overview of Dam Safety Act by the co-chairman, Mr. J. Chandrasekhar Iyer, Dam Safety and Legislation Frameworks in Albania. I'm afraid we are trying to get Mr. Arjun Giovanni online, but let's hope. So far, we have not succeeded. It may so happen that because of the delay in the session, we would have lost the contact, but we'll still try in case we can get. Then we have a presentation on technical framework concerning dam safety by Professor CVR Murthy. And then the last is Dam Safety Act and Dam Rehabilitation and Improvement Program, Mr. Vijay Saran, the Chief Engineer, DRIP in Central Water Commission. So rather than video presentation, I'll start first.
Okay, from the last session, I would like to request Chairman Sir Dr. R.K. Gupta, CWC, Dr. R.K. Gupta, to please do the honor for presenting the memento to Rahul Kumar, Mr. Rahul Kumar Jaiswal. आगे से जाना है। Okay, thank you so much, sir.
I would request my co-chairman, Mr. Iyer, to give his presentation on an overview of Dam Safety Act 2021. Mr. Iyer.
A very good afternoon to everybody. I think it's the last session, and normally at this time, post lunch, post tea, the numbers fade away. And but in spite of all this, I see relatively good numbers. So I think people are serious about the Dam Safety Act. So we wanted this session to be kept because 2022, this is the very hot topic, post enactment of the Act in December 2021. A lot of activities have happened, and we thought we should go on emphasizing on the various sections of the Act time and again so that you all get used to every section of the Act. With that, this is one slide which you will see for the entire conference n number of times, but the perspective may change. Again, we have 5745 dams in this country, both existing and under construction. But what that translates into is around 305 odd BCM of storage. While we are happy that we rank third in the world, in the absolute terms of storage, are we satisfied with that? That is anybody's guess, because with a population of 130 crores, per capita storage, we are far below. In the absolute terms, as well as the requirement for a future 2050 when we touch 1.5 billion, are we happy with these storages for the water security and food security? So only options left, as already mentioned by many of my previous speakers, we need to build new storages, large dams, notwithstanding that the best sites for dams are also fading. On the other hand, whatever assets we have created with huge investments, we need to preserve them. And that is the focus of the entire dam safety management and governance aspects. Now, this also has been time and again shown to you. It was also mentioned by Honorable Minister, around 80% of the dams have crossed 25 years of age, and more than 227 dams have crossed 100 years. Not necessarily that an aging dam has problems. We have examples already mentioned in the morning, which are surviving for many years. But what is important is how we are managing these dams and how are we operating these dams. Already mentioned, we have 42 reported dam failures in the last 100 years, starting from 1917. And 22, we had one dam failure in the month of August in Madhya Pradesh. Out of this, we saw a figure presented that around 85 to 90% of these dams are all earthen dams. Besides the failures, we have numerous dam incidents happening. Either the shutter is failing, or the drainage gallery is filled up, or the downstream slope of the dam is failing. Similar to that, we have numerous incidents happening, and a couple of them have happened in this year as well, when we lost the shutters of the gates, radial gates of some of the dams, leading to distress in the problems in the downstream areas of the dam. Now, what is important here is already mentioned by one of the experts. If you see the circles in the red, these are the dams which have failed within 10 years. And the one which is there in this year which failed, we failed during the initial filling of the dam. So it means there are certain issues which we are not addressing. It's basically a firefighting which is going on in the management of dams. And we lack institutional setup, how to survey the dams, how to operate and maintain. What we need is an institutional mechanism. And that's what the Dam Safety Act 2021 is providing us. Prior to this, last 40 years, we have been into this dam safety activities, but those activities didn't have a statutory backup. We did have some mechanism at the central level, but at the state level, it was either the water resource department or the energy department which were managing the dams, or some of the CPSUs which are managing dams, but they have their own procedures which do not completely fulfill the requirements necessary for dam safety management. So for this, a lot of efforts were done, and the journey of legislation on dam safety is almost 40 years old. 1975, when the irrigation ministers of the states met, they wanted some dam safety activities to be taken up by Central Water Commission. 1979, we had the Central Design Safety Organization set up in Central Water Commission. After that, in 1982, we had the Standing Committee, which gave its recommendations on dam safety procedures in 1986. One of the recommendations of that committee was to have a legislation on dam safety. So a comprehensive dam safety bill was formulated in 2002, and the bill enacted in the state of Bihar in 2006. Initially, Government of India wanted that this act should be owned by the states, and accordingly Bihar enacted the bill. But the voices grew towards having a unified central legislation, and Andhra Pradesh and West Bengal, both the states, passed a resolution on dam safety in 2007. So with that impetus, a dam safety bill was framed in 2010, and it was referred to Standing Committee on Water Resources of the Parliament, which gave its recommendations. And again, as the Parliament lapsed, it was again presented in the year 2018. And after that, in August 19, the lower house passed the bill on 2nd of August 2019, and the upper house passed it on 2nd December 2021. Finally, the Dam Safety Act received the assent of the Honorable President on 13th December 2021, and it became effective on the 30th of December 2021. Now, we are almost 10 months down the line, but still, when we have gone through all this various sensitization of the states and the CPSUs, we still find that the states and the private agencies, as well as the public sector utilities, they need a lot of hand-holding in implementation of the various sections of this act. Now, the very preamble of the act is very clear. It's an act to provide for surveillance, number one. Number two, inspection. Number three, operation and maintenance. It talks about preventing dam failure related disasters, and it talks of institutional mechanism. So it's very crystal clear in the preamble, one of the comprehensive dam safety acts in the world. It has 11 chapters, 56 clauses, and 3 schedules which form part of the act. The very first chapter, preliminary, it deals with the purpose of the act. It is a pan-India act, and it talks of the applicability of the act, and it starts with the definitions. What is a specified dam? It talks about what is a dam failure. It talks about what is a dam incident. So it is very clearly giving what are the terms meaning what have been used in the act. Then the second, third, fourth, and fifth chapters of the act are all part of the institutional mechanism that has been set up at the national as well as the state level. The sixth chapter talks about the duties and functions in relation to the dam safety. And then we come to the 7th, 8th, and 9th chapter, which talks of inspections, data collection. It talks of emergency action plan. It talks of disaster management, and it talks of risk assessment studies and comprehensive dam safety evaluation. One of the most important chapters is the 10th chapter. That's on the offenses and penalties. And then, which hardly we find in any of the other similar acts. And way forward also has been mentioned in the 11th chapter regarding the draft regulations to be framed by the National Dam Safety Authority. Again, first chapter is on the extent, applicability, and the definitions, which talks of what is a distress condition in a dam. It talks of what is a dam safety unit, and most importantly, what is a specified dam, which is the main area of focus in the Act. Any dam above 15 meters height, measured from the lowest portion of the general foundation, or between 10 and 15 meters high, which satisfy one of these following conditions. So the word specified dam has been used. Large dam has not been used. When we compile our national register on large dams, we had a definition of large dam, and that specific definition has been taken into this act and termed as specified dam. Of course, I need to bring out here that High Court has, I think, changed the definition in recent past in terms of the capacity of the reservoir found by the dam. I think it's now 3 million cubic meter, but the act is specifically for 1 million cubic meter. So the definition of specified dam is mentioned in the act. The institutional mechanism we have at the national level, National Committee on Dam Safety, headed by Chairman Central Water Commission, and then the National Dam Safety Authority. And at the state level, we have a now very specified two institutions. One is the State Committee on Dam Safety and State Dam Safety Organization. And the most important is the owner, who has to have a dam safety unit in every dam. Now, what is the composition of National Committee on Dam Safety? The composition is given here. And the functions of this committee has been brought out in the first schedule of the Act. As per the responsibility of the Government of India, central government on 17th February has notified the constitution of this committee and has become functional from the 18th of February. This committee needs to be reconstituted every 3 years as per the Act. The good thing of this committee is it has experts from various disciplines, and it also has a provision for 3 specialists in the field of dam safety. And presently, the 2 specialists nominated by the Government of India, we have Shri D.K. Sharma is one of the member of this NCDS, and Professor C.V.R. Murthy is the second member of this committee on the dam safety. Now, broad functions of this NCDS is basically to evolve dam safety policies, and it has to recommend necessary regulations. It has to evolve comprehensive dam safety management approach, make recommendations, and also make recommendations for coordinated reservoir operations of cascading dam, besides others. The policies which are being evolved by this National Committee on Dam Safety has to be implemented by the National Dam Safety Authority. As per the Act, this committee has to meet at least twice a year, once prior pre-monsoon and once post-monsoon. The pre-monsoon, one meeting has already been held, and the directions have been given, and NDSA is on the task of moving ahead on those directions. The second tier in the national level is the National Dam Safety Authority, which again was established by the central government wide notification on 17th Feb 2022, made effective from the 18th of February. The functions of this authority has been enlisted in the second schedule of the Act, elaborate list, and this authority has been made responsible for all the policies and programs that are advised by or directed by the National Committee on Dam Safety. We have 4 regions as per the notification: northern region, southern region, east and northeast, as well as southern western region. So the Ministry of Jal Shakti has notified that NDSA will function with a broad structure on additional charge basis till such time the recruitment rules about the various positions as well as regular staff are posted in this organization. So accordingly, member D&R CWC has been entrusted with the additional responsibility of chairman of authority. We have a secretariat under one of the directors of the D&R wing, and 4 chief engineers have been given the responsibilities of the various members as stipulated in the rules. One is member policy and research with the defined functions for him, member technical, then member regulation, who has to give directions to the various states and the dam owners, and member disaster and resilience. The administration and finance has been given to the joint secretary and financial advisor of the ministry on additional charge basis. Similarly, we have given the field responsibilities also to 4 offices, one at Chandigarh, the other one at Pune, the third one at Chennai, and 4th one at Guwahati. The directors, regional directors have been given. So the NDSA is fully functional since April 2022 and have been doing as much task possible to the extent possible, try to see that the directions of NCDS are being followed. So the list of functions of NDSA is quite long as per the schedule. Select functions are brought out here. Basically, it has to implement the policies of the government and the ones made by NCDS. It has to maintain database and record of various dams in the country, including the dam failures. It has to be sorting out all the issues of the state dam safety organizations and between any owner of the dam and the SDSOs. It has to lay down guidelines and checklists. If there is a major dam failure, it has to examine the cause of it and see for the remedial measures and way forward how to prevent such incidents or failures. Even it has the responsibility to lay down the uniform criteria for vulnerability and hazard classification. And it has to establish an early warning system. One of the most important issues, a task also assigned to the NDSA is it has to overall supervise the dam rehabilitation program that are executed in the various states by the dam owners, by the states through central or externally aided funding. Now, when we go to the state, we have 2 tiers. One is the State Committee on Dam Safety. And the Act very clearly defines what should be the constitution of that committee. The engineering chief or his equivalent has to be the chairperson ex officio, and it should have technical or scientific officials not exceeding 6 people of the rank of chief engineers. Now, there are issues with the upstream as well as downstream states. So in case the reservoir area of any dam extends to an upstream state, one of the officer of the rank of chief engineer has to be a member of that state committee. And in case any of the reservoir of a dam flows or any flood flows happen into the downstream state, a representative of the downstream state has to be there. Apart from 2 officers from the central ministry, central departments, Central Water Commission and the Central Electricity Authority. The state committee is also assisted by 3 experts from the various engineering institutes which they'd like to have. Again, this committee has to be constituted after every 3 years. Like NDSA is offering the secretary assistance to NCDS, the state dam safety organization would be assisting as a secretariat for the SCDS. The functions of the State Committee on Dam Safety are again listed here. It has to discharge all the functions that may be necessary as per the guidelines, standards, and other directions issued by the national authority, that is NDSA. it is a committee in the state level which has to review the work done by the state SDSO and also give adequate or timely recommendations and advice on various aspects. Most important of all the thing is the fund availability with the state government. So the Act says that the state government has to provide adequate fund for dam safety management, for operation and maintenance. So SCDS has been bestowed upon with a responsibility that they can recommend the requirement of funds for the dam safety aspects of the state as well as for other rehabilitation programs. Now, there are certain dams in the country which have certain typical issues, which is because of our federal system in this country. We have certain dams which are located in one state, but they are owned by the other state. Similarly, there are certain dams which are owned by the central public sector undertakings, or which are jointly being managed, or we can say which are extended to two or more states. So such typical dams, if we see, we have around 60 odd dams in that category. So the Act has very clearly mentioned that in such dams, the National Dam Safety Authority would become the State Dam Safety Organization. And wherever NDSA takes up the role of SDSO of these dams, around 60 odd dams, the state governments will have access to all the information as available with NDSA. So the state governments will not be deprived of all the information, but they also will be having all the information as available with NDSA. Now coming to the functions of SDSO, this is quite important because this is one setup which is going to be the body next to the dam safety unit responsible for all the activities of the dams. I would like to add here that around 98 to 99% of the dams are all owned by the state governments or the state water resource department or the state energy departments. Remaining 1 to 2% are owned by public sector utilities in the state and the center and private agencies. So it is the major responsibility of these state dam safety organizations to see that the Dam Safety Act is implemented in toto in their state. So these SDSOs have to see that the surveillance inspections are carried out timely. The pre-monsoon, post-monsoon inspections are carried out timely. They need to classify each dam. They need to maintain logbook. Any dam failure, they need to immediately report to the National Dam Safety Authority and also to the Disaster Management Authority for any advanced action to be taken by them. Another important domain area is initial filling of reservoirs, which often was neglected, which led to a couple of failures, even in this country. So the SDSO has to have an independent panel of engineer experts if they don't have their own set of engineers, and they have to inspect whether the dam is complete. And then after inspection, they have to really give their recommendations whether to go about the initial filling of the reservoir. If so, how it has to be done. So the SDSO has to have full control on the filling of reservoirs as well. Again, I already mentioned about this funds. SDSO has a responsibility on that. Now coming, these are the functions of dam owners as well, which they need to have, which also every dam owner has to comply with. Now, one most important thing which has been brought out in one of the sections of the Act is the entire onus of the safety of the dam has been given to the dam owners. So nothing which has been mentioned in the Act shall constitute to absolve an owner of a specified dam of the duties, obligations, or liabilities incidental to the construction, operation, maintenance, and supervision of the dam or the reservoir. So dam owner is the one who has to see that as a dam safety unit is there in every dam, and that dam safety unit should be an independent body. Even SDS should be an independent body, so that they are able to really achieve the objective set out in this act. The dam owner has various responsibilities, and instrumentation is one of them. Establishing hydrometeorological station is the responsibility of the dam owner, seismological stations. And he also needs to have risk assessment studies carried out. The act says that the first study of risk assessment has to be carried out within 5 years from the date of commencement of the act. So all the dam owners, all the state SDSOs have a very tall order in front of them that they need to have a risk assessment study carried out. And even the emergency action plan, they need to prepare within 5 years from the date of commencement of the act. And for the new dams before the initial filling. So we are almost now nearing completion of 1 year. By December we would be, but I think the state governments are yet to take these provisions of the act seriously. And what emergency action plan should include is mentioned in the act. I will not deal in detail on those things. The next most important thing is a comprehensive dam safety evaluation. That is most important for all the dams. This can be done by a panel of experts. And what are the things to be incorporated in the dam safety evaluation is mentioned in this particular slide. I think I will not go into detail about that. Now, the 10th chapter, which I was mentioning, is that clearly mentioned the offenses and penalties. Any offenses carried out by the department of the government or by the company or by the CPSU, they are subject to certain penalties. Without any, the first owners of any offense has been put on the head of the department of the state government. If it is proved that it has been done without his knowledge or somebody else is responsible, so accordingly, the matter is proceeded in this case. Similarly, is the case with the company. The head of the company is being made responsible or guilty of the offense, and he has to prove it that it's not he or somebody else or some negligence that has to be proven. So this is and also it talks of the cognizance of offense, who can take cognizance of the offense under this act. And certain miscellaneous issues which are there about the annual report of the specified dam. Every SDSO has to prepare it, and it has to be laid in the state assembly. And even NDSA has to prepare the annual report, which has to be laid before the parliament. And the chapter also talks about the regulations. Now we need to have a unified regulation. So NDSA has already embarked upon, as per section 54 of the act, to draft regulations, which will be a document which will be placed into as a legislation into the parliament, and then that will become a regulation which has to be followed by each and every state SDSO. Till such time these regulations are drafted, we have informed all the states that they should proceed with already the guidelines which has been prepared by Central Water Commission in 2018. These are the various guidelines which have been prepared on developing emergency action plan, rehabilitation, instrumentation. These were all prepared under the dam rehabilitation improvement program. All these guidelines cater to whatever provisions have been given in the act. One more thing which I would like to say under section 46 of the act, they have also mentioned that other than specified dams also need to follow necessary actions for the dam safety and shall comply with the regulations that are being framed by NDSA. So by one section of the whole act, they also have seen that the other dams, other than specified dams, are also following the proper dam safety procedures and management aspects. the concluding remarks that I would conclude that the Act is a landmark legislation that brings about a paradigm shift in how we manage and operate and maintain the dams. It talks of unified dam safety procedures across the country. It talks of institutional setup and strengthening. It has a well-defined roles, responsibilities of all the stakeholders. It talks of regular inspection and health monitoring of dams, ensuring sufficient funds allocation for repair and maintenance of dams, risk-based portfolio management and emergency preparedness, and talks of the state-of-art technology, capacity building, and developing a robust dam safety culture. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Iyer, for giving a very comprehensive view of the Dam Safety Act. In fact, it's a landmark legislation which has come into force almost after 45 years of its initiation. You can imagine the time period. See, 45 years back, I joined the college, and it came 1 year after my retirement. So almost entire lifespan of an engineer has passed through getting this legislation in place. What is worrying for all of us is that per capita water storage in this country, per capita per year water storage in the country is about 210 cubic meter, as Mr. Iyer pointed out, against about 23,000 cubic meter per capita in Canada and about 6,100 cubic meter in Russia. So that's we need to do a lot to store water, and with climate change and extreme events happening, it's becoming more and more relevant. So we need to construct more and more dams, maybe not large dams, but smaller dams to store water everywhere, wherever it is possible. Also, we need to focus on construction of small ponds. I think Indian Prime Minister has initiated a project wherein we'll have one pond in each district, but that's not good enough, and I think we need to increase these numbers to something like one pond in each big village. So that is what is requirement. So as Mr. Iyer has pointed out, entire onus for dam safety is on the owner of the dam. That's very important, and owner is the head of the department. So the boss is held responsible, not the junior most person. So that's other important aspect of this Dam Safety Act. And I hope that in few years' time, the culture of dam safety in this country would improve significantly and would be one of the landmark when it comes to the dam safety issues in the entire world. Thank you. Now we have the presentation from Professor CVR Murthy from IIT Madras. He will speak about technical framework concerning dam safety.
Good evening, ladies and gentlemen, respected chairman, co-chairman, distinguished invitees from abroad, and dam engineers from across the country, and dam safety management officials, and ladies and gentlemen. The Dam Safety Act has one line which says we have to assess the safety of our specified 5,500 dams in 5 years' time. Just 5 years' time, we have to do such a large task. So the entire discussion will only hover around getting ourselves ready from the technical competence point of view to address that urgent need of doing dam safety assessment, at least one assessment within the first 5 years of the release of the Act. So I'll talk about three aspects. First off, dam safety basics. So during the lifetime of a dam, we have about 7 phases. The reason of showing this is that for each of these phases, there is a certain level of competence and certain subject understanding that is required. So if you add up all the professional subjects that are there, you will see that virtually every subject in the science and engineering of dams is included in this. Talking about the aspects of dam safety, we have 7 aspects of dam safety. And once again, each of these subjects is detailed enough. And within each of them, you need a whole spectrum of scientists, engineers, and managers to help understand quantitatively the matter of dam safety. So when you try and look at the dam specialists that are required to address the safety of each dam, virtually everybody is on the list. That is what you will look at as the requirement, urgent requirement for dam safety assessment that we have to do in the next 5 years. So I'll take only one aspect out of the 7 verticals of dam safety, which is geotechnical and structural safety, and look at what are the issues that we require. As you can see, the demands on the dam itself are many. And so you require a group to really quantify the demand from each of these points of view. And when I say group, and sometimes the group is 20, sometimes the group is 15, but indeed there is a large number of people required. When you look at the technology to assess safety of dams, you need 3 aspects to be addressed. One is field studies, second is analytical studies, and third is laboratory studies. And if I take just the analytical studies alone, we will require, within analytical studies, there are generations of levels of assessment to be done. And very clearly, the 4 levels, we don't have to do the simplified methods in 2022, but we should definitely urgently learn the detailed methods. And the state of the art is internationally established and is available for us for discussion. What is necessary for us today is that when you look at the Dam Safety Act, the elements of dam safety that are mentioned here includes training, capacity building, comprehensive assessment, installation of seismological stations, and identifying R&D needs. So when you look at the various themes there, you will notice that you will require geotechnical, structural, mechanical, electrical, virtually everybody. And in one of the themes, I also wrote down elected representatives. When you do dam break analysis and you understand a certain consequence, it's also important to communicate that to the society. And so elected representatives will benefit by understanding the implications of dam safety. So dam safety is a technical matter, but we also need non-technical competence in order to successfully convey dam safety aspects to the community at large. When I look at the technical domains, as we listed, just for structural and geotechnical alone, we require a huge number of people. And I do see that it is a specialized task. If you look at dam safety assessment strategy, it's a specialized and involved task, fine. But what is important is that if you look at 2 key aspects, if you ask out of all this entire gamut of demands, what will be the 2 that are urgently to be addressed? One will be earthquake loading, because most of our dams are sitting in hill areas and Himalayas. And second one is that we have water surge. Thanks to climate change, we have to get worried about it. So we are looking at international practice has already managed to establish the procedure for the assessment of high dams, and both analytical and experimental work has been done extensively, and they also assessed and upgraded many of their dams for safety. We look at earthquake safety in India. The reasons for earthquake safety, assessing safety, are very clear, and the available tools are also known to us. So when we step forward and just understand one aspect, which is geotechnical and structural safety, we'll realize leakage, seepage, health of the dam, and all of that we have to do. So first thing is experimental studies, that too at the field level. Any amount of computation is having no meaning if the analytical work that we do is far away from the reality. So there's a need to benchmark. And so experimental studies have to be done to ascertain dynamic characteristics, and they have to be, it has been made sure that the analytical models are close to them. Sometimes we may have to do some destructive testing core samples to get the material properties. But what is also essential is that we need to do experimental laboratory studies, because we need to understand some of the deeper issues of added mass at the actual specimen shaken in laboratories. I'll come to the third segment, which is directly on the matter of the implementation. First off, we need to understand that there are two sets of stakeholders, individuals and bodies. And within individuals, we have policy makers, decision makers, senior engineers and young engineers. And in the bodies, we have water resources departments. There are some other departments, sometimes in some states, they are handling the subject of dams, and there are autonomous bodies. What is required in the first set, which is policy makers, is that they ensure that the funds are available, and that separate funds are available and they are channelized and in an uninterrupted way made available annually at a known amount, so that planning can be done and there is no hiccup en route once you get started with dam safety. Second is we need to review the role of dam safety review panels and dam safety review teams, because currently they are doing qualitative assessment. Walking into a dam and walking out of a dam, that is qualitative, but we need to do quantitative assessment now to establish safety, because safety has to be demonstrated through computations and field measurements. So that's another assessment effort that we have to do. Many a time dam security is understood as safety, and today if you look at expenditure, 10% on dam safety, 90% on security. We need to reverse some of those expenditure numbers and bring that forward. Also, when we look at World Bank and other multilateral agencies giving us funds, we need to ensure continuity, because the young engineers will get disillusioned if you are going to stop a project and then get them out of that and shunt them away into some other departments. So the decision makers also need to think of special initiatives, especially in states with many dams. One of my friends is Maharashtra, which is almost 40%, 50% of the dams are with them. They need to worry about developing in-state competence and a technology center that has knowledge and skill on all the various subjects of dam safety, and a state-of-the-art laboratory that does material assessment, health monitoring, and field assessment of dynamic characteristics will be essential. The decision makers also need to have understanding of the technical capacity development. Now, this time around, it has to be quantitative assessment, and you need good domain knowledge. Currently, there are very few electrical engineers and just a meager mechanical engineers, and most of them are civil engineers at each of the dam sites. This kind of a proportioning of engineers, engineering stock at the dam safety domain is not sufficient for future activity. What we need to do is actually enable, empower, and expect the engineers to perform and do assessment of the 5,500 dams. When it comes to enabling, you have to give them the technical capacity development, because none of the undergraduate programs, none of the master's programs, and a rare PhD program is actually focused on the subject of dam safety. We also need a term of office at least for 3 years so that they are able to learn something and contribute something. They also need mid-career administrative training, because as you get older, you need to handle human beings also, and not just computers. Modernizing the tools is also an important exercise for us, and incentivizing engineers will be important. There is a differential pay of engineers in the departments versus in the public sector undertaking. This can hurt the morale of engineers who are all working towards the same goal of safety. The senior engineers in particular have to worry about planning the domain activities, identifying active engineers, training young engineers, finding answers for some difficult technical questions, and sharing good practices. The young engineers on the other side have to make themselves competent, because they have to live about 30, 35 years in the subject. So they have to sort out their positive attitude, build skills and knowledge in a systematic way, at least in one domain in a deep sense. So if you look at numbers, 5,500 dams to be assessed, If you just look at geotechnical and structural safety assessment alone, we will need about 2,700 of them. And each team of 6 persons can assess 3 dams in an urgent, quick and dirty assessment, if not a detailed assessment per year. And so in the next 4 years, we will be able to assess all the dams if we have this many number of engineers. Of course, Maharashtra will have to worry a little more about this. If you start today, we don't have enough people. So at best 10 teams of 60 civil engineers can be dispatched on the subject of doing dam safety assessment with a continuous hand-holding for the next 3 to 4 months. And then you need training of 30 teams, which will mean about 180 engineers over the next 6 semesters, but that will bring us only to 1,000 engineers. We'll still be falling short. So this is a subject that all the decision makers need to understand how to fast track this whole subject of capacity development, which is not possible otherwise. Talking about the group of 6 on each team, a senior engineer who has the big picture, a lead engineer who ensures progress of work, 2 earthquake engineers who are having geotechnical and structural background, and young engineers who will do field testing and also understand instrumentation and bring back properties of the dam as they are standing today. This we'll need to implement this urgently with 3 national institutes at least who are known to have background in the subject, and get started on a 3-month, 4-month program immediately, because we can't expect internationals to come and spend time to fix all the 5,500 dams. We have to build in-house competence within the country. When you look at the roadmap for the nation, we need to start with the low-hanging fruits, which are dam break analysis, hydrological safety, and geotechnical and structural safety. In the dam break analysis, it will lead us towards emergency action plan and suitable disaster management initiatives. And hydrological safety will consider climate change and talk about overtopping and safety of the dam during overtopping. And the geotechnical and structural safety group will tell us about vulnerability, and they'll also be able to comment on the leakage that is happening through the body of the dam. Eventually, we have to walk towards risk assessment, which involves exposure, hazard, and vulnerability on each of the 7 verticals of the dam safety that we identified earlier. So there are immediate steps: identifying typical dams, identifying training needs, building capacity of dam engineers, assessing geotechnical and structural safety of select dams, and then updating codes or using them and proposing changes in them. Clearly, if you start today, where we are setting the stage, we prepare a roadmap in a closed door session with seniors and take some policy decisions, sensitize dam owners, run some pilots urgently, and work with all engineers and sensitize them on the gigantic task at hand, and assess the dams, and train engineers. Will continue that action starting. If we are on our toes by December 22, we should get started with this once we have made up our mind. But we have only 4 years to complete the task. 5,500 specified dams in 4 years. We need to plan our work and work our plan. To get better value for funding, I would think that the DRIP program, especially phase 2 and 3, needs to redo its objectives, or at least the line work items wherein safety assessment is included. Especially the project documents need to be re-examined again. In closing, I will say that the 5 elements of nature will continue their fury on us, and we need to see how the 5,500 dams can be quickly addressed. When you look at the 5 tenets for the built environment, safety has to be brought to the driving seat, even though all the others are equally important. But without safety, the others will not have any meaning. So therefore, I would say dam safety engineering is art in engineering, and we need to work hard to make our dream of ensuring safety of dams in India. I'll stop here by thanking the ministry, the I-Cold and the InCold for making sure that I'm here today. Ladies and gentlemen, thank you for your time and attention.
Thank you, Professor Murthy, for a very detailed, informative presentation. I think you have touched upon the most important aspect of the Dam Safety Act, that is the capacity building. And we all know that the state departments as well as the central agencies are not really well equipped as far as the competence is concerned. And certainly you have detailed out the various domain experts and the huge quantum of manpower that is required. We in the government also are seized about the matter, and certainly, as you say, that there are a few low-hanging fruits that we go about with dam break analysis, hydrological safety, and geotech and structural safety to begin with, and try to have take a few dams and have some model documents built up. And we would like that all the states also pull up their socks, because this certainly is a very tall order that the Act has placed in front of us. If you really go into each and every section of the Act, there are so many things to be done. And I think even the 4 years which Professor Murthy has given as a roadmap seems to be too less. Keeping in view the recent review meetings which was taken by the NDSA and the Central Water Commission with the state governments. We have a very long way to go. And certainly I think there is a need to sensitize each and every dam safety units, SDSOs, SCDS. And as a policymaker and decision maker also, we have to really see how we can achieve this. We have a huge shortage of manpower. I mean, the experienced manpower is very few. The younger generation is drifting away to some other domain of their interest. So how many will be drifted towards dam safety and all? It's a very tall order in front of us to bring them to this forum, to this fold of dam safety management. So there are a lot of challenges ahead, and I think you're very nicely put up, and certainly we all have to work together in that to see that the various provisions of the Act are timely implemented. Thank you, Professor Murthy, once again.
Professor Murthy has mentioned that we should have posting of engineers at least for 3 years at one station. I would say we need to have a dedicated cadre for engineers working in the field of dam engineering, so that the safety of the dams is ensured. They have the knowledge, because the cost of learning curve is huge. We have experienced dam failures in the recent past, and what I've seen is in most of the cases, whether it is problem related to construction of the dams or related to the dam safety, it's because of the ignorance of the people who are posted there. Their expertise is not adequate and they tend to make mistakes. So the roadmap given by Professor Murthy on the strategic roadmap given by him is what is required, and country need to do work and forge ahead in this direction, and we all of us need to work together to achieve our real goals defined in the Dam Safety Act. Thank you, Professor Murthy, once again. Now our next speaker is Mr. Vijay Saran, he is Chief Engineer in Central Water Commission. He will speak about Dam Safety Act and Dam Rehabilitation and Improvement Program. Mr. Vijay Saran is also Project Director DRIP. So I hope he'll give us insight about the DRIP as well.
Thank you, sir. So as I hold the charges of Chief Engineer, Central Water Commission, also Project Director of DRIP, and I'm also holding additional charge of Member Policy and Research. So my topic of presentation will cover a little bit of all the three aspects which I'm dealing with. So dam safety, you've been hearing since morning. It's of paramount importance because dams are built at a very huge cost with a large public investment. And any dam, unsafe dam, it constitutes not only a threat to human life, but it also constitutes a threat to public and private assets. So now there may be various reasons why the dams are unsafe, maybe planning inadequacies, structural defects, or deficiencies arising out of aging. And the climate change also, as you have been hearing it since morning, it has been added or aggravated the situation. So very quickly, see, we have all heard that Dam Safety Act has recently been passed in 2021. Doesn't mean that in the last 40 years we were not doing anything. There were certain things which were done, especially since the Machu Dam failure occurred in 1979 in Gujarat state, which led to a loss of life of about 2,000 people. So at that point of time, Dam Safety Organization was created in Central Water Commission, and it was only with the purpose to adopt, evolve uniform dam safety procedures, protocols, and also to assist state governments in technical matters and play an advisory role and coordinate between the state governments. Then the second step was a National Committee on Dam Safety. It was constituted in 1987 under the chairmanship of Chairman Central Water Commission, also with the same mandate and also to act as a forum for exchange of ideas amongst the various stakeholders related to the dam safety. And then even prior to the act provides for constitution of state dam safety organization. There were state dam safety organization in 18 states and 4 other dam owning agencies like NHPC, BBMB and DVC and Kerala State Electricity Boards. They were working even before the passing of the act in 2021. And of course, since 1991, I will be talking later about the dam rehabilitation programs. These also helped in creating an awareness about the dam safety, even prior to the act. So need for the dam safety legislation, is being discussed since morning. The main 3, I will classify under 3 headings. First is that there should be a need, if you want to have a comprehensive dam safety mechanism in the country, there should be an institutional mechanism and to establish a institutional setup. So though we were having this earlier advisory role at the center, but the Dam Safety Act was needed because it needed a statutory power, a constitutional backing, so that our advices are implemented actually, and to have a uniform set of institutional setup catering to the dam safety. And to address the various issues related to dam safety, there was a need to ensure and enforce upon the states what all uniform practices to be followed. And of course, India is a huge, large country with a lot of diversities, and even the water resource departments also, there is no uniformity in procedures. So one of the aim of a Unified Dam Safety Act was that there should be uniform dam safety protocols, procedures, and based on technical guidelines, etc., which should be adopted by all the states. And with this was also necessary. And for this also, a dam safety legislation was required to standardize the dam safety protocols. Now, I will just very briefly, this has been discussed in the morning. It took about 40 years for the country to have this dam safety legislation, starting with 1982 when standing committee was constituted. Then in 87, it submitted a report that there is a need for the dam safety legislation. Then a comprehensive dam safety bill was introduced in 2002 and was circulated to the state government. And then it was referred to the Parliamentary Standing Committee on Water Resources in 2010. And after receiving a lot of inputs, it was introduced in the Parliament in 2018 first. Then the Parliament, Lok Sabha lapsed, and then we had reintroduced it in 2019, and finally it became an act in 2021. So this is the preamble of the Dam Safety Act. Now I will summarize my presentation in the 3 categories. This institutional setup, as has been discussed earlier by my previous speaker, the Dam Safety Act provides for institutional mechanism at 2 levels, 3 levels in fact, at the national level, at the state level. At the national level, there is National Committee on Dam Safety under the chairmanship of Chairman Central Water Commission. And the secretarial work of the National Committee on Dam Safety is performed by National Dam Safety Authority, which is presently under member DNR of Central Water Commission till regular incumbents are posted. And at the state level, similarly, there is a two-tier mechanism. There is a state committee on dam safety, and to execute its secretarial works, there is a state dam safety organization. So this institutes now in the country, we have already have this at the central level, both these authority and committee have been officially constituted, and many of the states, almost all, barring a few, have constituted the state committee on dam safety and state dam safety organization. So at least 10 months after the passing of the act, we can say that there is a institutional mechanism now exists in the country. These are various provisions of the act, basically, which has been gone in detail by my previous speaker. So these sections basically provide, if you see section 16 and 17, they ask for perpetual surveillance, carry out inspection. Section 18 about maintaining the need for logbook and database. Section 28, a well-documented operation and maintenance manual, ONM manual. Section 21 is very important, to earmark sufficient funds by all these dam owners so that the necessary repairs, etc., can be undertaken. And the dam safety should not suffer on account of lack of funds with the dam owners. Similarly, in section 31 says mandatory pre-monsoon and post-monsoon inspections. And section 32, 33, 34, they are basically incumbent on the dam owners regarding minimum number of instrumentations, minimum number of readings, establishment of hydrometeorological stations, seismological stations, and section 36 about the preparing emergency action plan, and section 38 about the carrying out comprehensive dam safety evaluation. Now, capacity building, Professor Murthy has touched upon. So this is also one of the aims of the Dam Safety Act, that we should have a capacity to handle all these 5,500 dams across the country. So not only we should have capacity of the personnel, but also capacity of the institutions, the state water source departments, and at the state level, then the various public sector undertakings which are owning dams, their capacity, the capacity of their personnel, both needs to be in place. And as per section 23 of the Act, they say that every individual who is involved with the dam safety should not only possess the desired qualification, but also he should have undergone sufficient trainings in the latest field, latest technology. So to create a basic, after passing of the Act, to create a basic awareness among the various stakeholders, a national workshop was held in June 2000 earlier this year, and NDSA also is carrying out, organizing a meeting, workshops, etc. So this was basically the Dam Safety Act. Now I come to the dam rehabilitation programs which the central government has launched since 1991 in the country. So the first dam rehabilitation program was the Dam Safety Assurance Rehabilitation Project, which was launched in 1991 with the assistance of World Bank. And the objective, of course, was safety of dams through physical rehabilitation. 33 dams were taken up for actual physical rehabilitation at a cost of 422 crores. And the coverage was 4 states of the country. And the project was assisted by the World Bank. And the supervision was done by Central Water Commission. So this was the first project. Then the second was the Dam Rehabilitation Program Improvement Project, which was launched in 2012, and it was completed in the year 2021, last year only. And the aims were similar: to improve the safety and operational performance of selected dams, along with institutional strengthening. See, all those 3 aspects which the Act specifies now, these were also the objectives of the dam rehabilitation programs. They always laid emphasis on institutional, apart from physical rehabilitation of selected dams, they always laid emphasis on institutional strengthening also, because to carry forward the work. And they had this system-wide management. And the coverage of the DRIP 1 was much larger. Here, 223 dams were rehabilitated in 7 states. And the components were, of course, physical rehabilitation, institutional strengthening, and project management. And the supervision again was done by Central Water Commission. This project finished last year, and immediately after finishing this project, the DRIP phase 2 and 3 have been launched. Here also, the coverage has been increased, and now it has been increased to 19 states in the country and 3 central agencies, and 736 dams are to be taken for physical rehabilitation. Apart from the 3 components which were there earlier, fourth one, incidental revenue generation for sustainable operation and maintenance of the dams has been added, because one of the main challenges is the lack of availability of funds, which causes dam safety aspects to take a back seat. So incidental revenue generation, there are various, they have to come up maybe with a tourism policy or something to generate some revenue, so that part of it goes back to the dam as dam safety and the supervision also. This project is to be taken for 12 years. So phase 2 and 3 with the overlap of 2 years. So it is from 2021 to 2031. And the key achievements, if you see, these key achievements was first in the field of institutional strengthening, that in order to carry forward these projects, there was central project management unit at the central level, state project management unit at the state level, and project authorities at the dam level. And then uniform dam safety procedure. This was the second main important thing of the act also, that we should have a uniform protocols, dam safety protocols. And in order to achieve that, we in the DRIP 13 guidelines and manuals were published to ensure uniform standardized dam safety practices, protocols, guidelines. And 217, because you see that we took up 223 dams for rehabilitation. So 217 emergency action plans were prepared, and O&M manual of 221 of these dams was also prepared under the DRIP. And besides this, another achievement was launching of Dharma, is a web-based asset management tool, for which we have provided login and ID to the various dam owners to feed in their data under the 7 categories, and multi-level access at central, state, and project level has been given. Presently, we have given it to 18 states and 27 agencies. We propose to give it to all states of the country, so that we have a comprehensive dynamic database of all the dams in the country. And even all the dam incidents are also recorded. Even the dam inspection, which have been now made mandatory under the Dam Safety Act, will also be entered there. And capacity building, this limited achievement of DRIP was that number of national and international trainings were done. About 5,500 officials were trained. There were 2 national dam safety conferences and 3 national dam safety conferences and 2 international dam safety conferences were held. MTech courses in dam safety started at IIT Roorkee and IIC Bangalore with the dam safety. And as Professor Murthy discussed, we also plan to have much more elaborate program, maybe in the DRIP phase 2 itself, to take care of this aspect. So if you see those states, we see the DSARP was launched in 91 in 4 states, and DRIP 1 was launched in 7 states. So India has about 30 states. So 11 states were benefited, and now we propose to take it to 19 more states. You see, those states which had the dam rehabilitation programs, they were slightly or far ahead of those other states which did not have this exposure. So at the dam, if you see I make a comparison of Dam Safety Act and the DRIP, Dam Rehabilitation Program. At the central level, if you see the institutional setup, here we have NCDS and NDSA with the statutory breakup. But in the Dam Rehabilitation Program also, we had a similar setup. We had a national level steering committee, a technical committee, a central project management unit. So even before the act came, there was a thinking on those lines, and now it has to be scaled up to cover those states which were not covered under the DRIP. At the state level, the act provides for a state committee on dam safety and state dam safety organization, and the dam rehabilitation programs also had the provision of state level steering committee and state project management unit. At the project level, of course, the dam safety unit and the project authorities. Now, there are several provisions of the act here on the left side, and on the right side, you can see the achievements in the DRIP, the dam rehabilitation programs. So they say classify vulnerability and hazard classification. So a guideline was published. for the classifying the hazard potential of the dams in November 2020 under the DIP phase 1. So here there is a provision under section 18 to maintain a logbook or database. Again, the guidelines were published for the same. Then ensure a well-documented O&M manual, section 28 of the Act says, and we had this published not only the guideline for the O&M manual, but under DIP phase 1, we prepared also O&M manual of 221 dams. So to carry out pre-monsoon and post-monsoon inspection, to standardize inspection of the dams during pre-monsoon and post-monsoon, we prepared a standard objective pro forma. Wherein there is no subjectivity. A person goes and ticks. There is a comprehensive 40-page document, and which is necessary, which will cover all aspects of dam. So we prepared that guideline under the DIP phase 1, and now it is being used to carry out the pre-monsoon and post-monsoon inspection. Similarly, about the need for instrumentation, again a guideline was published, and for hydrometeorological and seismological station, the necessary guidelines were published. For preparing emergency action plan, guidelines were also published, and emergency action plan for 217 dams was done. And the dissemination of emergency action plan through 103 stakeholder consultation programs with participation of about 10,000 stakeholders was also achieved. And comprehensive dam safety evaluation. So under DRIP 1, inspection of 256 dams was done with the DSRP panel, and design flood review of 250 dams were also completed. So now one of the very important provisions of the Act is to make regulations on variety of topics associated with dam safety, for example, O&M, inspection, instrumentation, emergency action plan. So as I already told you that we had prepared 13 guidelines under the DRIP. The National Dam Safety Authority is in the process of formulating the draft rules and regulation, but it's the process will take time because it has to go to Parliament also, and before that it has to go to the Law Ministry also. Till such time that the regulations are issued by National Dam Safety Authority, the state governments have been recommended to follow the guidelines and manuals which were published under the dam rehabilitation program. So we developed certain uniform procedures, etc., which are in place as on date, so that we are not looking for any regulation post Act. But of course, we have to scale it up to cover the entire country. And capacity building, of course, this is was the topic of Professor Murthy's discussion. And though we might have achieved something in the DRIP, but a lot remains, and it is under the focus of the government also. And we will see how far we can take up in the remaining phase 2 and phase 3 to increase the capacity building of the not only the personnels, but also the institutes related associated with the dam safety in the country. So just to conclude, so the three main broad objectives of the Dam Safety Act was creation of an institutional mechanism at center and state, development of uniform dam safety protocols, guidelines and manuals, capacity building of institutions and personnel working in dam safety. All these three objectives were covered in various dam rehabilitation programs launched by the Government of India since 1991. While Dam Safety Act is applicable across the country, the dam rehabilitation programs had limited coverage in terms of number of dams as well as number of states. The Dam Safety Act has a statutory status, and hence enforcement of the uniform dam safety procedures as specified shall get facilitated. Because earlier it was not mandatory, but now with the passage of Act, it is mandatory. And the benefits derived from the various dam rehabilitation programs, especially with respect to creation of standardized protocols and capacity building, needs to be scaled up to cover the whole country. And the best practices of physical rehabilitation of dams evolved under the dam rehabilitation program needs to be shared through such conferences and workshops organized at central state level. So what are the good practices of physical rehabilitation? Some case studies which we have done in the DRIP phase 1 that needs to be scaled up and shared with other stakeholders. And here the various international delegates have also come. They will also share their experiences, and probably the combined effect will be the best practices will be shared among the global community. And so, well, in a nutshell, I can say that though the Dam Safety Act has been passed recently, but we have taken this dam rehabilitation programs have laid a foundation on which the implementation of the Dam Safety Act gets facilitated. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Vijay Sharan. You very nicely brought out how DRIP has really helped us in the cause of Dam Safety Act. As everybody have mentioned that we have already been working towards dam safety activities since 1979, but it got a statutory backing in 21. But the various steps which we are taking, they were culminating into some sort of outcome. Maybe we can say that if DSARP brought some things into the system, DRIP in the last 9 years of DRIP 1 brought not many things into the system of the state governments who are participating in the program. Only thing is they were all in the sort of various blocks, and we had emergency action plans prepared. We had O&M maps prepared. Similarly, we had institutional strengthening. Some guidelines were prepared, but this certainly will help us in the implementation. But again, the crux of the whole issue is capacity building. We have trained 5,000 people or so in the DRIP 1, and we'll be training more in DRIP 2 and 3. But that should be available to the system. That's most important. That's the biggest question, whether that trained manpower is available today or not with the states. That's one thing. And certainly, if we see in the last 9 years took rehabilitating 223 dams. We have 5,000 dams. Again, if we see the next phase of DRIP, we are going to have 736 odd dams in 10 years. So that adds to around 1,000 dams for all this process. But I think we have a faster track to take for the Dam Safety Act implementation. And certainly the states which have benefited from this DRIP would be in a better position to appreciate. And the 19 states under DRIP phase 2 also would be able to appreciate. But being a pan-India act, I think all the states have to come forward, build their capacities, come up with all the provisions of Dam Safety Act, and try to have a robust mechanism of dam safety management and governance. I think Mr. Vijay Sharan has put it very nicely. Though there has been certain repetition since the whole day on the Dam Safety Act, nevertheless, it is necessary that people are showcased each and every section of the act. And these are the forums where we can sensitize and showcase this. Capacity is a different aspect of this game. Thank you once again, Mr. Vijay Sharan, for this informative presentation on Dam Safety Act vis-a-vis DRIP. Thank you.
We have had 3 very educative presentations on the subject. Well, see, dam safety is important because at the moment what is happening is the cadre as such, for the persons who are responsible for dam safety in the country, the cadre of this people who are responsible for dam safety is depleting very fast. As such, youngsters are not interested to work in the field of civil engineering. Civil engineers, they want to do IT. So there are programs going on in educational institutes that civil engineers should work in the field of civil engineering. That's very important. Similarly, the 5,500 persons who were trained under DRIP 1, many of them would have retired. Some of them would have shifted to some other departments where they're not related with the dam safety. So in nutshell, the number of persons available to work in the relevant field would also be too little. Only we need to, as Professor Murthy has told us, we need to work on very broad-based program. And the best part would be to involve our academic institutions into it, and they have the capacity. And as we all say in this country, Guruji is the one who can lead us ultimately to achieve our goals. So let's look towards Guruji again and see that how we forge ahead with the dam safety. Well, with that, we have had a very heavy day today. We also had a video presentation on Dam Safety Act, but we'll do it tomorrow at some slot. And we're also thinking of having a presentation about water management system of Amber Fort. Honorable Minister for the morning desired that we should have something. He, in fact, desired that we should have a trip to the Amber Fort. But I'm afraid we'll see if we can organize that. But at least we'll have a video presentation tomorrow for about 10 minutes or overall 10 minutes presentation of water management system of Amber Fort. How during the earlier days in place in Rajasthan where water was a huge challenge, how they were managing their water. It's a very interesting system with water storage, water lifting, and very unique system they have deployed during those days. So we'll do that. And with that, I hand it over to the organizers to make some announcements. Yes, please.
Thank you so much, sir. Now may I request Dr. Shri D.K. Sharma, Chairman, Vice President, High Court, to please honor the presenting the memento. To Shri J. Chandrasekhar Iyer, Member D&R CWC. Please come forward, sir. Memento to Professor C.V.R. Murthy. Thank you so much, sir. Now I request Shri J. Chandrasekhar, sir, to please do the honor for presenting the memento. To Mr. Vijay Saran. All right. Thank you, everyone. So now we have the cultural program at 8 o'clock. I request you everyone present out here to please join us. And cultural program will be held here at the same venue, Birla Auditorium, and followed by the dinner. Thank you, everyone. This is Anchor Priyal signing off. Thank you for having me. 8 o'clock, sir. 8 o'clock.